Phil?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. Right, tell me everything without naming any company names, please. Let's see what we can do to help you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, just really some advice I need on this one. Last September, so September 2019, my daughter started at a funded sixth form college. And one of the attractions was the extracurricular activities, the weekend activities, and one of the highlights was a scuba diving trip to Mexico in Easter of this year. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, due to coronavirus, it was cancelled.
Yes, I bet.
Yeah. Now, we'd paid £1,995 for the trip. This was paid direct to the school.
Right, now hang on 1 second. So, first of all, you say this is a funded sixth form college.
Yes.
So it's a private sixth form college, and yeah. What are the annual fees? Can I ask?
Our contribution would have been something like £7,000 to £8,000.
Okay, so it's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
And the trip to Mexico, you had to pay the school directly.
Yep.
And how much did you say it was again?
£1,995.
Blimey.
That was for everything. That was the flights, the all-inclusive accommodation, and all the diving excursions.
Right. Okay. And it was and it was for when? You said in springtime.
It was Easter. It was over the Easter holidays.
Over the Easter weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. And when did they cancel it?
They cancelled it at the start of the lockdown. I'm not sure the exact date.
Well, the lockdown kind of occurred here in, around the 20. It was about the 20th, wasn't it, of March, 21st of March.
It was cancelled before that, when although Mexico wasn't in any sort of banned destinations, they cancelled the trip before we got into really full lockdown.
When you say they cancelled it, do you mean the school or the holiday company?
The school cancelled it. That's the only communication we have is direct with the school.
Okay.
So the school cancelled it, and obviously at that point they said they were obviously going to give us a full refund. Mm-hmm. In May, we had a refund of £907, which they said was about 45% of the costs, equivalent to the flight costs.
So, hang on a second. Sorry, I'm just taking notes of all this, so I've got it down in front of me. So, how much was the refund?
£907.79, to be exact.
And at that point, they said that was a partial refund with a view to you getting the rest?
Yeah, so further repayments will occur as soon as we receive the money in question.
Okay.
So,
are you going to tell me that's all you've received?
Yes. We had no further communication. Well, we had a communication, so they were still pursuing it. And then finally, we got an email last week to say, on the advice of our brokers, we wrote to the organisers to give them 21 days to make full payment against threat of legal action. They've had a response offering to carry forward a credit for the trip or make a refund in instalments. The amounts promised would require almost 2 years to secure a full refund. They say the matter is now once again in the hands of our broker, who is waiting for a response from the insurers.
Right.
So my question to you is, how do we stand legally? Because I know in the case of most things on your consumer program, the person you pay the money to is the person who's responsible for sorting it all out and giving you a refund.
Yes.
But does this apply in the case of...
Well, I would have thought so. I mean, I haven't seen the way the trip was kind of sold to you, or the way it was kind of outlined in writing. But if you're telling me that the school were the ones to choose the company, the school were the ones who've been liaising with the company, the school were the ones you paid the money to, then I would have thought, from a legal perspective, the school is the one responsible for giving you the full refund, and they then whatever further action they need to take with their brokers, that's down to the school to deal with, rather than putting the responsibility on you and everyone else to have to wait because that school decided to use a company that now are not forthcoming in terms of giving a refund.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time they've been there. They've used this company before, and obviously when they advertised the trip to us, they showed us the videos of the trip last year, which obviously went really well. So, you know, I don't think they had any doubt that the company they were dealing with was legitimate.
I think the problem is, I mean, if you take the legal entitlement that you may have out of the equation,
yeah,
I guess the other way of looking at this is it's not the school's fault that coronavirus exists and completely scuppered the plans. It's not their fault. It's not the school's fault that the supplier of the trip via the broker is now messing everyone around in terms of giving a refund and is suggesting that, you know, they haven't got the money to be able to give everyone a refund. You're going to have to wait for it in dribs and drabs.
Yeah.
It's not their fault. So there's kind of two angles to this. There's probably the legal side and there's the moral side.
Yeah.
What are you I presume the reason you've come to me is because you're getting frustrated waiting for that money and you want to know if you can go and bang your fist a bit louder with the school and say, well, I want you to give me the money out of your budget.
Well, that's really what I needed to know, how I stood. I mean, the other complication is the school is actually closing next July at the end of the school term. It's closing down completely.
Oh, really? Why is that?
The funding's being withdrawn without disclosing who funds it. The funding is being withdrawn.
Right. So in that case, I mean, to be honest, you may or may not get your money back.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So it's a case of whether do I push them now and say, look, I'm entitled to this refund. Can you pay me and then sort it out with your insurers? Or do I just sit back and wait and possibly get nothing?
What kind of conversation have you had with them so far?
It's all via email.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of what have you said to them so far, and what have they said back to you?
We've really just left it in their hands to keep us informed. So they said they'll keep us fully informed.
Right. So at the moment, they're still being the kind of facilitators trying to get you all your money back.
Yeah.
And they're not actually accepting any responsibility at this point.
No, the only suggestions we've had is that we may be able to claim under our own travel insurance, which obviously I have a travel insurance linked with my home insurance, but it doesn't cover my daughter travelling on her own.
Right. And it's only with you, and you wouldn't. And in terms of the insurance for this trip.
Yeah.
Was that part of the £1,995?
Yes, it was. Yep. Yeah.
So you paid the school. I mean, this just gets better. So you've paid the school to also take out travel insurance to cover your daughter if anything went wrong with the trip.
Yeah, because they wanted it that way because obviously they had to make sure that the insurance they got covered them for all the eventualities.
So why isn't the insurance that they've taken out to cover this trip covering this trip?
I don't know.
Well, I think that might be your way in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is a difficult one. So,
yeah.
And I completely accept your daughter's still at this school, I presume.
No, she's left.
Oh, has she?
Yes.
Ah. Okay. Well, in some ways,
for medical reasons, she left. She was very unwell for a long period of time.
Okay.
So.
Well, it sounds then as if actually that. In terms of dealing with the school, that takes away some of the awkwardness, because what you wouldn't want to do is to end up getting into a full-blown legal battle with the school while your daughter's still going there and then making things very awkward for her.
Yes, yeah.
But if she's not going to the school, that takes that out of the equation. I think what I would be inclined to do is I would be inclined to go back to them and say, whilst I appreciate you responding to my requests for a refund so far, I've now sought some advice. the money that I paid for this trip, including a proportion of the money for the travel insurance to cover the trip, was to yourselves. My contract is with you as the school, and therefore I would like to know why the insurance policy you have purchased alongside this trip is not providing full reimbursement to everyone affected. I think maybe the travel insurance is the way in.
Yeah.
But if they come back and start saying, oh, well, the travel insurance policy, we hadn't actually got round to organising that, or, at that point you then go in with the, well, I'm sorry, but I've paid you the money.
Yeah.
If you've taken my money, the trip's not gone ahead, it's entirely up to you which broker you use, which holiday company you use, which travel insurance policy you use. It's entirely up to you. I wasn't involved in that process at all.
Yep.
Therefore, I would like my money back, and I absolutely understand that you will then separately need to try and reclaim your losses from the companies that you contracted.
Right.
I think that's what I would be inclined to do at this point.
Okay, so if I put together an email to them stating those things that you suggested,
I would, yeah, and see what they have to say. I mean, it sounds to me as if they're not necessarily going to be particularly forthcoming with an offer of financial remuneration to you, because it sounds as if they've got their own financial issues as a school.
I don't think they have got financial issues. I think it's all been planned sort of reasonably well in advance. So it's a structured close down. So I don't think there's any case of a problem with them running out of money.
I see. Well, I presume, did you pay for the full year for your daughter to go?
You pay on a term-by-term basis.
Right.
They bill you a term at a time.
Okay. Well, they can give you the extra £1,000, just over £1,000 that you're owed out of some of the money you paid them then.
Yes, they could do.
Okay. Well, good luck. Can you let me know how you get on?
Yeah,
and if needs be, I'd be more than happy to go and have a word with them. But I think at this point you need to clearly, politely, concisely, but confidently point out that your contract, as far as you are concerned, is with them. They're the only people that you've paid the money to, and whoever they then decided to subcontract the work out to, that's entirely up to them. But you want your money back.
It's interesting, Mark. So I don't know how many other people would be in a similar, obviously not with the same school, but similar.
I think lots of people probably are. And I would imagine lots of parents are pretty disgruntled. I guess the slight difference for other schools is, firstly, the trip is probably less expensive. I mean, nearly £2,000 for a school trip is, it's a crazy amount of money, really, isn't it, when you think about it? Albeit it sounds as if it was going to be an amazing trip. Yeah. But I think trips are probably less than that. And also, of course, the parents will feel bad for the school, because they'll be saying to themselves, well, if the school can't get the money back, and if the school then have to give people their money out of the school's budget that they get from the local authority or from whoever it may be, then that may then have a knock-on effect in terms of the education that the school is able to offer everyone else. So there may well be other parents whose children go to state schools who are thinking, well, do you know what, we might have to just suck up this loss because it's not the school's fault.
Yeah.
Now, it may well be that that's what some of the parents at your daughter's former school will take as well. But obviously the slight difference is you've spent a lot of money for your daughter to go to this school. Yeah. You've also paid a lot of money for the trip. And through no fault of your own, you're now out of pocket as a result.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, let me know how you get on, please. Good luck.
I will. Thanks very much for your help.
Now, Abby kept seeing adverts popping up on social media for a necklace that she thought looked really, really lovely. Well, she paid nearly £110 for this necklace, and she asked for delivery in 1 to 2 days. But it didn't turn up for weeks. And when it did turn up, well, Abby was far from impressed.
I was so shocked to obviously see the poor quality and cheapness which resembled an item I could have probably purchased, from a high street store, like a cheap high street store or something, for less than probably £25 or even less, really. So my parents actually helped me look into consumer law, and we found out that under the Consumer Contract Regulations 2013, I am entitled to requesting both cancellation or an online order. or the refund of an item. Because obviously being an online purchase, I could not make an informed decision by physically looking at the necklace.
Well, as you can imagine, Abby's not very happy with this, having spent all this amount of money and yet not having any kind of money back as a result of returning the necklace. She asked me to go and have a word with this company, and that's exactly what I've been trying to do. Abby's back on the JVS now. Hello, Abby.
Oh, hi, Jonathan. Good morning. How are you?
Well, I'm all right, thank you, Abby, although I have to be honest, this has been extremely frustrating.
I can imagine.
And I sense that in terms of dealing with the company, this is going to be more of a warning for other people.
Definitely.
When you kind of start to look at this company's website, there are some kind of concerning things around it. It doesn't appear to be a proper company with a proper registered company address. The company that you've purchased this necklace from is, and I'll give out the website address, there's no www. By the way, it's just icy-szn.co.uk.
Yeah.
I mean, had you ever heard of this company before? Had you ever heard of that website before?
I'd heard them through friends before that obviously purchased jewellery off the website, and that's how I then came to see it all over social media. And then obviously I saw ads constantly popping up, and then I obviously saw an ad like referring to the website, so that's when I had a look. But obviously in future I will look, obviously to see if it does have the www. But obviously I didn't notice at the time, no.
I mean, when you click on the website,
yeah.
It's you scroll down. There doesn't seem to be a telephone number for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's no contact us that is clearly visible. In fact, the only email address I was able to find was via clicking on, I believe it was their refund policy, where at that point they have an email address. I've emailed them and I have not had any response whatsoever.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are. I don't know where they are. I mean, God knows who they are, to be honest.
Well, actually, I did have an email and a text message come through last Monday to say, funnily enough, my order has been refunded. But actually, I haven't seen anything come through on my bank statement as of yet. So obviously, I'm just waiting for that, but I don't fully trust what they're saying, obviously.
Well, I mean, it's very strange because, as I say, I've emailed them not just on one occasion, but I've subsequently chased up the email to try and establish exactly what's going on. No response whatsoever. You would expect a proper bona fide company to come back, and even if they didn't want to talk to me, to say, thank you very much, Lee, for alerting us to this customer issue. We will, of course, now liaise with our customer and refund the customer accordingly. You'd expect something along those lines.
Yeah.
Nothing whatsoever from them. Now, you did pay, did you not, by credit card?
Yes, I did pay by credit card, yes.
And it cost £110, yeah?
Yeah, correct.
Have you, I know when we spoke before, you suggested that you have made contact with your credit card company, but it was going to take some time in order for them to do, I think you were talking about a chargeback.
Yeah, so they said that wasn't possible due to there being a no refund policy. However, I've talked about Consumer Relations Act 2013, etc., and obviously they weren't listening to what I was saying. And then obviously I think you mentioned, what was it, a section? I can't remember.
Yeah, so the date, the crucial date you need to remember, well, actually, no, you don't need to worry about the date for the Consumer Credit Act. It certainly wasn't 2013, though. I think it was the Consumer Credit Act was 1970. I can't remember. It was in the 70s, anyway, when the Consumer Credit Act was first created as a piece of legislation. But the simple fact is you can put in what is known as a Section 75 claim, which should mean that the credit card company is jointly liable with this company, this icy-szn.co.uk, for the product, for the quality of the product, and for the fact that you've returned the item. It's unacceptable that terms and conditions would say you are not allowed to return goods and get your money back. It's simply, I mean, that in itself is a breach of consumer legislation in the UK. The slight problem we have is we don't know where this company actually is based. We don't know whether they even are in the UK. They may well not be. So that's the only slight issue. But I think it's definitely worth pushing this further with your credit card company. But in the meantime, can I just take this opportunity to remind everyone again, please do not respond to adverts that pop up on social media for tablets, skin products, jewellery, all these kinds of things that you will see popping, pops up on Facebook or pops up on Instagram or whatever. Only buy things from proper, reputable companies that you know are based in the UK. And very importantly, if you have any problems with that product when you receive it, you'll have a good level of after-sales service and you can return the goods, and that you have a level of confidence that the company will then resolve the issue for you. You take a massive gamble when you start buying stuff from companies that no one's ever heard of that are advertising on social media. I mean, they could be based anywhere in the world. It may well be that this company's based on some market stall in China. Now, how are you going to ever take this up with that market stall in China? You're just not going to be able to, are you? So that's the kind of gamble that you're taking when you buy things in this way. So, and I'm not saying this to kind of rub salt in the wound for you, because you already know this, but it's very important for everybody listening to the programme that I just give out some advice that hopefully will prevent anyone else falling for this kind of thing. Can you please let me know if indeed you do receive the refund?
Yeah.
I'd be delighted if you did, but I suspect you're still going to have to take this up with your credit card company. Mm-hmm. And can you please let me know if you do indeed decide to pursue it with the credit card company, what they say?
Of course, I will do. Thank you ever so much, Jonathan, for your help. Right. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. And please, 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 please don't do this. Please don't buy stuff from pop-up adverts on the internet from a company you've never ever heard of. Unfortunately, life is short, and having battles with these kinds of companies or people around the world, it's very draining. Don't put yourself through it. Not to mention the money you may well lose. Ian texts in regarding the conversation I was just having with Abby regarding this necklace. JVS, the lady bought a necklace. She got a necklace. It's not her credit card's fault if she thinks she overpaid for it. Well, the thing is, Ian, the product must be accurately described. And she says that the actual necklace that arrived did not look like it does in the photo on the advert. It was rubbish quality, whereas the photos, and indeed the photos on that website, they make it look as if the jewellery's of very good quality, very lovely. She says that what she received was not accurately described on that website. Therefore, the credit card company do have a liability to her if the company she's purchased it from will not accept responsibility. So it doesn't necessarily mean all is lost. Now, Samantha bought what she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It cost her a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
£895 on the bag. And
on one handbag?
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth, and full price, the bag would have been 1250. I've only taken out 3 times, and the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up, and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party salespeople because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Well, Samantha should have gone back to the retailer, not the manufacturer. Her contract is with the retailer, and the fact that she purchased this handbag on a credit card means she does have a proof of purchase, albeit not as ideal as the original invoice or receipt that she would have been given at the point of sale. Now, I said to her that what she should do before we take this any further is go back to that retailer to explain that she's sought some advice and that they, as the company she has a contract with, she would like them to take responsibility for this and to organise for the handbag to either be repaired, replaced, or to receive a full refund. Samantha's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Samantha.
Hello, good morning.
Hello. So before we go any further, I just wanted to find out how you got on when you went back to that retailer. Were they helpful or not?
So, your words of wisdom, I did send an email, and the guy I've been corresponding with he got back to me within about 10 minutes, Jonathan. So, the third-party retailer were running another sale over the weekend, so I popped in with the bag as he said to, and he's taken it. So he said he would take it to have a look at it.
Please tell me you got a receipt.
I did. I thought of you. So he wrote out a little receipt, sort of, the name of the sale, a receipt for what it was, and his name and number.
Right. Okay. And forgive me, because I don't know which company you're dealing with, and I don't want the details now.
Yes.
But you are confident you're dealing with a proper, bona fide, reputable retailer?
Yes.
Not some kind of, pop-up auction.
No.
Right.
So it is a proper place. Their website is reputable. I've bought from other places on there before and received real items, real brands.
Right.
So I've got every faith it is real.
Okay. So you're confident that you've handed this handbag over to a trustworthy group of people who are still going to be around in a week's time?
Yes.
Okay, right. So he's taken it away to do what with it?
To have a look at it. Now, he did look at it and say, what's the problem? And I was a little bit like, well, look, it is very clear. He said that he would give me a call. That's it, really. So I'm not quite sure what to do now, because now I feel in limbo. But it was when I was there, Jonathan, he just sort of took the bag. So I didn't know what else to do.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, as long as what they're going to do is to either repair it or refund you or replace the bag.
Yes. That's what I've asked for. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know why there's just something that's making me feel very uncomfortable about this. I think it's because I don't quite understand how you bought this. It sounds to me as if this was some kind of, designer pop-up sale that you went to and you bought this handbag, and then after that sale, they pack everything up and then they disappear. In a sense, yes, from the actual physical store. Right.
But then it is especially over lockdown. The sales were then available online, and now that you can go out a little bit more,
right.
They've started doing them in the location again.
Okay, so at this point, do you feel confident that they are going to get this sorted, or do you think that I now need to go and have a word with them? Now they've got the handbag, would it be a good idea for me to go and speak to them and say, what do you make of this handbag? Why is it tarnished in this way? And what are you planning to do to resolve this for your customer?
Jonathan, I'd actually really love that. Yes, please.
Okay, fine. I to be honest with you, I'd quite like to at this point now, because there's just something that makes me feel a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
In terms of, I don't know how this bag was sold to you. It sounds almost as if it was some kind of... Was it kind of like a discount designer auction type thing?
So not an auction if you get to bid on it sense. It is... Everything is discounted. So...
Right, so kind of... I don't know why I've got this impression in my mind of Del Boy Trotter turning up with a market stall and having a whole load of designer stuff all over it and saying, come on, gather around everyone, here's a designer handbag, yours for 200 quid off the original price, and then you snapped it up, and then he packs it all away in his Reliant Robin and off he goes.
It's so to get in, I mean, there's security everywhere. You've got to give your personals to a cloakroom so that there's no pinching, and you get to check everything out. It's all brand new, but I don't know how they acquire it all, which then sounds rather dodgy. But then it is again because it's all all online, and then I do get the authentication.
Right, and then when the sale is over, what happens?
When the sale's over, then that's that one done. The overarching company then sends an email of the next upcoming sales, and then
no. But what happens with the venue they've just turned up at? What happens? Do they pack everything up and disappear?
I assume so. Yes, I've not been past it when I've not been directly going to it, but it is on a very main road.
Right.
So,
okay.
No. Without saying where it is.
I think that there's just one or two alarm bells that are ringing with this, and I just hope that you have purchased this from a genuine retailer that has a good track record in terms of resolving customer issues, and that you haven't now just taken this handbag back and handed it over to people who we're going to struggle to get hold of.
Yeah.
I hope that's not the case.
Me too.
Okay.
I feel really silly now.
Well, no, I don't want you to feel silly. I just think you're talking about a product that was very expensive. You've handed over a lot of money. Now, if I'd handed over £895 to a company, I would want to know that it was a good, reputable company that if I have any issues with, I can go back to them and they'll get it resolved.
Yeah.
This idea of them coming and going at certain venues just makes me feel a little bit worried.
Oh, okay. I really hope not.
Well, I hope not too. Can you leave it with us?
Absolutely, yeah.
Just remind me how you paid for this?
Credit card.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, but the problem you're going to have there is you've lost the receipt.
Yeah.
So if the company were to disappear, the credit card company, in order to comply with Section 75, would require an original invoice, an original sales receipt.
Okay.
In order to process that. Without that, it's very unlikely they would be able to assist you with a Section 75 claim. So do you have any idea what you might have done with the receipt?
I think it was like a feng shui throwout, potentially.
Right.
which I never do. I've been taught to keep every receipt, but I was making a point that the ice mantha could be tidy, and that was very silly.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do. What I'll do, Tara, can I just pass Samantha back? Can we just get a bit of detail and I'll contact that company this afternoon?
Absolutely. And,
okay.
and for that very reason, Samantha's receipt. I live in chaos for that very reason, just in case I throw away something I might need.
Well, I too. I have my wallet here, and I open it. Sadly, I have £15 in my wallet. That's all I have.
Who needs cash nowadays?
But I have a wad of receipts, and what I do when I'm particularly good is once every few months I go through, I have a clear out. Everything, meals out, bits and pieces like that don't really matter, that all gets chucked. Any purchases go in a special envelope and they sit in a cupboard, and they are there in that cupboard, so I know anything I've bought that I've got a receipt for, I've got that receipt forevermore if I have any problems, and then after about 6 years or so I normally have a chuck out of those as well. But listen, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, and I'll try and get hold of them this afternoon for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope my kind of gut bad feeling is just me being a bit cynical. After years of being worn down doing this job, I wonder whether it... You may well have used the lockdown period to have a bit of a clear out of stuff you no longer need. Some things you may decide to take down to the tip. Other things you might want to donate to charity. But what happens if actually you're getting rid of stuff that you think is quite valuable and you want to sell those items to make some money? Well, internet auction site eBay used to be the first port of call. But you do incur fees, and you have to go to the effort of posting the items. So what are your options, and is it all worth doing, or is it just a load of old hassle? Cara Gamble is a freelance financial journalist and author of the blog Your Best Friend's Guide to Cash, and she joins us now. Hello, Cara.
Hi there, how are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. So, am I to take it then eBay is a bit passé now?
Well, it's still, a behemoth for online selling, but, now with Facebook Marketplace, so on everybody's phones, and without any fees to go with it, it's becoming the biggest competitor against eBay for selling secondhand items.
Right, so for selling it's better, but I presume you have more protection and more rights if you buy something from the likes of eBay.
Yeah, the thing is, with buying secondhand, you do have different rights depending on where you buy. But if you buy from a private seller, which is an individual rather than a pre-loved retailer, for instance, the Consumer Rights Act says that the goods must be as described. So while they don't have to necessarily disclose faults, they can't misrepresent the goods. So with eBay, you are able, if there's a dispute, you are able to go to eBay and they will get involved and try and find an agreement. But with Facebook, they won't get involved at all. So you will be left, it is a little bit more risky.
Yes, I mean, I guess it's the same as buying or selling something at a car boot sale. Once it's gone, and forget it if you then get the product home and you find it's a load of rubbish.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I personally, over lockdown, I started buying things on Facebook Marketplace simply because everything was shut. And I've now discovered myself that it's my go-to for buying. I'm redecorating my home, and I'm able to buy much better quality furniture, for instance, at a more affordable price. And I can't say enough about it. I think it's great.
Well, so this is second-hand furniture,
I wouldn't buy much very expensive items, but...
Right, but this is second-hand furniture.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you have to have that car boot kind of mentality, don't you? That you need to check it out there and then, because once you've taken it away, that's it. If you then find out actually that it's not very good quality and it falls apart, it's up to you.
Yes, absolutely. And I think with buying anything secondhand, you do have that, chance of risk. But the main thing is if you read the advert carefully. Before you hand over any money, you inspect it. You look to see if the quality, that it is as described. And I think you'll find that often with Facebook, for instance, that is more private individuals just trying to clear out their homes. Rather than where eBay, there does seem to be a lot of kind of professional sellers who are operating from home but doing it for profit.
And what about some of the other sites? I mean, for example, Gumtree. You see stuff being advertised for sale on there. Is that a good place to find bargains?
Yeah, Gumtree has been around for a long time. I personally think that Facebook Marketplace is probably taking over from that just because it's everybody's checking everything on Facebook anyway. But what I like about Gumtree and Facebook is that the price is not an auction. It is the price as listed. Because I find that eBay you can get very carried away in bidding. And I don't like the idea of being told I've won something when I'm handing the money over to a seller. So I find with Gumtree and Facebook, it's easier to stay on budget because you know exactly how much the seller wants. All you're going to be able to do is get them down lower if you bargain with them.
But is all of this, from a seller's perspective, is it worth it, or should you actually just accumulate a few bits and then go to a car boot sale? Because, I mean, I guess the thing with, if you're selling something from the likes of Facebook, you've got to have people coming round to your house, haven't you? And you might not necessarily want that.
I do think now, because of social distancing, nobody's going to come into your home anyway. So I personally feel like it's a lot safer because everything is done kind of out on the front doorstep. But you could I know a lot of people that do boot sales, but I've done one in the past and it was abysmal. I'm terrible at negotiating face-to-face like that. And it's, everybody's different. I like the idea of being able to put things online from the comfort of my home, while I'm watching TV, and then taking a punt and see what happens. But it's swings and roundabouts, really. If you only have one item and you want it out of your home, you don't want to hold on to it until you have enough to go to a boot sale.
What about some of these other companies? For example, Music Magpie. I remember years ago sitting there and going through my CD collection and putting in the details for the barcodes on the back of the CDs and getting, 25p for a CD and sending it all off in a box and making a few quid from that. I mean, is that a good way of getting rid of stuff and just generating a bit of extra cash at this time?
It can be if you still have CDs and DVDs, certainly. But I think you'll find that the amount you get is far less than it once was. And, a lot of people are put off because it seems a lot of hassle for a couple of quid. However, saying that, it's shocking what people will buy online. So on eBay, for instance, you can sell empty candle jars, which doesn't seem like a lot, but you can...
Sorry, you can sell empty what?
An empty candle jar.
A jar?
I've done a blog post all about these crazy things. So diptyque candles, which go for £47, which is a lot for a scented candle, you can sell the empty jar, according to the sold listings, and make 24 quid.
You are joking. You can sell an empty diptyque candle jar for £24?
That has sold for £24, yes. People use them to put cotton buds in and all sorts. And so when I found this, I went through and started looking at other empty items. And so empty perfume bottles, a Coco Chanel 50 milliliter perfume bottle, £18. Someone paid for that. And empty shoe boxes, a Christian Louboutin shoe box, empty, went for £21.
Good Lord, I can't believe. Well, I mean, that is very, very useful because there may well be people listening to this programme that do have some rather nice empty packaging for things, very expensive things, and they may well decide to go and sell those. Thank you so much, Cara. Cara Gamble is a freelance financial journalist and author of the blog Your Best Friend's Guide to Cash. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So I'm a keen golfer, quite like a game of golf. Through the spring, summer months, try and play once a week. Through autumn, winter, don't really care so much. I'm getting too old for playing in the cold and rain. Last March, I bought a new golf bag from a high street store. I spent £199, so I bought a top-end manufacturer and one of their better bags. And of late, the bag comes with a rain cover, rather like a child's buggy. So it's got 4 poppers that are fixed to the bag, and you put it on when it's raining to protect your clubs, etc.
Yeah.
3 of the poppers have come away completely, as in the casings come off and they're kind of affixed to the bag, but they've ripped off they've come away from the hood itself. So I went back to the store. They run like a club card thing, so we got the purchase up. They saw when I purchased it. They explained it was out of 12-month warranty. We had a little conversation. I explained that while it may come with a warranty, there's still a certain amount of wear and tear that's to be expected, and for what I paid for it, I should expect it to last a certain amount of time. The gentleman I spoke with asked if I'd like to speak to the manager. He went in the back, came out. The manager didn't come out, but he just conveyed the same message that if it's out of 12-month warranty, there's nothing.
Did you mention the Consumer Rights Act?
I did, yeah, and I told them my contract was, because they advised me to go back to the manufacturer, and I told them my contract's not with the manufacturer, it's with the store.
Oh, well done.
But they didn't really want to know, and I then subsequently rang the head office, had the same conversation with them, and pretty much got the same response. It's out of 12 months. Contact the manufacturer. So I said, I don't have to do that. The manufacturer, I have no business with them. My business is with you. So yeah, I just don't feel a year and a half for an item that, effectively, you probably use it through the winter because it's a rain cover, and I really don't play much through the winter. So I don't think a year and a half is a reasonable amount of time for it to last.
No, you're absolutely right, and you're also absolutely right that your contract is with the retailer. You don't have any contract whatsoever with the manufacturer. So therefore, the manufacturer doesn't have to do anything for you at all. The simple fact is that you paid a retailer about 200 quid for a bag. Now, I presume, and I bow to your better golfing knowledge, I presume the way you talk about this bag, 200 quid, I presume buys you a very good quality bag.
Yeah, it's at the top end of what you pay, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So if I was to look at golf bags now on the internet, how much would I expect to be buying for? Oh, okay. $89.99, $99.99, $69.99. These are all coming up at. Let me click on another company. Is it a stand bag, a cart bag, a pencil bag, or a tour bag?
It's a cart bag.
A cart bag.
Yeah.
Right, let me click on a brand that I've heard of. I've heard of them before. Right, $139.99, $169.99. Oh, okay. They do have some that are, well, there's one here that's 219 quid.
Yeah.
But, yeah, okay, so 200 quid, real high end. That should buy you a very good quality bag. So you're absolutely right when you said to that retailer, I should be entitled to expect that this bag will be of a reasonable quality and will last for a reasonable amount of time. To last a year and a half is not reasonable, and therefore under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you've got two choices. You can either resolve this issue for me, or you leave me no alternative but to take you to the small claims court for reimbursement of the amount of money I've paid you. Those are the options, and that's certainly what I would advise anybody listening to the programme. If you end up in this kind of dispute with a retailer, make it quite clear that they can either resolve the problem or you'll sue them.
Yeah, when I spoke with the lady at the head office, she kind of, like I say, reiterated what the store said, and I explained about the fair wear and tear, the contract, this, that and the other. And when she told me to go back to the manufacturer, I said I have no business with them. And then I said, okay, well, if I can't resolve it with you, I may have to seek help via a consumer show. And she was quite flippant about it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I will then.
Fine. Okay, well, we need to go and have a little word. What I'm going to do, Tara, can I please pass Michael back? Can we get some detail and go and have a word with this company?
Yeah, I think that seems the right course of action to take.
I really hope it's not the company I fear it may be, that I've had many dealings with over the years, that are renowned for giving this same stock answer to people, that because it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do. I really hope it's not them.
I wish we had telepathy, Jonathan. We're too far away and you can't show me a bit of paper you've written the name on.
Well,
we could talk about it later.
Hang on.
I say I know who you're thinking of, but I won't...
No, please don't say anything, Michael.
Is it them?
It's not them, Jonathan.
It's not them, okay, phew. Right, fine, phew. Okay, Michael, leave this with us.
Look at you always thinking the worst.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we're going to get some detail, we're going to have a word, okay?
Lovely, thank you.
Okay, all right, lovely, thank you very much indeed. Andy lives in a small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes, and there's a car park that provides parking spaces for everyone who lives in that cul-de-sac. The car park is council-owned, and there are no parking restrictions. Andy says for years it's all been absolutely fine, until one of his neighbours started completely and utterly abusing the situation.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, the really frustrating part about all of this is that Andy says frequently when he or some of his neighbours arrive home with their one car, they then go into the car park and there is nowhere to park at all. All the spaces are taken up, and many of those spaces, as you just heard him say, are taken up with cars that have just been left there, just seem to be collecting dust. Well, I went off to have a word with the council on Andy's behalf, and Andy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Andy.
Yeah, very good morning, Jonathan.
Now, everybody listening to this programme should familiarise themselves with the Cleaner Neighbourhood Act. That legislation is absolutely invaluable when it comes to councils dealing with this kind of issue. In effect, in that legislation, there is provision for a council, if they see that something has just been left on council-owned land or on the public highway, even if the item, for example, a car, is taxed and MOT'd and therefore legally allowed to stay there, if the council is able to argue that the presence of that vehicle is becoming a nuisance or unsightly in some way, then the council has the power to be able to remove that. And in fact, that legislation we have relied upon countless times when it comes to removing cars from the highway, and indeed when it comes to removing things like caravans as well. And it's exactly that legislation that I put to Milton Keynes councilmen, said, can you please use this in order to persuade the gentleman who's left all these cars to move them. Now, to be fair to the council, it's Milton Keynes Council, and although it did take some time, finally, this man who was putting all the cars there, he left and indeed took all of the cars with him, didn't he, Andy?
He did indeed.
Trouble is, it was rather short-lived because having taken all the cars, it wasn't very long before somebody else, we suspect, with a similar love of collecting old cars, decided that he was going to come and park them there instead. And of course, because there are no parking restrictions on the car park, it means that, well, it seems to give carte blanche to anyone in this position who just wants to store a load of old vehicles. Milton Keynes Council were absolutely insistent that they were going to force anyone with untaxed vehicles to remove them from the car park. But you were saying this problem was still causing problems, and in fact, it's now got to the point where some of your neighbours, including one of your neighbours who I think you mentioned is a nurse?
No, they're both disabled. There's two neighbours, both disabled, and the disabled parking bays are very near to their houses because they can't walk very far.
I thought you mentioned that there was one of your neighbours who worked for a hospital and had frequently returned back from doing a night shift only to find there was nowhere to park the car.
Yeah. Sorry, Jonathan. Yeah, there is a nurse there as well. I was focusing on the disabled people.
Yeah, well, I that was a particular concern because you can understand if a nurse has gone off to do a night shift and comes back from that night shift only to find she, having been exhausted looking after people, to come back and not be able to park her car anywhere near where she lives is absolutely ridiculous, all because of inadequate management of the car park. Now, you were going off to speak to all of your neighbours and to try and get together some kind of petition, because Milton Keynes Council said that they would be open to the idea of putting in some kind of parking management system, but they would need to ensure that over half of the residents there were in support of such a scheme. Last time you and I spoke, you were getting lots of support for that. Have you had any more?
Yeah, where we are now, of the 52 houses, there's 2 houses empty, so at least 50, and 48 of them have signed a petition. The other 2 I haven't been out to speak to, so I don't know where they are. We just don't seem to meet at any time.
Right.
So 48 out of 50, Jonathan.
So I explained to Milton Keynes Council that you were having a lot of success with this petition. I've said, how can you, Andy, actually get that information to them? They've come back and they have said, Andy, as the lead resident, will need to write to us submitting the petition showing the names, addresses and signatures of all supporting residents. And you need to email them at mkparking@milton-keynes.gov.uk.
Yep, that's good. That can be done. That'll be done this afternoon.
OK, good. Can you copy me in on the email as well, please?
I certainly will, Jonathan. And just another little update. There was an accident in the car park yesterday because a person couldn't get out properly. Cars parked all over the shop. And that's a regular occurrence.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just not on. And I'm well aware that, having lived in a block of flats before with a car park, the management of the car park can be a nightmare when you've got a whole load of people. I mean, I used to have a big issue with, we had a neighbour who moved into our block of flats once who had not only cars but also vans. And he'd park these vans wherever he wanted in the car park, and he and I used to have blazing rows over this issue. And finally, he agreed never to park his vans in the car park again. But it was a constant battle. And my block of flats was in St Albans, and we used to have people parking their car in the car park and then getting the train and going off on holiday and leaving their car in the car park for a week. You need to have a management system in place when you've got a car park, because otherwise people will abuse it. And it's unfortunate you can't rely on people just being sensible and having common sense when it comes to this kind of thing, as unfortunately, Andy, you and the other residents there are now learning.
Yeah, it seems that when this chap with the 17 cars moved out, that other people had just moved their cars in that were parked around the corner in another close. That's what seems to have happened. It's just not on.
Is that because they haven't got parking?
No. There's a series of 4 closes, or they call them crofts. There's a series of 4, and the people, if you look into the croft, the people who live on the left-hand side, because it's quicker for them to park in the next car park across, rather than walk 30 to 40 yards across a green to their car park, that's what they do. Now, that's okay for all the first 3 crofts, but the last one, which is ours, we've got nowhere to go with our cars. So the last one is always the worst, and that is exactly what's happening. For 70 spaces, we've got probably 90 cars trying to climb into them.
Very frustrating. Well, listen, get that petition sent off to that email address that I mentioned.
I will do.
And copy me in, and let's see what Milton Keynes Council are proposing to do to better manage your car park.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan.
OK, Andy, all the very best to you. Now to Justin. Justin and his partner have separated and decided to go their separate ways. She's trying to buy him out of the property they own together. But it's a bit of a race against time. You see, they need to get the paperwork done before his ex-partner's current mortgage offer runs out. Justin needed his identity to be checked for anti-money laundering purposes, but his conveyancer wasn't letting any clients into the office.
My particular company that I chose have said that they're not actually doing that at present because of the COVID restrictions, but they said that if I sent in all the documents and then we did a video conference call, that would suffice, and everything seemed okay at first. Then after a little while, I got calls back saying that unfortunately Louise's conveyancers weren't satisfied with that. She'd gone in to see her conveyancer and they'd gone through the steps face to face, and they're demanding that I do the same.
Well, Justin said it was just extremely frustrating. He feels as if this hurdle has been put in front of him, and indeed his ex, from completing on the sale and purchase of this property, and there's very little either of them seem able to do to hurry their solicitors up in terms of sorting some kind of solution out. Well, I promised Justin I would make contact with his conveyancer to try and resolve the issue, and I've done just that. Justin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Justin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. So, indeed, I did try to make contact with your conveyancer. Despite speaking on the telephone to a lady who assured me I'd get a call back, I didn't. It didn't necessarily surprise me, because very often we find with firms of solicitors, they are very reluctant to have conversations with someone like me. However, that doesn't stop me, and what I did was I found all of the names and email addresses of all of the partners of this law firm, and I emailed all of them and explained the fact that I was investigating their company, and I was very disappointed that you'd come to me and felt that they were acting as an obstacle rather than a facilitator in terms of making this sale go ahead. And they came back to me, unsurprisingly, and said, well, we're sorry that you've become involved in all of this, however, and we're not prepared to talk to you personally because of data protection. However, we will now resolve the issue with our client. And I gather they got straight on to you. What's happened, Justin?
Yeah, they were most indignant with the phone call and emails that you sent this, that's for sure.
I bet.
You ruffled a few feathers, didn't you?
Yes, I tend to.
Yeah, so essentially what's happened is a short time after we spoke again, they did call me back and they did seem, as I said, quite indignant about the fact that I'd got in contact with you. But as I said, this has been rolling on forever. And as you said, it was like a petty argument between a pair of children. It had just gone on and on and on. That being said, I said to them, come on, this is ridiculous for the amount of time that we've, you've known from a very early stage in this whole dealings that the other party's stance is that they want it face to face. So she went away, and a few phone calls were obviously made. But in a bizarre twist of events, it appears now that the other firm have agreed that I can do the video conference call after all. I don't really know what to say about that, to be perfectly honest, and that should be happening hopefully later today. There's been a few reasons why it's been unable to happen slightly earlier because of me being able to get the correct facilities to do it. But yes, I received an email just before coming on the air to say that they wanted to do it at 12:30. Well, I was determined to have my phone call with you to update you, and they could wait as far as I was concerned. But yeah, that's essentially where we are, Jonathan. The other side seemed to have conceded and said that yes, they will now accept the video conference call as the way forward. So that's what we're going to do.
Good. Okay, and do you feel as if your solicitors are now trying to hurry this along rather than dragging their feet?
Yeah, absolutely. This was the main catalyst for calling yourself, because in my opinion, this had dragged on far too long for both sides to dig their heels in and to not, come to some consensus between them, which was the right way forwards for such a long time. Bear in mind, I'd started the process back in May. I just felt this had gone on far too long, and emails and non-answered phone calls seem to have not got things moving. And you have a couple of phone calls, as you said, and emails, and all of a sudden I'm their most important client.
Good. Well, I'm pleased that's how you're now feeling. And I will obviously thank them for getting in touch with you and trying to resolve the issue. And I'm going to give them this. Just a little bit of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as everything is going ahead, and as soon as you're able to confirm that the other solicitors are happy with, who you are, and there's now no further obstacle ahead of you. So can you please keep me posted? Have you got to get off this phone now and go and have a conversation with them?
Not immediately. Not immediately, because I put them off for the time being because I wanted to speak to you, but it will be happening, I'm assured, sometime this afternoon, and good. I will feed the information back to you as to once everything has been resolved.
Well, I tell you what, shall we pencil in another conversation tomorrow and find out how that conversation goes this afternoon?
I'd love to. Smashing idea.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll get you booked in and I'll talk to you tomorrow, and fingers crossed you'll be able to report that everything is now going ahead nicely. Graham was telling me that sadly he lost his wife 3 years ago, but to his surprise, he's found love again. And, this love is quite crucial because as a result of this, he's joined a gym. But he came to me with a problem he's having with his gym membership.
Recently, I've rekindled the relationship with the girl I was engaged to 50 years ago at university. So Sue is 69 and I'm 68. And to be quite frank, we've got no desire to die yet. I've been in the current gym for about 10 years, the gym I'm in at the moment. And this year, joined up a joint membership for £550. So that was done on the 6th of March. The gym closed down on the 21st of March and then opened up again on the 1st of September. To be quite honest, we both regard a gym, any gym, not just this gym, any gym, as a very dangerous place. We don't want to get the virus and we don't want to die. It's as easy as that.
Well, he says he's tried to explain to the gym that he doesn't want to go ahead with his membership and would like a refund. But they were not satisfied at all with that, which is why Graham came to me. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Graham.
Jonathan, good morning to you.
Hello, Graham. Now, as you know, I've been in touch with this gym on your behalf, and it's been somewhat frustrating in terms of trying to speak to the relevant person. But they did communicate that they were, based on the terms of the contract with you, they were happy to hold off your membership and to extend it for a period of time, but they were certainly in no mood to release you from the contract, and they really feel as if they've now made the gym what they describe as COVID secure, and there's no reason for you to stay away now. Well, I know that you were still unhappy with that, and you were very much hoping to have a conversation with the man who runs that gym. Well, not only the gym, but the entire venue. And I gather you've now had a conversation with him, and things are looking up. What's the latest, Graham?
Well, it was always quite difficult with the gym manager. That was certainly the case. As you point out, there was no go on a refund and no go with an extension. And partly thanks to your involvement, there has been, let's call it, parent company involvement, and the extension then was regarded as acceptable. But quite bizarrely, the gym manager tried to cut me down to 6 months, claiming that my records listed just 6 months. But I guess my records were better than his, and so I was able to confirm that my records proved that I'd got a year's membership. And I'm quite delighted to say the vice president of the operations in the parent company contacted me and apologised profusely about the way I'd been messed about, and was delighted to offer me the 1 year for both Sue and myself. And so all was resolved. And he was an absolutely charming individual, and it was a very delightful conclusion, and partly thanks, of course, Jonathan, to you and your team.
And so when does this year's membership restart?
Well, I thought it would be a nice treat as a birthday present. I was born on the 1st of April, and so it starts on the 1st of April.
Right.
So how nice.
Well, and let's hope, I mean, all of us, I think, are looking at the situation at the moment and wondering what on earth the next few months have in store for us. But let's really hope that by next April, things are looking better. Let's hope that there's the possibility that this vaccine may be around, and that actually the fears around COVID-19 might have dissipated somewhat. Let's hope. That's all we can do.
But the thing is, it's a positive effort by them to see me halfway, and so that is appreciated.
Yes, quite. And did you feel, because I know part of the problem that you had before, not only had you lost your confidence in terms of going ahead and going to the gym as a result of the virus, but also from the response you'd had, you didn't feel particularly confident in the people running the gym. Has that been restored because of this conversation you've had with them?
Well, the guys who actually do the hard labour in the gym are excellent. So I'm confident on that. But of course, there are challenges in all gyms at the moment, because as you move between equipment to equipment, you have to wear face masks. So it's quite horrendous. You know, gyms are quite unpleasant at all times for most people, but to have to put a face mask on every time is difficult. But I'm quite confident that things will be run quite well there.
Okay, good. Well, listen, good luck. I hope that you're able to enjoy the gym membership. It looks from the website, I haven't been to this venue, but it looks a beautiful place to go. So hopefully by next April you will enjoy a year's worth of membership there. Shall I thank the guy that runs the place? Shall I give him the horn or not?
No, I think that's quite good. I'd prefer that the Vice President of Operations receive the horn, because he did marvellously well. But you will know the right thing to do.
Graham, now Elizabeth was doing a big shop. And on one particular day, when she was doing this big shop, she went to 3 different supermarkets. Blimey, it really was a big shop, wasn't it? It was the last supermarket that really gave her cause for concern.
As I went in the last supermarket, there was nothing outside the store, and it was quite a way in the store. And when I looked at what was available, there was only one small bottle of sanitizer, about the size of a woman's shampoo bottle. And there was 1 inch of sanitizer in the bottom. And this supermarket is huge, and there were lots and lots of people going out. in and out, one roll of paper available. I asked if I could speak to the manager, and his attitude was so laid back, he just couldn't have cared less. And in the end, I just said, look, I'm sorry, but this is putting profit before people. And, this has got really serious now. You need to improve things. I said, why? You tell me why I should shop here. And he just couldn't have cared less. I said, if you can't protect us, why should I shop here?
Well, it's really, really frustrating, and we've been off to have a word with the supermarket. Sadly, Elizabeth can't join us on the programme. However, Tara, I know after the first response we had from them, which we weren't desperately impressed by, because in the response they gave us, they didn't seem to address the sanitiser at all. They just talked about how they're following the rules and they're doing everything they have to do, which did not directly respond to Elizabeth's sanitiser concerns. I know you've been back to them to press them further and to ask for a response that actually talks about sanitiser. What's the latest from them?
Well, it is quite a similar one, but they have used the word sanitiser in the response this time.
That's a help.
So here we go. This is a response
Tesco,
from
yeah?
Tesco,
Yeah.
yes. So a Tesco spokesperson said, the safety of our customers and colleagues is our top priority, and we are closely following government guidance. We have strict health and safety and social distancing processes in place in our stores, which includes the provision of hand sanitiser at the entrance of the store and at multiple points across the sales floor. And that's it. So although it includes the word hand sanitiser in there, it doesn't really do that much to address Elizabeth's points, which were the fact that this is a big store that she visited on that day, and she didn't feel that a shampoo-sized bottle was going to be big enough for the number of customers without it needing to be monitored and changed on a regular basis to cater for all those people that were going in there. So that issue wasn't really addressed necessarily, specifically really, apart from the fact that they have it at that point in the entrance hall and in other parts throughout the store. And neither was the fact that Elizabeth felt that the manager in this instance didn't really deal with her concerns in the way she felt would have been appropriate.
Now, we are aware, having done numerous programmes over the last few months, that all of the supermarkets seem to have their good branches and their not so good branches. You know, we had, when we talked about this last time, we had a lot of Tesco shoppers contacting the programme saying, well, my particular branch, they're excellent.
Sandy kept coming up as being a good branch.
My particular branch, there's loads of sanitiser. My particular branch, the manager's really helpful. And then other people saying, well, not at this branch. Elizabeth, if you're listening to the programme, I would just love for you to give us some feedback next time you go to this particular branch to see if anything has improved, because I want to make sure that as a result of raising this concern, that particular branch is given a bit of a talking to. You know, you would expect the head office at Tesco to be calling up that manager and saying, look, we've had a complaint from somebody about this branch. You need to make sure you've got the sanitiser there on the door. You need to make sure that you're doing everything you possibly can, because it's not acceptable that you're not.
Having spoken to Elizabeth a few times about this, she was so annoyed by the response that she received and the fact that the hand sanitiser bottle wasn't, she thought, big enough for this particular store. I'm not sure she will be going back there.
Well, we will, of course, continue to monitor things, and we will monitor across all of the supermarkets. And if there's a supermarket you have concerns about, well, you can always drop me a line. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, I purchased a toaster and kettle back in September 2019. Recently, the handle on the kettle's broke. So I got back in touch with the company where I purchased it.
Sorry to stop you there. Can I just... your phone was a little bit dodgy at the point you told me the date. Was it 2017, you said?
No, 2019.
Okay, 2019. When in 2019?
September.
Okay, September. And you say you bought this kettle and toaster set.
Mm-hmm.
How smart. How much was it?
It was about £90 altogether.
Mm-hmm. And you say the handle on the kettle's broken?
Yes, it's like a wooden handle and it had broken off. So I contacted the company at the end of August this year and explained to them what happened. They asked for photographic evidence, which I sent them. They then come back and asked for me to cut the cord on the mains so that obviously I couldn't use it again. I did ask them why they wanted me to do this. I didn't see why I had to do it because it was a faulty kettle anyway, and they basically said that if I wanted a replacement, this is what I had to do. So I cut the cord, sent photographic evidence, and now they're saying they can't find my account details. I sent them my account details, and they've ignored me ever since.
I don't understand the cutting of the cord.
Neither did I, but I thought it would make my life easier. I'd get a new kettle, cut the cord, and, yeah.
But do they want you to cut the cord because they were worried you might try and use it even though it was broken?
They didn't explain. They just said if I want a new kettle, this is what I had to do, and I had to prove that I'd cut and I had to cut it a centimetre away from the base. They made that very clear. So I just did it because I thought, well, I've got young children. I don't really want a broken kettle anyway, so I'll do it. I'm not going to use it again.
I presume it must be. It must be because they're concerned that if you didn't do that, you might be tempted to use the kettle. And then maybe they were worried that, you know, that the handle would completely break off and you pour boiling water all over yourself.
Yeah, well, you'd like to think, but I've not heard back from them since.
Well, I can't see any other reason why they'd ask you to cut the cord, unless it was... So they weren't asking you to send it off to them?
No, they wanted proof that I'd cut the cord, so I sent them proof that I'd cut the cord, and then the next thing was, we can't find your account details.
I've got to be honest, Kylie. I've dealt with my fair share of consumer problems. This is up there in terms of being a bit weird.
Yes.
I've never heard of this response before. You go to the retailer says, oh yeah, cut the cable off it, and send us a photo of the cable that you've cut off it, and then they still don't get things sorted out after they've asked you to do such an odd thing. It's very, very bizarre.
Yeah, and they insisted that I cut the cord because I said, why do I need to cut the cord? I don't understand. It seems a bit ridiculous. And they said, as requested, please cut the cord, send photographic evidence, and we will replace your kettle. So I did this because I just want my new kettle back.
And when was that done? When did you send that off to them?
The pictures, a couple of weeks ago now. Maybe, I think I've borrowed a kettle off a friend for about 3 weeks now.
So when did it break?
It was about end of August.
Okay, fine. Well, it's very strange. The toaster's all right, though.
The toaster's fine, but then I don't use it loads. I use the kettle more often. But yeah, the toaster's fine. It's just the kettle.
Right. Well, we need to go and have a little word, don't we? This is a very strange one. Laura, can I pass Kylie back to you? Can we get some detail? Can we go and have a word with this retailer and ask why on earth they have felt it was the right thing to do to tell the customer to cut the cable off?
Absolutely.
Very weird.
Bizarre. We've never had anything like this, have we?
No, absolutely not. Okay, Kylie, listen, this will be an intriguing one. I'll pass you back to Laura. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Brilliant. Take care. Bye.
Hang on there, please. If anybody else has ever had that experience with an electrical appliance, the only thing I can think of is safety, because they're worried that a customer might still try and use a product when it's clear to the retailer that if they did try and use the product, it would then be dangerous. But I've never heard of that before. Anyway, we'll try and get to the bottom of it. Mike has had his shopping delivered by the same supermarket for the last 11 years. He's really appreciated the service as he has health issues which make shopping difficult for him. But he's really worried about the news that changes are coming to the way his groceries are currently being delivered.
The drivers have always been excellent. In fact, they go the extra mile because I'm blind and therefore dealing with shopping can be, let's say, tricky, because if you've got lots of products that feel identical, they'll even put them in separate piles for me. A month ago, an email was sent out to say that the system was being changed, and this seems to be in response to a lot of criticism about a lot of carrier bags. The idea now is that the drivers bring in the plastic crates. You then have to transfer everything yourself from the crates into whatever kind of containers you're using. And that's probably quite a good system for people who are reasonably fit.
Well, is there any additional help that the supermarket can offer to Mike and others who are worried about this change to the system that they are going to operate? Mike's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Mike. Now, as you are aware, we went off to have a word with the supermarket. They are Sainsbury's, and they came back with this response. They said, "We have measures in place for online deliveries to keep everyone safe. This includes frequent cleaning of all equipment, as well as sanitizer for our drivers to use before and after each delivery. Our drivers are also not taking customer deliveries into their homes. And so to support our customers who are either shielding or may struggle to carry crates through their homes, we're asking them to leave their bags outside their door so our drivers can transfer everything into the bags for them. We're doing everything we can to support customers who may require additional assistance while these measures are in place, and we're in touch with Michael to discuss his options." Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is great news. As we head into the winter, Michael, the last thing you want is a whole load of people coming in and out of your house, because you do not want to catch coronavirus this winter. So it's very important for supermarkets to make sure that they can find a way of helping you without putting you at risk of the virus. And as far as I'm concerned, if they were to say to you, right, put your bags out, now we are now going to put everything for your fridge in this bag, okay, it's in the bag now, you take that into your fridge, and then you know that everything in that bag, you know where that's all got to be put. As far as I'm concerned, if that then means you've not got people traipsing in and out of your house, that's the best of both worlds. You were going to get some bags for life, so you could get that system in place. I gather you were due a delivery of your shopping. How did things go, Mike?
Slightly differently to what we expected. When the driver arrived, I offered him the bags, which I couldn't leave outside because it was windy and rainy. I need to find a way of pinning the bags down so they won't get blown away. And when I handed him the bags, he said, "How do you want to do this?" So I assumed, as he'd already told me it was on the paperwork I was blind, he was aware of the discussions that had gone on. So I said, "Well, I'll leave it up to you." So he said, "Right, I'll bring it in then." And that's how it wound up. Right. He did a very good job of it, and I retreated to the hall. I had a mask on anyway, and he had a mask and gloves on.
Right.
So it went smoothly, but not the way it was expected.
Well, I mean, it worked okay, and it sounds if both of you had your masks on and he had gloves, it sounds as if everything was done in a COVID-safe way.
Yes.
I still feel, you know, based on your own circumstances, based on your age and your health conditions, Mike, I still feel as we head into the winter, and as unfortunately this virus seems to be taking off again, the last thing anybody wants is for you to get it. So I still feel, ideally, it would be better if you don't have people bringing your shopping in. I know that's not, from a convenience perspective, it's not helping, but I still feel it would be better if you didn't have people coming into your house. It's entirely up to you whether or not you go with that advice, but I still think if they could decant things into bags that you then take back into your house, that would be better.
I think part of the decision may well have been because it was raining heavily at the time.
Yeah, very, very possibly. And I can understand that. And they were I'm sure it sounds as if you had a very nice driver who was trying his very best to help you out.
He was very good.
Yeah, and it sounds like it. And it doesn't sound, you know, the story you've told me, I'm not gasping in horror because I think you've been, you know, exposed to any danger here. It sounds as if everything was done in a really responsible way. I just think if they can find a way of giving you the stuff in your own bags. See, maybe what they could do, and I know when I have my shopping delivered, the van arrives, and then they're often in the van outside for about 10 minutes before they knock at the front door because they're sorting everything out.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe what would be a better idea is if when they arrive, they come straight to your front door, you then give them the bags.
Mm-hmm.
They then go back into their truck, sort it all out, bag it all up. So whether it's raining or cold or whatever it may be, they're under the shelter of their own vehicle. And then they bring you back each bag and they say, right, that's got all your stuff for your fridge. That's got the stuff, that's all your tins and stuff for your cupboards. That's your cleaning products. All that, they could separate it like that, couldn't they?
Yes. Yes.
So, but I think it's probably going to be a suck it and see. And I think probably it will all depend a little bit on the individual driver you get and what they are and are not prepared to do. In terms of your initial fears, where you were worried that they really were just going to leave you on your own, floundering about outside your house, trying to work out what was what and putting it away yourself, it sounds as if there's no way they're going to leave you in that predicament, and I think that's good. Are you feeling happier?
I am a lot happier because the original description, which would be a general one for the average customer, would have left me and many others in difficulties. This way round now, it's not that dissimilar to before, just a slight adaptation, and I've got the benefit of, knowing that it's as safe as it can be.
Yes, quite. Well, I want to thank Sainsbury's very much indeed for having a common sense perspective to all of this, and, let's hope it continues to work. I'm going to thank them. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Mike, if this starts to go wrong at all, if you have any issues, please come straight back to us, won't you? Now, Jitu spent £5,500 on 2 new sofas with back recliners. A lot of money. It's a manual operation, but when the sofas were delivered, one of them didn't work properly. Well, Jitu complained to the company, and they replaced it. But 8 months later, the same has happened on, I can't remember if it's the same sofa or a different sofa, one of the two anyway. Well, the company, Jitu was telling me, were coming around again to have a look at the sofa, but Jitu's lost confidence in the product, and he really wonders whether the Consumer Rights Act will help him out with this.
My main concern, Jonathan, is the company has made reference to to the fact that on the invoice it says imperfect goods. Now, I'm not sure where I actually stand as far as the Consumer Rights Act is concerned. It was not mentioned to me at the point of sale, and to be very honest, when I paid for the settees, I didn't actually notice on the invoice quite boldly printed imperfect goods.
Well, it's all a bit odd, really, isn't it? Quite why they would have sold him the sofa and described it as imperfect goods without making him well aware of the fact that he was purchasing imperfect goods. And surely they would have had to outline exactly what was wrong with the item. I mean, if you go and buy a pair of shoes and they're sold as being imperfect, then surely it would be perfectly reasonable to expect the retailer to point out what the defect is with those shoes, and surely it should be something cosmetic rather than that the sole's about to fall off them. Anyway, I said to Jitu that I think at this stage what I would be inclined to do is to allow the retailer an opportunity to try and put right the mechanism with the sofa, but also to make clear to them his concerns over the way the sofas had been sold to him, and the fact he'd never had it explained before the sofas were, as they now put it, imperfect, and what was actually wrong with them in the first place. Well, Jitu, I know, has been having conversations with that company. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jitu.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
First of all, was this the same sofa that it broke on, or the other one?
No, it was the replacement one.
It's the replacement one that's broken. Okay.
Again, yeah.
Which is so strange. Now, I know you've had a conversation with them. How did that conversation go, Jitu?
Well, I had a visit from the company. A director and a technician came. Mm-hmm. This was on Friday, the 25th September.
Yeah.
And they both agreed or decided that the settee has to be taken back to their workshop to be fixed, because I don't think they can fix it here at my residence. And that's how we've left it. I did say to them that I would like to have a report from, because I've been now dealing with the chairman of the company. I've asked them to send me a report as to what they are proposing to do, so that when I respond, I could say to them that, okay, you can repair it, but there is a proviso. If it happens again, then I should be I should have my right to basically ask for a full refund.
Well, or either to refund or to have a replacement sofa. Did you raise... the fundamental issue for me, though, with this company is, what's wrong with your sofa? You say that it now transpires on the invoice. They've written down that it's an imperfect sofa. What's wrong with it?
Well, nothing from what I understand. They actually, the business, without saying too much about this business to give the identity of the company, they from about every certain period of the year, they have an open day where the general public can go and buy the furniture from there, and there's all sorts of furniture, settees and cupboards and all, and...
But hang on a second. This isn't one of these companies that sells seconds of products, is it?
No. It's a company which actually sells to other, sort of on a wholesale basis to other companies, but it opens up to the general public for a few days a year.
Right, but did you... Okay. Well, that could potentially be a little different. So you need to be aware of that. If you've bought this product from a company that either has sold this as a sold as seen, or if it is made quite clear that it is your responsibility as a customer at the point of purchasing this product to look it over, then of course it would be your responsibility to make sure that you're happy with the product, and it may well be that you're not entitled to reject the goods. I thought the way you were telling me the story when you first came on, you'd gone into a proper retailer that sells furniture and you'd purchased this as brand new furniture, and it just so happens that there was this little writing on the invoice that you hadn't noticed that described it as being imperfect.
Yes, most of, in fact, all the furniture is new there. But people are allowed to obviously sit on the settees, and if you decide to buy it, and that's the settee you get. It's not something they say we'll now order it for you, and it comes directly from the manufacturers.
Right. Well, I think as they've suggested they are going to fix it, and I presume they're not talking about charging you.
No.
Right. Well, I think you need to offer them that opportunity to get it fixed.
Yeah.
And to wait and see what they have to say. If, of course, it goes again, well, it may well be beneficial at that point for me to go and have a word with them and just to find out exactly why they've sold this furniture to you in the way that they're suggesting they have sold it to you, and why that then means they're not prepared to do what you are expecting them to do, and that's to either replace the furniture or give you a refund. It's a bit unusual. I at this stage, I'm not going to say anything more because I don't know exactly how it's been sold.
That's right.
But let's wait and see what happens, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah. If I give you more information, Jonathan, then I might identify the company. So I think it is best to leave it.
That's right. And I don't want you to do that. But there is a big difference between going to a retailer, seeing a sofa that you like, buying it, getting it home, and the rights that you then are afforded, and going to some kind of, pop-up warehouse sale from a company that normally supplies retailers, but suddenly they've got a whole load of this furniture that's left over. Why is it left over? Is it customer returns? Is it faulty goods that have been repaired? Is it stuff that was manufactured but there was a defect in the manufacturing process, so they're selling it a bit cheaper? I don't know exactly the method with which this was sold to you, and your rights would be different if you were sold a product where it was very clear that you're buying in some way damaged goods or goods that had been returned because they were faulty. So and there is a case of, as a consumer, you are taking a bit of a risk when you buy furniture or buy anything really in that kind of sale. Listen, Jitu, let me know how the repair goes. Fingers crossed that will sort it and that will be an end to the problem. And hopefully you won't need me to take it any further for you, but we'll wait and see what happens. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jitu, very much indeed. Judith's on the line. Hello, Judith.
Morning, JVS. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Judith. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I'm calling on behalf of my daughter who, because she's at work, she can't take or make calls like this. Some 20-odd years ago, she moved into a new housing association house. They planted at random a load of trees in every garden. So to cut a long story short, the tree is now far too big for the small garden she has. The sunshine between April and October has been obliterated now from the majority of the day by the tree. The roots are all over the garden and parts of the garden can't be mowed. The lamppost over the wall on the roadside has now been totally disappeared from view because of the tree. Birds poop constantly all over my grandson's trampoline, and the adjoining neighbour's sunshine has also been limited and complains about the huge amount of leaves in her garden in autumn. So, yes, too big a tree for too small a garden.
I'm just looking at a photo of this tree that you've sent us.
Yeah, that doesn't do it justice, actually.
Well, it's a whopper, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of tree is it? I mean, it's a lovely tree.
It is. It's a sycamore. That's the one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shape.
Oh, it is.
But it does appear to be a bit in the wrong place because it's an enormous tree that would look lovely in a forest.
Absolutely.
But if you're going to have it in a garden, that kind of tree does need a bit of management, and it needs.
Yes.
I would say over the years it's been allowed just to keep growing and growing and growing.
Well, we were told that we can't touch it because apparently there's a preservation order on it.
Oh, is there? Ah.
Yeah, now we've been told, oh no, you can't possibly want to cut a tree that beautiful down. You know, people that come into wherever you live, it looks beautiful for visitors. Well, nobody can see it. You know, the tree is not on the main road. The tree is in my garden.
The thing is, just because it's got a preservation order on it does not mean it can't be attended to.
Well,
when I say attended to, I mean, do you actually want it cut down, or do you want it just cut back?
Well, I mean, cut down would be wonderful, but let's be realistic. We're happy to meet halfway. Cut it right down how they do them on the roadside sometimes. They will eventually grow back again. We just want some light in the garden. We want to be able to stop all the birds in the area from making it their home. Yeah. And, really.
Well, I was going to say, I think if the tree has got a preservation order on it, I think trying to get it completely removed is going to be a bit of a battle.
Fair enough.
However, the block of flats that I used to live in, we had an enormous tree in the front garden that had a preservation order on it. And this tree also used to grow, completely unruly and would block out light from people's properties. So the tree surgeon used to apply to the council for permission to come and cut it. And then, once a year or once every 2 years, the tree surgeon would come out and cut it right back. And it was still perfectly possible with a preservation order on it because it's part of the healthy management of that tree.
Absolutely.
Is the tree's obviously owned by the housing association?
Yes.
Right. And I mean, are they saying to your daughter who lives in the property that they are prepared to do anything or absolutely nothing at all?
No, nothing at all. And we can't touch it. It's a good preservation order. I think that's the way of saying, please
Have
go
you
away.
checked to make sure that's true? Because it does. It's a lovely looking tree, but if it's in the middle of a whole load of gardens and no one else can see it, that seems slightly odd.
Absolutely, I agree. We obviously took their word for it. They put it in, they must know. So they should never have put a tree that was going to go to that magnitude in a small garden.
Well, I think I would be inclined to, first of all, check out with the council if the tree has got a preservation order on it.
Right.
So, I would suggest that that's probably a good idea, because it may well be that you're being fobbed off.
Yes, maybe.
And by telling you that there's a preservation order on it, then the Housing Association are justifying the fact that they don't want to spend any money on maintaining the tree.
Quite.
But as I always say, I'm sorry, but if you've got trees in your garden, that's lovely. But those trees come with responsibility. And you have a duty, particularly to your neighbours that are around you, to make sure that you maintain those trees and you cut them back and you don't allow them to grow completely out of control and block out light in everyone else's house, and with the root damage cause to people's driveways and other problems. I mean, there is all kinds of issues with trees, which is why you need to think very carefully about where you put them and whether you're prepared for the often very large expense. That tree I was talking about in the front garden of the block of flats, it used to cost us about £800 just for that one tree to be attended to.
That is the problem, Jonathan, because, it's been left and left. My daughter can't afford a tree surgeon. And one of the things I wanted to ask you was whether, because she didn't plant the tree, it was just put there. Obviously, she didn't know much about sycamores or how big they grow at the time. Is it our responsibility to pay for this maintaining of the tree?
Well, it depends. It depends on what kind of contract your daughter has with the Housing Association.
Right, okay.
Does she have a contract where she's liable for all the maintenance in the property in the garden?
The house, no. The garden, I don't know. We've never approached that.
Well, I think it would be a bit smelly, to be honest, even if in the contract the Housing Association is able to say, well, look, you have complete responsibility for maintaining the garden. Yes, OK, cutting the grass, making sure the flower beds don't grow over the fence.
Yes,
however, if the Housing Association were the ones that planted a tree that has now become massive 20 years later, it seems a bit unfair if your daughter didn't plant that tree that she is then told, well, you've now got to get tree surgeons round and spend £800 as they're all hanging from equipment. Because this tree is so huge. I mean, they're going to need harnesses and everything to climb up and cut that right back. So it's going to be an expensive job. It's probably going to take an entire day for a team of tree surgeons to deal with that. It's going to be an expensive job. And I don't think it would be fair to expect your daughter to pay for all of that herself.
No.
Would you like me to go and have a little word with the Housing Association?
Oh, please, yes.
OK, I'll be more than happy to do that for you. If you could, in the meantime, please just go and have a word with the council and check and see whether or not the tree does genuinely have a preservation order on it.
OK.
Because if it doesn't, I'd quite like to be able to catch the Housing Association out with that. So that information would be quite useful.
OK.
But
do I ask for any specific part of the council? I've never done this sort of thing before. So.
If you phone the council, just explain that you want to speak to someone about a tree preservation order in the area. Could they put you through to the relevant department and explain? And I'm sure you will have to identify exactly where the tree is and what kind of tree it is. And they should have a list of the trees that have preservation orders on them in that local area.
Okay. That's great, I'll do that.
Good, OK. Lovely. I'll go and have a word with the Housing Association and let's reconvene when we both have some information.
Super. OK, thank you so very much.
OK, absolute pleasure. Thank you, Judith. It's the J. Now, Brian bought a tablet 2 years ago. In August of this year, it developed a fault. And now the screen, he said, was just covered in black lines. So he took it back to the shop where he bought it from. They said, well, you need to get a report to identify what's actually wrong with it. He duly did that. He sent the tablet off to the manufacturer to get the report.
They took the tablet, had a look at it, and said it was definitely a hardware issue. And they've also gave me a letter to send back to the retailer. I sent them a letter explaining everything with a copy of the letter from the manufacturer, and gave them 14 days to answer, saying that they were in breach of contract because it wasn't of satisfactory quality and not fit for purpose, and they've absolutely ignored it.
Well, it's ridiculous. We got in touch with the retailer to try and get this all sorted out. Brian's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Brian.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Brian. So, as you are aware, This is Curry's PC World, and they came back to us with this response. They said, "We are truly sorry for the amount of time it took us to respond to Brian's letter. We've immediately contacted him to apologise for this delay and have offered him the £250 he will need to cover the cost of the replacement tablet, which he's accepted." Well, we updated that last time, and you're obviously very happy with that, but I said to you I'm going to retain a tiny bit of honkage of my horn for when you have the money. The question is, Brian, are you now fully flush with 250 quid?
No, I've spent it on a new tablet.
as long as you've got it. So,
absolutely.
And the new one, is it the same as the old one, or have you upgraded? What have you done?
I've upgraded.
Right. Well, yes. I was going to say, I mean, 2 years, everything goes a bit out of date anyway, doesn't it? So
it does.
Why not? Okay, so you're a happy bunny?
I'm so happy, Jonathan. Thank you for all the help and the team. Done a marvellous job.
It's a pleasure. We will thank Curry's PC World. We will give them the full horn. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Another result.
If you have a consumer problem, we can do the same for you.
The JVS Show. BBC. Three Counties Radio.
Now, British dog breeders have reported a huge surge in demand since the start of the pandemic, with more and more households deciding that now is absolutely the right time to get a dog. Well, let's just hope those people have thought it through seriously. It's a very, very big and important decision to make. But if you have made that decision, how can you make sure the newest addition to your family is adequately insured? It's a very important factor that you must think about. Simon Wheeler is Managing Director of Aylesbury-based Agria Pet Insurance, provider of Kennel Club Pet Insurance. Hello to you, Simon. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I'm good, thank you. I, as a pet owner who has a cat and a dog, both insured, it's starting to cost more and more every year, but it's a basic thing that you need to make sure you've got. I mean, you'd be a bit silly, really, wouldn't you, not to have pet insurance?
I think it's one of those things. I think you wouldn't dream of not insuring your house. You have to insure your car under the law. But if you look at the number of claims that we have for pet insurance compared to home and motor, it's sort of significantly more. We'd expect probably over 30% of our policyholders to claim every year. If you look at motor and home, I think from the last figures I've seen, home's around about 15, motor might be low 20s, 22, 23. So probably the highest claimed on form of personal finance.
So what kind of policy should you be buying? What if people are looking for the best policies out there that will give them the most comprehensive cover? What are the major factors they need to look for?
There are broadly three types of policy. I mean, we sell lifetime policies, and that is probably best described as a pool of money to pay for your veterinary fees each year, and as long as you keep paying each year with your renewal, then that pool of money just gets topped up again. So that will cover conditions throughout the animal's life, as long as there's no break in cover. There are other policies in the marketplace, some that will have a sum of money to pay for a condition through the animal's life, and you draw down on that sum of money when you start claiming. And there are some that are more time limited, so you have some money to pay for each condition, but it'll only pay out for a period of time, and typically that would be 12 months. So, for example, if you had an animal with a skin condition, it quite happily pay for the first few bills. After 12 months after the condition started, it would stop paying out.
And in terms of the level of cover, what do people need to be looking for? Because as far as I'm concerned, most of the policies seem to offer cover for, say, 2,000 or 3,000, then 4,000 or 5,000, and then you can get the really expensive policies that will cover you for kind of 6,000 or 7,000, maybe even £8,000 a year. Anybody that's ever had a pet that becomes very ill and has to be in the vets a lot will know that the bill very quickly mounts up into the thousands. What's the ideal level of cover you should be looking for?
I think, one, it depends very much on your own household circumstances, on what you might or might not be prepared to pay or could pay, and I think also the pet that you've got. I mean, some pets are more prone to conditions than others, but it's very difficult to predict what will happen, just as it is with you or I, what conditions, what you might go down with, what accidents you might have as you go through life. You know, we had a dog last week, and it had meningitis with an MRI scan, some other treatment, and the vet bill was over £9,000. You can imagine that owner would never have believed when they got the dog as a puppy that they would see vet bills of that level. So, you know, I think the money is there to pay. If you can do it to a human, you can probably do it to a dog or a cat. But there's no National Health Service, so that comes with an associated bill.
Sure. Simon, we will leave it there, but thank you very much indeed. Simon Wheeler is the Managing Director of Aylesbury-based Agria Pet Insurance, provider of Kennel Club Pet Insurance. And my advice to you from a completely impartial perspective, make sure when you're looking for pet insurance, make sure you do your research. Look at what other people who've had to make claims with an insurance policy are saying about that, a case that a lot of you have been following with great interest. It's Jackie's. Jackie was telling me that just as lockdown started, the hinge of her daughter's laptop decided to break. Talk about timing, eh? Well, it was about a year old at the time. Jackie was anticipating that with the lockdown on the horizon, she thought, I just need to get this fixed as quickly as possible. So she didn't take it back to the retailer. She took it to a small local shop that did repairs on electrical items such as this. Well, when she took it into them, they initially were going to charge her £25. But then the price went up to £40 because they said they'd need to order in another part for it. So when it was due to be fixed, she went back to the shop during the lockdown, she said, to pick it up.
He flipped the switch behind the counter and the shutters were coming down. And I just started to panic, and I was all a bit nervous, and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Yes, well, I'm skipping forward a little bit, really, because when Jackie went into the shop to pick up the laptop, they then at that point said that, in fact, the screen was now damaged. They alleged that apparently the screen had been damaged when she first took it in, and they said that she was going to have to pay much more in order for the laptop to be fixed and returned to her. It was at that point that she complained, and that's when they tried to lock her in the shop. Well, Jackie said the whole experience was extremely unpleasant. She says there's no way the screen was broken when she first took the laptop in. When she took it in, it was just simply the hinge that was broken. She felt that the company had been very intimidating towards her, which is why she asked if I could go and have a word with the company. And indeed, I've done just that. And sadly, as soon as I came off air and had a look into the details of this company, it all came back to me that I'd had dealings with them in the past. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh dear, Jackie. Yes, indeed, I've had dealings with this company in the past, and it wasn't a very pleasant experience. And I would urge everybody listening, make sure, please, when you start taking items, particularly valuable items, into shops, into companies, do a bit of research, have a look online, see what people are saying, because if you do a bit of research on this company, you will indeed find other reports from people saying that they have found the response from the people that work in their shop to be at times aggressive. Now, when I had a conversation with the man that purports to be the manager of the shop, and I think actually he's the calmest one that you've dealt with, isn't he?
I'm not really sure who is who. All I know is that there is one particular gentleman that has been extremely aggressive and unpleasant every time I've dealt with him.
Well, the manager assures me that he's now left the company.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know whether he has left the company.
No.
But he tells me he's left the company. When I said to him, well, how long has this person worked for the company, the one that was aggressive? And he said, oh, he's only worked for a month for the company. I said, well, why is it then if I look at reviews from some of your customers on the internet, I've got reports going back 10 months ago talking about having had an aggressive response from members of staff in the shop? He said, oh, that's someone else. So I don't quite know what's going on. The man who says he's the manager, and indeed he seems to be the registered director of the company at the moment, he says that he took over the shop since my last involvement. Because I know when I had a previous experience with this shop, they were very aggressive on the phone to me. But this man, to be fair to him, in his manner was not aggressive on the phone. But he did say that you're lying. He said, when you brought the laptop into them, the screen was broken. But he says, I can hear you gasping.
I'm trying to desperate to respond.
I know. Don't worry. I will let you respond in just a second. But he said that when you brought the laptop in, the screen was broken. But you said, don't worry about that. I don't want that fixed because the laptop's still working despite the broken screen. I just want the hinge to be repaired. When I said, well, the customer doesn't agree with that, and the customer absolutely says that the screen was fine, the only problem with it was the hinge, he said, well, no, she's lying, because the screen was broken when she first brought it in. And I said, well, why doesn't it say that the screen was broken on the paperwork? If I was running a repair company and somebody brought in a laptop with a damaged screen and I'm being asked to repair a hinge on it, I would be making sure that on the paperwork that exists between me and the customer, if the customer indeed has said that they don't want the screen to be fixed, I would make sure that I wrote that down on the paperwork and got the customer to sign it to make sure that I don't get blamed at a later date.
And that's exactly what I've said to them every single time I've had this row with them. And they've said to me, but there isn't space on the repair ticket to put all that information. And I could argue that you would try and cover yourself as a shop. They will not have it. I don't know who would take in a laptop with a smashed up screen and say, please only fix the hinge. It doesn't even make any logical sense.
He seemed to be arguing that because your daughter could apparently still use the laptop with the broken screen, you didn't want the expense of having that fixed, which is why you just wanted the hinge to be done. But look, as far as I'm concerned, it was very foolish of him. Let's work on the basis. Let's say that he's telling the truth. It was very foolish of him to take on that job without putting it in writing between the two of you that the screen was already damaged at the point that the laptop was brought into them and that he'd specifically been told not to fix it. So, working on that basis, the fact that that paperwork doesn't exist, I'm going to take what he says with a pinch of salt. And it was exactly that point that I put to him. He kind of flip-flopped about, and he was kind of trying to work out how to deal with this conversation with me. I was focusing a lot on the aggression from the member of his staff, who he says he's sacked. Because
I don't know when he sacked him, because he phoned me Friday afternoon just after 3 o'clock.
Yeah. As I say, I'm taking a lot of all of this with a pinch of salt. He did say to me that the bill for the laptop, he says it wasn't 40 quid, it was 50 quid. And he says on the paperwork it says 50 quid.
There is no piece of paperwork where it says £50. The first time I ever heard the word £50 was when the chap phoned me Friday afternoon. At no point has this figure ever been mentioned. On Friday afternoon, he even said to me that he gave me a repair ticket on Friday that clearly states £50, and it's only ever been £50. It just didn't happen. That situation just didn't happen, and I kept arguing with him that the first point I'd ever heard £50 was there and then. It's always been 40. I ran through every scenario, every situation I'd been in where I'd been confirming the £40. He denied that he'd ever tried to charge me £60 or £90 or £70. He didn't. Anything he said, it just had no bearing on reality at all. He was just pulling stories out of the air and making them his truth.
He said, because the conversation was going round and round, he said he had other customers in the shop, so he needed to end this. And the way we left the conversation last week was I said to him, fine, well, what I want you to do, I want you to get that laptop fixed for the price that you originally quoted, and I want that laptop working. And he said that he was going to get in contact with you. So how have things been left in terms of the conversation? How did that conversation go?
It didn't go very well at all. It was really unpleasant. When he phoned me, so...
Is this the manager?
Well, no. Well, I don't know who the manager actually is. What I can say is that the guy that phoned me Friday afternoon, he was extremely polite, and he introduced himself to me, and he gave me his name, and he said that he was the guy that I spoke to, that I saw in the shop on Wednesday. Now, the only other time that I actually know that I've seen this same guy is the same guy that tried to trap me in the shop last March. And he said, would you like me to go ahead with the £50 fix that we agreed? So then I said, but we've never agreed £50. I know it's such a silly amount of money. For me, I think I was getting so frustrated because he was saying that we previously agreed. And I'm saying, but we've never agreed this. And he said, yes, we have. That's all it's ever been. You know that's all it's ever been. I've never tried to charge you any more. And then he came up with this story about giving me a repair receipt last Wednesday, which just didn't happen. And because he was just making any reality he wanted, I kind of thought, I can't argue with this. There is nothing that I can say that is going to make a difference. But
it's really very... I mean, I know what you're talking about, because in the conversation, what this man tends to do, it's a kind of... It's a strange... it's a strange journey of logic that you go on with him. It's very important just to be absolutely crystal clear when you're talking to him. And it's very simple. The paperwork that you have when you first took the laptop in for repair, I presume you still have a copy of that paperwork.
I do have a copy. I mean, it was a PDQ receipt, and in all honesty, the ink is wearing off, but I do have a photograph of it, and I have sent it to your team, and it says on it, I think it just says hinge repair, and it says £25. I then, when I had a phone call with him when I didn't get my machine back, and he said, oh, there's another £15 in parts. So I've manually written £40 on it, just because in March I was just making a note. I didn't even know there was going to be any issues. That is the only piece of paperwork I have in relation to the repair of my laptop. And I have been over and over the situation with him of, if I'd have given you a smashed up laptop, you would have commented. And he says, of course we wouldn't, because there isn't room to write that on the receipt. That's his answer to that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you've got paperwork that he gave you where he had told you as a professional he was going to charge you £25 to fix the laptop.
Yes.
On that paperwork, it does not mention a broken screen.
No.
So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, for the £25 that it says on that paperwork, he needs to give you back your computer fixed. Alternatively, you will have no alternative but to take the laptop elsewhere, have it fixed, and then sue him. And sue him personally. Because, as far as I'm concerned, he is the director of this company. It is completely implausible to me that you took this laptop in with a broken screen and that was in no way mentioned on the paperwork. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous thing ever.
This is what I think. And the fact that there is no logical reason there at all, as far as I can see.
No, but I mean, to be honest with you, the previous experience I had regarding this company was very similar. It was all over the shop. And actually, the last case that I dealt with was with a mobile phone that was going in for repair with them. And it was all over the shop. And this kind of scattergun response from them as to why the customer was left in this predicament. But if you do a little bit of research, I mean, the reviews they get online are not good. So
and this gentleman's name crops up in the reviews, like you say, going back quite a long way.
Well, it would appear he became the director of the company about 2 years ago. So,
and when I went to pick the machine up in March, when I had the trapped in the shop situation, he said to me, "Oh, I don't know anything about this. I don't even work here. I've just popped in to do you a favour."
Right. Well, the man that I spoke to from this company definitely is not the one that I had spoken to previously, who was very aggressive.
Yeah.
So he was different, and his demeanour, albeit he was slipping and sliding all over the place in terms of the way he responded. His response was not aggressive. So I don't believe it is the chap that tried to lock you in the shop.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
And from what he's telling me, and I have the name because he gave me the name of the aggressive member of staff.
Sure.
He tells me he sacked him. So we will take that at face value.
Okay.
But I think what we need to do, I think I need to go and have another conversation with him this afternoon. So how have you left it? Because he told me that, in effect, he was going to get the laptop fixed for the price that was originally agreed on the paperwork.
Okay, well, when he just literally started making up more stories, I stopped talking at that point, and I just let him run with it, because I wanted to see where it was going to go, really. And then he was getting angry, and he was just feeding his own anger and aggression and working himself up into a frenzy of abuse that I've made the whole thing up.
Well, hang on a second.
He was shouting me, saying that I've only ever been polite and kind to you.
But hang on a second. So was this the same man that I'd spoken to? Because he wasn't. He was certainly trying to wriggle out of his responsibility, but he wasn't aggressive.
I don't know if this is the same man. This man, when he phoned me up, his very opening hellos were extremely polite, and he gave me his name. Right. And this is the same man that was rude and aggressive to me to try and trap me in the shop, and again last Wednesday. Obviously, I won't say his name publicly.
Yes, thank you. I don't want his name publicly at this stage, because, to be honest with you, I think the best hope we have of getting this laptop fixed is if we can persuade the company that it is in their best interest.
Well, it's gone beyond that, in all honesty. So he started shouting at me that obviously I've made all this up. He said, "You're nothing but a greedy liar. Come and get your smashed up laptop, and you can come crawling back to me begging for a £50 repair." And he hung up the phone.
Hang on a second. I'm looking at the copy of the receipt now.
Yes.
From this company, where it says it says minimum estimated price.
Yes. Yes.
So it's not an agreed price. It's an estimated price, and it says down here, fault screen. And it says /LCD to be repaired. Customer says it was not broken when she dropped it off.
Now, when I went back to the shop to drop it off, I've written the date, and I think it was the 20th of May. I gave him the machine back, and I said, right, so I've spoken to the manager, and you're going to fix this. This was a pleasant guy I was talking to. And he said, yes, I've got the report here, that's fine. I said, can you sign something to say that you've taken my machine back into your shop? We had a little to and fro, and I said, just write anything, just sign something to say the date I've come in and that I'm giving you this machine back. And that's what he did. So, like you said, you read the wording there, and I think he signed that the 20th of May?
28th of May.
Oh, you sure it's not a 0? Oh, possibly.
No,
okay.
It looks like the 28th of May to me. Okay, well, look, I need to go and have another little word with him. Let's see what he has to say in terms of what he's prepared to fix it for, and then you can make a decision as to how you want to proceed. And I think the two options are as follows. He either, and it would appear that what they've done is they've made an absolute mess of your daughter's laptop.
Yes.
They can either get it fixed and returned to you for the price that was agreed from the outset.
Yes. Well,
hang on a second. Or alternatively, they need to give you that laptop back on the basis that you will now get it repaired by another company, and you will expect full reimbursement from them for the costs that you incur. Alternatively, you'll sue them.
And the thing is, what I've said to every single person I've met along the way, I know the £25, it was an estimate. And then when we had a conversation just a day or two after I took it in, and I phoned them and said, how are you getting on with it? They said, we need another 50. I haven't paid anything, but they said, it'll be another £15 in parts. And I said, so £40? And they said, yes, £40. And I said, yes, that's fine, just go ahead and get it done. And they said it would be a couple of days. After the whole drama of picking it up and finding it was broken, a manager, but he said he was a manager, he was very polite. He said, we'll get this fixed for you, don't worry. I said, I'm really happy to pay you the £40. I needed the hinge fixed.
I think what would have been, just for future reference, what would have been a good point, what would have been a good thing to do at that point is to follow that up with an email to them.
Yeah.
Or a letter to say, following my conversation on Thursday, the 20th of May, or whatever it may be, with so-and-so, name of the person, just to confirm that I'm happy for you to proceed with the repair with the additional £15 as quoted in that conversation. I think it's a good idea to keep a trail so that if you then need to refer to that trail at a later date, even if the company themselves haven't confirmed it in writing, you can refer back to your communication with them where they would have had an opportunity to respond if that was not their understanding of how the conversation had gone. Listen, I'm going to go and have another conversation with him this afternoon. Let's see how he wants to proceed. Is he going to get it fixed for the original price, or are you going to have to sue him? Let me go and have that conversation and we'll talk very...
Hello, Jonathan. All right.
Hello, Marion. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I booked a holiday to Benidorm for my 60th from the 14th of March to the 21st of March.
Have you ever been to Benidorm before?
I have, yeah.
You like it?
Yeah, been there twice before.
Have you?
Right. I want to go back, yeah.
I've only ever been to Benidorm once, but I do love the television programme Benidorm.
Yeah.
It's quite accurate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. So you were due to go to this holiday in Benidorm for your birthday, did you say?
That's right, yeah.
And when were you going to be going?
Oh, we're going from the 14th of March to the 21st of March.
Right. Just as, of course, Spain was
shutting down, yeah.
Plunged into lockdown. And I don't know if you've seen any of the footage from Benidorm. I have, and they were extremely strict with people. I saw the videos of the vehicles driving up and down, telling everyone they had to stay in their hotel. Nobody was allowed on the beach.
That's right, because a couple of their party, because quite a lot went from the club we go to, and a couple of their party had gone the day before, and they were in lockdown in their hotels.
Right. Okay. And what kind of, when you go to Benidorm, do you like the whole kind of all-inclusive experience?
That's right, yeah, it was all-inclusive we booked, yeah.
Yeah, and how much had you paid?
1,880.
Oh, blimey.
It was for four people.
That was in total, was it?
Yeah.
Right, so hang on a second. So 1,880?
That's right, yeah.
Right, and how long are you going for?
A week.
A week. Who are you going there with? Your friends?
My friends, yeah. There's four of us going together.
Okay. And you booked it as a package holiday?
We did, yes.
Okay, fine. So, I presume, I guess you couldn't go, or did you go?
Oh, no, we didn't go. We couldn't. It was cancelled for us.
Oh, right, okay. The holiday company cancelled it?
Yeah, on the day, we weren't allowed to fly out or go anywhere.
Oh, how disappointing. Was that actually the day of your birthday?
The day before.
Oh, dear. Put a bit of a dampener. Mind you, I think you would have been better off here than you would have been trapped in a hotel in Benidorm.
Yeah, of course.
With the Guardia Civil driving up and down, telling you have to stay in your hotel. So
yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, blessing. So, so they cancelled the holiday. What did they say in terms of refund or changing the date or what?
So all they said to us when we got in touch was wait for email for the offers of what's happening with the refund.
Okay.
And we've been trying to get the refund since April, and each month they say it would be in my bank by the end of the month, which didn't happen. And the last correspondence we had for them was on the 20th of the 5th of May, saying to wait for the email. So instead of keeping on them, the flight company emailed me to say that they'd refunded the money to the company on the 21st of the 8th, so all their flight refund had been returned to them. So I rang the hotel to find out what was holding that up, and they said that they hadn't received any money from the company yet, the holiday company yet, because they don't receive it until 60 days after their holiday, which we didn't have, so the company still had all their money.
Yeah, but I mean, hang on a minute. If you've booked this as a package holiday, then there's no reason for you to be contacting the hotel. It's the package holiday company is the company that you have the contract with.
No, that's what I said to them. They told me I had to ring the hotel because the hotel wasn't paying them back, but the hotel said they never received any money off them in the first place.
No. A package holiday company would not, or should not, certainly, be telling you that you have to start chasing up the various elements.
No.
If it is indeed, are you sure it's a formal package holiday?
It is, yeah, full package holiday, yeah.
So you paid one company and you paid them one amount of money, and it shows on your bank statement as one amount of money going for the holiday.
No, I had to pay in 4 instalments. So I paid him 4 times.
Okay, but that was for just the holiday. It wasn't. You didn't have a certain amount of money that came out from the airline, and then a certain amount that came out from the hotel. Okay, fine. All right. Well,
the airline have paid them. They've paid the company back. They told me it's gone back to the company who paid them, which wasn't me.
Look. The simple fact is, if this is a package holiday, and my team are telling me that while I'm talking to you, they're just checking it out, and indeed, apparently it is a formal package holiday, then you are covered by the package holiday regulations, which means that in the event that the company cancels the holiday because you're not able to go, you are entitled to a full refund. It's not down to you to have to start chasing up hotels or airlines.
No, yeah.
The company that you paid the money to, they need to give you that money back. Very simple.
No, but they won't respond. They won't answer or anything now. I've been trying to ring and email, and they're just not responding to me.
Okay, 2 questions. Firstly, is the holiday company that you booked with, are they members of ABTA?
Let's have a look. Yes.
ABTA is different to Atoll, so don't get confused.
Okay. It's... I don't know, hang on.
You're saying yes. My producer's shaking her head at me through the glass.
Hang on. No, I don't know, but it doesn't say it on here.
Right. Well, we'll work on the basis then they're not members of ABTA. Always advisable if you're going to book a package holiday to make sure you book through a member of ABTA. ABTA are the Travel Association. They have a list of requirements for any holidays that are sold through their members. And you also have the ability to utilise the arbitration service they offer as well. So ABTA, not Atoll, completely separate.
Yeah,
ABTA is the
Atoll on this one.
Yeah, no, it's Atoll is just to do with flights. So it needs to be ABTA. They are the travel organisation that oversee holidays that are sold with their name as part of it, and you are covered by ABTA as well for any problems that you may have. So always advisable to make sure in the future you book with a member of ABTA. Now, regarding this money that you are owed back, I will go and have a word with them, and I will see what I can find out why they're not paying you. Can you leave it with me, Marion?
I will, yeah, that's great.
All right, I'm going to pass you back to Laura. We'll get some detail. Yeah. Don't try and get Laura to come on a holiday to Benidorm with you, will you?
No, of course not.
She'd love Benidorm. You'd love Benidorm. You've never been to Benidorm, have you?
I've never been to Benidorm. I went to Magaluf in my teenage years.
Well, it's a bit similar, although Benidorm caters for a variety of age groups, whereas Magaluf tends to be just for the young party crowd.
Do they do like sex on the beach cocktails?
Oh, you get much more than that. It's generally endless cocktails, isn't it? You get in Benidorm.
Yeah,
endless cocktails. Have you never seen the comedy programme Benidorm?
No, although I have an impression that I would get a very luxury tan there and be drinking cocktails all day.
It's you'd really like it, Laura. I know that it's your kind of holiday. Marion, I'm going to pass you back to Laura now. You'll have to sell her the wonders of Benidorm, and we'll talk very soon, okay?
Okay, great. Thanks very much, John.
Hang on there, please. Now, Justin and his partner have decided to go their separate ways. She's buying him out of the property they own together. But Justin was telling me it's become a bit of a race against time. You see, they need to get the paperwork done before his ex-partner's mortgage offer runs out. As anybody knows who's had a mortgage offer, there's normally a time limit on it, and it's getting very close to that time limit being reached. Well, Justin needed his identity to be checked for anti-money laundering purposes. But he says his conveyancer, his solicitor, has not been letting any clients into the office.
My particular company that I chose have said that they're not actually doing that at present because of the COVID restrictions, but they said that if I sent in all the documents and then we did a video conference call, that would suffice, and everything seemed okay at first. Then after a little while, I got calls back saying that unfortunately Louise's conveyancers weren't satisfied with that. She'd gone in to see her conveyancer and they'd gone through the steps face to face, and they're demanding that I do the same.
Well, this does seem very, very frustrating. So Justin's conveyancer doesn't want him in the office. They are happy to work in this kind of virtual world. But his ex-partner wants to know that the solicitors have actually met Justin in the flesh and are satisfied that he is who he says he is. Well, it's all very frustrating, particularly when you consider that the other conveyancers are acting on the behalf of Justin's ex-partner. So surely she's able to verify he is who he says he is. It just sounds to me as if two firms of solicitors have become somewhat bogged down in a technical argument that's just slowing the whole process down. And surely what it needs is a little bit of common sense. Justin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Justin.
Good afternoon.
Now, as you know from our conversation before, I tried to get hold of your solicitor, and I called their office, and I was assured that I would get a call back. Now, I've been doing this for a very long time, Justin, and actually, the firms that we have the most difficulty in getting to respond are very often solicitors. They very often do not want to get involved in terms of communicating with someone like me. However, as I explained to you before, I don't like being ignored, and when I started to get a slight whiff of the fact that I was probably not going to get a call back, what I decided to do instead was to email every single partner at this law firm and to explain the problem and to explain the fact that I'm investigating their firm, and it really would be in their interest for one of them to call me back. And sure enough, it worked. I had a very polite email back from the managing partner of the firm of solicitors explaining that he'd really rather not have to have a conversation with me because of data protection, but he wanted to assure me that they were helping you, their client, to get this matter resolved. And last time you and I spoke, you said that within a few short hours, you suddenly quickly became aware of the fact that you'd become this firm of solicitors' number one client, and they couldn't do enough to communicate with you. What's the latest? What's happening now, Justin?
Oh, right, okay. They are at pains for me to point out that the dealings they've had with the other side, that they are the only firm within their industry that have had this demand, this face-to-face, like had had to happen with my former partner. They were saying that this was the only company that were putting this obstacle in their way. Every other company they deal with were able to facilitate the identity to be checked, for certificates to be witnessed via video call. And so it transpires, since your emails, your phone calls, that all of a sudden the other side have conceded, and that a video call to obviously confirm my identity and for witnessing the signature on the forms, etc., has now been accepted. And after our phone call yesterday, I set up the meeting via video link through my computer at work, and sure enough, it's all been done. This morning, my boss has been very kind and let me go out of work to drop the paperwork down to their offices, and I've now had an email back to say that she's now scanned the documents over to the other side, Haven't had anything more than that with regards to them accepting it, but they say that's now satisfactory. So it looks like things are moving in the right direction finally.
Now, when have we got the mortgage offer? When does that actually run out?
The exact date, I believe, is the 31st. Slightly longer than I originally was aware of. I think perhaps my former partner, to try and move things along a bit quicker than they were, had maybe embellished slightly how long was left on it. But nonetheless, a month left isn't a great deal of time to get it resolved. And when you consider also, as I said from the outset, I contacted this company back in May. And, you know, for it to have dragged on as long as this, for both companies to dig their heels in like petulant children, I really think this shouldn't have gone on as long as it has. And it's taken yourself and your team to get it moving. So, yes, it's looking very positive.
So you're now confident that you will have completed on the sale before the end of the month?
I'm fairly sure, yeah. I mean, I'm more than happy to come back and let you know once I've everything has been signed and sealed and the money's in my bank account, so to speak. Yes, I'll be more than happy to come back and confirm that.
Well, I would obviously like to make sure that does indeed happen, but I'm very pleased that as far as the sticking point that you were having when you first came to my programme, that now seems to have been resolved, which I'm absolutely delighted, and I will obviously thank your solicitors very much indeed. And I'm going to give them just holding a final couple of honks until you're able to confirm that everything has gone through. Just one quick final question, Justin. I'm being a bit nosy here, but the way that you seem to be dealing with this, it all sounds very amicable with your ex, and I think that is that's a marvellous thing to hear, because sometimes relationship breakdowns can become so unpleasant, and it's much better to have it in an amicable way.
I would entirely agree, and the thing is, this isn't just for myself. It's so she can move on with her life as well. Yeah. It's as stressful for her having to wait for this to be resolved, and if it's taken me to come on your show to get this moving in the right direction, then that was what I was determined to do.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I'm absolutely delighted that that's the attitude you have. Fantastic to hear. I will wait to hear from you. Let me know, please, as soon as you've got a date for completion, and as soon as it all goes ahead, I will give the solicitor the final couple of honks of the horn. Morning, Rob. What's the consumer problem you're having, please, without naming any company names?
Of course. In June, I bought an aluminium pergola from an online garden centre. We put it up almost straight away, middle of June, and then early July, we noticed that the poles that hold the canopy on were starting to rust, which I thought was strange because it was advertised as aluminium, and aluminium doesn't rust. I tried to phone them, but due to COVID, their customer service line was shut, so I couldn't phone them. So sent them an email through their website, the Contact Us page.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just need to make sure I've got the dates right with all of this. Yep. What was the date of purchase?
9th of June. Last year. This year.
Oh, sorry, this year. 20. Yep. And when did it start rusting?
I noticed, the first email I sent was the 4th of July.
Right, so very, very soon after.
Yeah, we actually put it up on the 13th of June, because I took a picture of it when I first put it up, and I looked at the date, and it was the 13th of June, so within 3 weeks.
Right, okay. Well, it obviously is not made of what it should be made of, is it?
No, well, this was my question to them. They didn't reply to the Contact Us, so I did it again, didn't reply to that. So in the end, I opened a returns case because it stated that they'll reply within 48 hours. Mm-hmm. So they replied to that. I explained what had happened, and they went, we'll forward it to the suppliers. I was like, okay, no worries. This went on for a while, and I think on the 13th of July, I asked for an update. I got nothing. 10 days later, I asked for another reply, and then the 28th of July, I was asked to send pictures, which I did. On the 5th of August, I just got an email saying, we've had a reply from our supplier, the poles are steel, sorry about that. And that was their response. No offer to replace it or repair it or anything. Obviously, I emailed
I presume you found this from the way you're telling the story. This was on an internet-based company.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have any stores. It's all based online.
Okay. And do you still have a copy of the original description of the product?
Yes, it's still on their website.
And it's still described as aluminium?
Well, it doesn't state any of the poles are steel or anything. It just says it's an aluminium framed pergola. Which is not, I mean, if it's steel, that's not the major problem. The problem is it's rusting, and it shouldn't be. So I asked for replacements.
Yes, but obviously it helps your case if the product is not as described as well, because if they've misdescribed the product, then they've misled you into making the purchase. So you are then, for a variety, forget the whole business of then saying to the company, okay, well, look, this product is faulty, you need to take it back and you need to repair it. You at that point can just reject the goods and say, you've missold them, you didn't describe them accurately, therefore I want to return the goods and have a full refund, please.
Okay.
So that's why it's quite crucial. What are they agreeing to do anything to help you?
So they've offered to replace one of the poles and to give me some spray paint to spray the others. They have said that the poles are just water rust and can be rubbed off, whatever water rust is. I don't know what they're talking about with that. And I asked for all 5 poles. I have also quoted Sales of Goods Act and said, look, you know, it's not fit for purpose in its current state. It's not of a certain quality to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, the Sale of Goods Act actually is an old piece of legislation that finished.
Consumer Act now, isn't it? I realise that.
The Consumer Rights Act it took over from the Sale of Goods Act in 2015. So, but I mean, for a variety of reasons, the main issue that I think I am inclined to kind of rely on with all of this is the fact that they describe it as an aluminium pergola, and it's clearly not, because it shouldn't be rusting. And if it was aluminium, it shouldn't rust.
No, the main frame is aluminium, but the poles clearly aren't. But I don't seem to be getting any with them. They've then come back and said they'll offer me some paint and runners, plural, rather than just one. So I've said, okay, yeah, I'll have all 5. And that was middle of September. I've had nothing since.
So what are you looking for? What would you like me to try and get you?
Originally, I want all 5 poles replaced, and then I will have to weatherproof them to ensure this doesn't leak again. But yeah, all 5 originally. But if they don't come back with that satisfactory, then I want a full refund.
And how are you going to do that? With a rust-proof, weatherproof paint?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a lot of hassle, isn't it, on something that shouldn't be rusting?
Yeah, and it wasn't cheap. But yes, it is frustrating, yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, what we can certainly do, what I'll do is pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail, and I'll get a call into this company this afternoon for you and find out why you've ended up with the rusty pergola. How much did you pay for it?
It was £395.
395. And for this kind of metal pergola, £395, is that at the budget end or at the good quality end?
In the middle. You can get cheaper ones, you can get more expensive ones.
Okay, fine. Right, leave it with me, Rob. Fantastic. I'm going to pass you back to my team now. We'll get some detail, okay?
Lovely, thank you very much.
Steve's car broke down while he was doing a bit of volunteering work during the pandemic. Well, he called out his breakdown service on his way home after a shift, and a subcontractor came out to pick him up.
We work on an ambulance and we take people home or to the next level of care, or sometimes even take them into hospital. It alleviates some of that pressure on the NHS, but it's all voluntary work we do. That's when the problem occurred. I called my breakdown firm, mentioned to them, because I've got a Mazda 3, it's standard, it's not been changed, altered or lowered at all, anything like that, but it's got a low frontage on the car. He said, yeah, it'll be fine, and didn't really. He was quite a little bit dismissive, you might say, about that. That's fine. Then he loaded it, and sure enough, me and my partner both heard it scrape on both sides slightly. I checked the front of the car, and sure enough, I got 2 small gouges in both sides of the front of it underneath. It bothered me because I warned them about the risk of this before they did it. It's not really fair that you've caused damage to someone's property and you're not taking responsibility for that, and which is what's happened. They've not even looked at the video, they've walked away from anything I submitted and actually taken any responsibility, which I think's, for me, disgusting.
Well, the breakdown company said it was down to their subcontractor. and they weren't prepared to take any responsibility, which to me seems absolutely ridiculous, and that's exactly the point I went to stress to them. Well, Steve's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Steve.
Good morning, Jonathan.
You will be aware a lot of people have watched with great interest the video that you sent me of your vehicle on that day coming back off the recovery vehicle, where it clearly shows, as far as my listeners are concerned, and I'm just looking at this now, thousands of people so far have watched this video, and the vast majority of those people are in agreement that you can see where the ramp that the car was put on indeed comes into contact with the underside of the front bumper. For anyone that hasn't seen that video already, I've just retweeted it now, so if you go onto my Twitter, the official JVS, you can have a little look at that, and you'll see the vehicle on that day in question. I sent that to the man that runs the company, and I sent that to him because his initial response really was that they had not seen any evidence that suggested that indeed your vehicle had been damaged by their subcontractor on that day. In fact, the only video they said they had seen was a video taken from a camera that the subcontractor had on the back of his truck that shows your vehicle at the top of the truck where indeed no damage is done to it. So they said, we just can't see any kind of problem with it. So when I sent them that video that I think your wife had filmed of the car coming back off the truck, that seemed to change their mind somewhat. They came back and said, whilst the video is not definitive, it is conceivable that this small scrape was caused by the low splitter whilst dismounting from the recovery vehicle. I would in this case ask for the fixed cost, which shouldn't be more than £50, and given the toing and froing, would reimburse Steve for this sum, and I will seek repayment from the subcontractor myself directly. Now, that offer of £50, at that particular point, I advised you not to accept that until you'd actually got an idea as to whether that would cover the cost of the repair to your car. Now, when we last spoke, you were on your holes, so you said, as soon as I get back from my holes, I'm going to get some quotes, and I gather you've done that. How's it looking, Steve?
Yes, indeed, yeah. I got some quotes done. One's not come through as yet. I've chased it a couple of times, not been very efficient, but there's one that's a garage that specialises in paint repairs and paint work on cars. They've come back with a quote, and because, although it's only small on either side, you'd have to actually paint it and then blend it into the bumper. It has to come up to the line that's on the bumper. And obviously, that unfortunately is not as cheap as what they were hoping it might be. He's come back and I've submitted the quote and shared that with your team, and it's £150 plus VAT.
Right. I think it would be advisable to get one more quote. I know you say you're still waiting for this other quote from this other company. It's very frustrating when you have to chase quotes. But I would be very inclined to do just that, because what I would then suggest you do, and I'm more than happy to kind of oversee this as well, is to go back to the company and say, whilst we are grateful that you now recognise that it is important we are reimbursed for the repair to the vehicle, I'm afraid £50 does not cover the cost that we will incur. Please see enclosed the quotations, the cheapest of which is, and then obviously outline that, which then at that point makes their offer of £50 quite clearly insufficient.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think that's what we need to do. But I don't think it would be fair or reasonable. And I think, to be honest, it will just delay things further if you just send them that one quote, because what they're likely to do is to come back to you and say, well, how do we know that quote is fair? 150 quid, in our opinion, is way over the top. You don't need to spend that amount of money, and we strongly dispute the quote. Whereas if you're able to go to the company with 3 quotes, and they're all around that same ballpark, then it clearly shows their offer of £50. There's no way that's going to sort the problem out.
Yeah, which I think you sort of alluded to when I spoke last time. So, unfortunately, yeah, you're quite right. Proper paint repairs do cost a little bit more than that.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Proper paint repairs. Anybody who knows who's ever had a problem with their vehicle in terms of the paintwork will know that when you have it properly repaired in a way that you wouldn't notice, It normally involves respraying whole sections of the car, and then it has to be blended in with the panels around it, and it always costs loads of money. So I did think at the time 50 quid was very optimistic from this company. If you can please get the other quotes, let's then go to them when we've got 3 quotes, put that to them and see if we can get them to increase that offer.
Yep, no problem at all. I'll go back to them. Like I said, I'll chase this other firm again. I've chased them twice already. I tried this morning, unfortunately, but they've not come back to me. But I'll get them to send that one on, and I'll forward it onto your team, all being well, today.
Yeah, okay, great stuff. Paul is a lorry driver, and he bought a dash cam for £210. That was back in May of 2018. Well, 18 months later, it stopped working properly. It stopped recording. He took it back to the retailer, but says they simply didn't want to know, which was really frustrating, particularly as he'd opted for a model that was top of the range. This is what he told me.
At the time, it was the highest spec model that this manufacturer made, so it's very near the top end of the price bracket. This is just as lockdown kicked in, so they didn't want to know. They gave a little note saying it's out of warranty. Speak to the manufacturer. I said, well, my deal's with you, not the manufacturer, but they don't want to know. The manufacturer's been as good as gold. They're helping out as much as they possibly can. But the retailer just completely washed their hands of it, just don't care, really.
And the simple fact is, Paul doesn't have a contract with the manufacturer. When you buy a product, you have no contract with the manufacturer. The only contract you have as a consumer is with the retailer that sold you the product, the company that took your money in the first place. And it is incumbent on the retailer to take responsibility. The Consumer Rights Act of 2015 protects you as a consumer and gives you the right to expect that the retailer will take that responsibility. And it's exactly that I went to put to this particular retailer on Paul's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Paul. Now, the retailer, as you know, is Halfords. Very disappointed to hear of the situation. They've come back and they say, we offer, and I have to be honest with you, and this is one of those situations where when I read this statement from them, it's going to make me annoyed, but I have to just try and keep a lid on it because the statement comes good in the end. It says, we offer a 12-month manufacturer's warranty on all dash cams sold. And as this warranty had expired, we recommended that Paul contact the manufacturer directly. The fault with Paul's dash cam developed after 2 years of use, but as a gesture of goodwill, we have contacted him and offered a new and upgraded dash cam model. Now look, we'll come to the good bit in just a second, but I do just want to talk about the bad bit. Halfords, that response is outrageous. There is no cut-off after 12 months. And for you to suggest in a statement to my listeners that after 12 months, you as the retailer no longer had a responsibility to your customer is to completely and utterly misunderstand the law. The Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that any product you sell to a customer must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no 12-month cut-off for that responsibility. That responsibility continues well beyond the 12-month period. The simple fact is that the customer in this case has a right to expect you, Halfords, the retailer, to take responsibility for this. Now, that said, and them talking about this being a goodwill gesture, I'm afraid is not acceptable, because this isn't about goodwill. This is about obeying the law and complying with the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. That said, I'm going to take a deep breath because at least they come good at the end and they suggest that they are providing you with a new and upgraded dash cam. Let's concentrate on that good news for a second. Paul, have they communicated that to you?
They have, Jonathan, yes, and I'm very happy with it, to be honest with you. I've got to thank you because you did everything. Because they didn't want to know about talking with me. And what annoyed me with the email they sent me, about 2 days after we spoke last time, they said, this is the first time we've heard of the complaint. And this goes back, I went to see them about 6 months ago. So it wasn't, when you contacted them, wasn't the first time they heard about it. So they're actually outrageous. But anyway, they've come good at the end. I'm happy with it, and I've got to thank you. I can't thank you enough, really.
Well, I'm just astonished that they would come back with a formal statement for broadcast that seems to demonstrate that they don't understand the law.
I know.
I'm quite amazed. A big national company like Halfords, who I presume have access to solicitors, to lawyers who can advise them on their obligations as a retailer, to come back. And let me just read it again. We offer a 12-month manufacturer's warranty on all dash cams sold, and as this warranty had expired, we recommended that the customer contact the manufacturer directly. No, it's not acceptable, Halfords. The customer doesn't have any contract with the manufacturer. The customer's only contract is with you, Halfords, directly. It's your responsibility. You can't simply tell your customer after 12 months, oh, well, now you have to go and talk to the manufacturer. And I strongly urge Halfords to familiarise yourself with the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, because I really hope this attitude is not something that is multiplied across various branches around the country. It's unacceptable. Oh, that said, again, I take a deep breath. Have they given you the new updated model yet, or are you still awaiting that?
Well, Jonathan, I'm away from home at the moment. I can't get back to them until another couple of days. I have communicated with them, sent them emails. They're going to have the camera waiting for me in a local branch when I get back home. So I should be able to go in and pick it up, and everything should be okay.
Right. Well, listen to this, and I have to say, I play this a bit through gritted teeth. That's a bit of the horn. I'll give Halfords the rest as soon as you get your new sat-nav, and I really hope as a result of this conversation, Halfords will quickly be corresponding with whoever it is who advises them on such legal matters, and will make sure that they don't ever suggest to either a customer or to a journalist, a consumer journalist who's been doing this for years, that after 12 months they no longer have a responsibility to the customer and it's perfectly okay to send them off to the manufacturer. Outrageous. Right, listen, let's leave it there. We will talk very soon, Paul. Please let me know as soon as you've got your new dash cam. Between now and 1, I'm dealing with your consumer problems. Do you remember Jean? Jean was telling me that she booked a city break to Budapest. It was to go in June of this year, but it got postponed until September because of coronavirus. So when Jean and her partner got on the plane, well, they were really expecting a lovely few days away. But when they arrived, well, that's not what happened.
When we landed, they checked our temperature when we came off the flight, and the police officer stopped us and said, oh, hello. He goes, why have you come here? We said, we've come here for a weekend break. We're here till Monday. Then he said, we're not allowed to come in. The borders are closed. We looked at each other, and I was like, so, and he goes, you can come, but you have to stay in your quarantine in your hotel for 14 days. I said, no, we're only here till Monday. We're only here for the weekend. He said, speak to that lady over there. We explained our situation. I said to her, well, put us back on the flight we just came off, because we knew the flight was doing a turnaround. So she took us to some computers. That flight is full. So I said, well, what am I supposed to do now? Are we the first people this has happened to? She said to us, no. They've been turning the borders have been shut since the 1st of September. She's been turning people back. And I said to her, but the Holiday Company didn't notify us, like how they notified us in May to say we wouldn't be able to go. She said it's happening to everybody.
Well, Jean and her partner ended up having to stay the night at the airport and then had to buy alternative flights for £350 additional to get back the following day. Jean really feels as if the Holiday Company have failed to advise her properly. They had a duty of care to make sure that she didn't end up in this position. She says she's complained, but has had no response from them whatsoever. So I've been off to have a word with the company on Jean's behalf, and this is a big lesson to everybody listening to the programme. If you have booked a trip to go abroad, and there are many people who at the moment would never even dream of booking a trip because of everything else that's going on, but if you have booked a trip, be advised that this is a very, very fluid situation. And whilst on a Monday you might be able to travel freely to a country, by the Tuesday that may all have changed. So you need to make sure you're checking on the government, on the Foreign Office website, to see if there are any restrictions, and if there are any new additional restrictions, how those restrictions are likely to affect you. Now, Jean's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jean.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Jean. So, I've been off to have a word with the company concerned that you booked this holiday through. Now, I should just point out this company is not a member of ABTA.
Okay.
They are not part of ABTA, the Travel Association. It is Teletext Holidays. And they've come back with this response. Unfortunately, due to the unprecedented situation due to COVID-19, we're in a situation where many countries around the world are closing and implementing travel restrictions, which makes it extremely difficult for us and our suppliers to provide accurate guidance, as all information emerging is constantly changing. As the airline that the customer was due to travel with was still operating the flight, the holiday would not have been cancelled. We send to all customers after booking an email asking them to monitor FCO advice and the link to their site. This email was sent to the customer on the 24th of July. In the event that things change, we ask that the customer contacts us immediately as a way of ensuring that all customers are keeping up to date on the changes. And there endeth their response, Jean.
Wow. I can't believe it.
So in effect, they're saying it's your fault because you didn't check the Foreign Office advice. They told you in an email to you that you would need to monitor the Foreign Office advice. You didn't do that, and therefore it's down to you.
Oh, wow. The thing is, in July, yes, I did. And it was borders were open in July. That's the thing. We weren't going until September. I don't know.
I want to put this out there to my listeners because I'm very interested to know what my listeners make of this. Should Teletext Holidays have monitored this situation on Jean's behalf and informed Jean before she travelled that she should not be going to the airport because when she arrived in Budapest or in Hungary, she would not be allowed into the country? Should they have done that? Or, interested to know, if you're listening to the programme, who you think is in the right. Do you think it's worth Jean taking it any further? Or, to be honest, should she just draw a line under it and move on? Jean, what are you inclined to do at this moment?
To be fair, the other day I was thinking, I wonder if I'm going to end up in the small claims court with it. But it all depends on what everybody thinks. I'd like to get other people's opinions to sort of get an idea.
Well, let me read some texts that are coming in already. Dave in Chesham says, no, it's unfortunate, but it was down to Jean. John in Hemel says, surely it is up to the company to monitor the situation. They are the professionals, and I would have thought they would get the news first. Tim in Bletchley says, I think the holiday company should have been monitoring the situation. But the ultimate responsibility falls with the traveller to make sure they are going to be allowed into the country they are travelling to without quarantine. People do have to take some personal responsibility here. If it was me, I would be madder at myself than with the holiday company. Joe of Hitchin says, Jean could have subscribed to the FCO service. They send you an email when the situation changes. This is on Jean. This person texts, another very expensive lesson in using a reputable travel agent. I mean, this is...
Isn't it? It's split.
Yeah, it is split, really. Asif in Milton Keynes. Hello, Asif.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, what are your thoughts on this? Who's in the right, who's in the wrong?
Well, unfortunately for Jean, I think the airline is, or the travel agent is okay, because I personally have rearranged flights 3 or 4 times in the last couple of months. In fact, I'm supposed to be in Poland next week for a meeting, and based on the latest government advice, I keep an eye on it, and I just rearranged my flight. I think the onus is on the traveller, as the government is always saying, keep an eye on the FCO website. So, regardless of whatever the travel agent does, I think the traveller should always be wary of what's happening in the country they're going to.
That's my worry, that if, for example, Jean was to go to the small claims court and to stand there in front of the judge and to say, well, I feel Teletext Holidays should have informed me that I shouldn't go to Hungary. If Teletext Holidays turn around and say, well, you know, it's a fluid situation, we're in the middle of a pandemic, things are changing week by week, we don't know what the government is going to decide, we don't know what the government in Hungary is going to decide, we don't know what the UK government is going to decide, we make it very clear to customers they must monitor the situation and make a decision before they travel to the airport. There is a strong chance, I think, that the judge would agree with you, Asif, and they would say to Jean, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, everything is changing, you have a responsibility here, and I don't think it's fair to blame Teletext Holidays, although in an ideal world it would have been nice for them, as with their duty of care they have to you as a customer, to let you know before you bothered to go to the airport.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, my view is that you get this warning when you book the flight. I've seen it myself. On their website, it's there on clear letters, and it's a fluid situation. There's nothing the airline can really do about it. It's not in their control.
Asif, thanks very much indeed for your call. Nicola says, my opinion is that Jean took a chance by booking a holiday in these difficult times.
I booked it before the difficult times. That's the thing. I booked it.
Yes, you did. You did. She should take personal responsibility. The company can't monitor every single country and every single booking. Jill in Potton says she should have been checking on a regular basis. Alex says it's a tough one. I wouldn't be going anywhere at the moment, but I do feel it's the company's responsibility. Dan in Royston says, I'm sorry, but this is a global pandemic. Who in their right mind decides to go abroad for a holiday needs a checkup from the neck up, says Dan. Don't hold back. Sandy says, I think Jean should have checked, but as the flight was still going to Budapest, would the travel company have reimbursed her? I think, to be honest, the majority of people are suggesting that this is your bad, as the young people say, Jean.
Yes.
Which is hugely frustrating, because, I mean, how much have you lost in total when you look at the cost of the trip in the first place, plus the hotel, plus the flight back?
The whole of the holiday was $650, and then we paid an extra $350 for the return flight.
So they did reimburse you for that?
No, not for the return flights. For the return flights. Yeah, $350 for the return flights.
So they reimbursed you for getting back.
No, they haven't. No, we can't get through to them at all. That's what I said.
So the $350 was on top of the $600.
$650 on top of the $650. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What are you going to do? Because you've heard how Teletext Holidays, what their stance is on this. The only way you could take this further forward would be to take them to the small claims court. Are you going to do that or not?
I may do, because I'm a bit of a fighter. So, I may do, but I'm going to think about it. So how long do I have? Do you have any idea?
Oh, no. You don't need to worry about that. You've got plenty of time. But I think what I would be inclined to do, if you're going to take it any further, is to write a letter to Teletext Holidays at this point, and to say that you are extremely frustrated that they are not taking responsibility for the fact that you had this dreadful experience of arriving for a trip that they were overseeing as the travel agent, a package trip that you had booked through them. They had a duty of care to you. They let you down very badly by allowing you to arrive in that country, and therefore you want them to reimburse you for your costs. And if you do not receive full reimbursement, then you need to make it quite clear that you will then pursue them through the small claims court. You need to outline that in writing, and when you send that letter, you need to make sure that you send it recorded delivery, so you've got a record that Teletext Holidays have indeed received it.
Understand? Yes. Okay, no worries.
Can you just keep me in the loop and let me know what happens, because I know myself and my listeners will be very interested to know how this pans out for you.
Of course, definitely, Jonathan. Certainly will. Thank you so much for trying to help me out here.
Well, listen, all the very best to you, and I hope at some point you will be able to have that trip that you were so longing for, to slashing your mobile phone costs. With mobile phones getting more and more high-tech, is this even possible? Andy Webb is a personal finance blogger and the resident money expert for Channel 5's consumer series Shop Smart, Save Money. And he joins us now. Hello, Andy.
Hello.
Hi. So can you make savings then when it comes to upgrading your phone?
Yeah, I mean, I think really, really easily. This is where people are overspending far more money than they need to. I think there's a couple of areas you can look. I mean, traditionally people have, when they've, their contract has been up after a couple of years, they've used it as an opportunity to get a new handset and they've upgraded. So they're buying both the phone over, essentially you're taking out a loan for 2 years or however long the contract is for your phone, and getting your minutes and your data and your text at the same time. Now, one of the best ways to do it is to not do that. It's split that out, and it's to get your phone outright, brand new, just pay for it separately and go to something called SIM only. And that, it's not quite as simple as saying that because phones are expensive. But let's sort of focus on this SIM only thing first of all. Basically, SIM only means you are just getting the minutes, the data and the text, and you're paying just for that. And you can pay, I mean, it's a fraction of what people are paying right now. I mean, I've got 8 gigabytes of data every month, unlimited calls, unlimited text, and I pay £8 a month.
Wow,
that is a big discount. Obviously,
yeah, but you still have to buy the phone, don't you? And if you look, for example, I mean, I've got an iPhone. It's probably not one of the latest ones because I'm not that bothered about having the latest one. But I would imagine if I went to buy this phone, it's probably going to cost me quite a few £100. I've got to buy that up front.
Oh, a few hundred. I mean, some of the top end iPhones you're looking at over £1,000. I mean, they are not cheap things, but that's like the top ones. And do you know what? Next week, Apple are going to announce the new iPhones. So a lot of people are going to be thinking, great, this is an opportunity for me to get the latest model. Right. Well, first of all, I'd say, do you need the latest model every time one comes out? Can you wait, 2, 3, 4 years until you upgrade? They're still going to last that time. They're still going to be perfectly decent. If you do want a new phone, then there are actually ways to get 0% credit. So you're still taking out a loan for the handset, as you would, which is, as I said, that's exactly what you're doing if you're getting it through one of the major networks. But it's at 0%. Apple do this directly. You could also look at 0% purchase credit cards. You obviously do need a decent credit score in order to get these. But you take that out and you've got payments spread over 24 months, as you would if you had a contract, but you won't get charged interest. And although when you get them through the networks, it doesn't explicitly say, here's your interest rate, the way they are bundled together, it just works out more expensive than doing them separately. I would say 99 times out of 100. You might find a special offer that brings it down, but most of the times it's much cheaper.
If you do that, and if you just go onto a SIM-only contract and go and buy the phone, and many people listening to the way you've just described that will think, well, this sounds like a no-brainer, really. Can you keep your phone number? Because to so many of us, that's so important.
Yes, it's really easy to do it, and Ofcom made it even simpler. I think it was early this year or late last year. There's a number that you can text, and you text it to your current network, and they will send you something called a PAC, which is a port authorization code. That is some numbers that you give to your new network, and they will do everything for you. They will move your old number to the new network. You might have half an hour, something like that, where there's no signal. So time it for when you're not expecting some busy phone calls. But it should happen the next working day. It's really, really simple to do.
Really good talking to you, Andy. Thank you so much. Andy Webb is a personal finance blogger and resident money expert for Channel 5's consumer series Shop Smart, Save Money. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. Vince is on the line. Hello, Vince.
Hi, Jonathan.
Vince, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. What it is, Jonathan, I bought a 65-inch curved flat-screen television about 5 years ago. It's quite expensive. It was about I think it was at one penny under £4,000.
Blimey. That is expensive.
It was, because they were quite new at the time, and there wasn't too many of them around. And anyway, we bought it, and it was fine.
When did you say this was? Sorry?
It was just over 5 years ago.
5 years. Okay.
So we put it on the wall. It was fine. It lasted for about 2.5 years, and this picture started going funny. Like there was discoloration, the lines weren't nice and flat as you would expect, and contacted the retailer, and they come and collected the television, took it back to their warehouse or repair centre, and they confirmed the defect and they replaced the screen. The whole screen had to be replaced. They said it had screen burn.
Now, when you say they replaced the screen, do you mean just they replaced the screen on your existing telly, or they replaced the whole telly?
No, they just replaced the screen.
Just the screen, okay.
Yeah.
So it was a repair that they carried out rather than a replacement. Fine.
That's
okay.
It, yes. So they returned the telly, and it was fine. The pitch was fine. Everything was lovely for another 2.5 years. Just at the 5-year point, exactly the same defect occurred again. But unfortunately, whereas the TV had a 5-year guarantee, that 5 years had expired by around about a month. And the retailer said they didn't, they couldn't touch the television. They wouldn't repair it. If I wanted them to repair it, there would be a charge for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
So, being a listener of yours and hearing the consumer laws, I wrote to them and quoted the consumer law in respect to the value of the television, and I would expect it to last a lot longer than 5 years. And not.
So, what was the exact date of purchase of the TV?
The exact date was the 9th of May 2015.
Okay. Right, well, in that case, and the reason why I asked the exact date is that your TV would be covered under what was known as the Sale of Goods Act.
Right.
The Sale of Goods Act was replaced by the Consumer Rights Act in October of that year. But it's just quite important to get that distinction right, because I always think if you make a mistake in terms of referring to legislation, it just subtly suggests to the retailer that you haven't really done your homework, you don't really know what you're talking about. Whereas if you're able to say, in May of that year, that I was covered under the Sale of Goods Act, I believe the Sale of Goods Act goes back to 1979, then of course it just helps to make it clear to the retailer that you're someone not to be messed with, because you know what you're talking about. So you contacted them and I presume referred to the Sale of Goods Act.
Yeah, whereas initially they declined to even consider looking at it, once I had written to them, they got that letter and they suddenly changed their mind and said they would have a look at it.
Good.
But there was going to be a charge for collecting the television and to look at it of £80, which would be refunded if they confirmed the defect.
Okay, that's fair.
No, that's fine. Okay. They collected the television on the 18th of September, and I didn't hear nothing from them. So I called them again last Saturday, and they told me basically that, yes, the screen had burnt again, and it needed a replacement screen. Unfortunately, the screens are not available anymore. The manufacturer, they've stopped production of them.
Right.
So they said in view of that, they would offer me a cash settlement towards a replacement television.
Yeah, that's fine.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, a television should last, 10 years?
Well, I don't know about that. I think that would be pushing it, to be honest.
Would it?
I think so. I mean, back in the day, yeah, but TVs are not designed to last. I mean, if you get 10 years, great. But if you watch your TV on a daily basis, as most of us do at some point, I think to expect 10 years out of it is probably pushing it. I would say between 5 and 7.
Right. Okay.
So what have they offered you?
Well, they offer me £600 towards a replacement television.
Right. Vince?
And as I said, because it was in my mind 10 years, I'm thinking, well, it's lasted 5, so that's about half. So I was sort of thinking...
Vince, I would bite their arm off.
Oh, right. Okay.
That might not be what you were expecting me to say,
no.
But I genuinely think if they're offering you £600 off a replacement TV, how much will it cost to replace the TV?
Probably one of the same sort of standard would be around about 2,000.
Right.
I would guess.
Well, I would suggest, look, you've had 5 years out of the other TV. Okay, I accept that you had the problems with it, but you've still had 5 years' use from the last TV. If they're then giving you £600 to put towards your next TV, I think that seems fair and reasonable. And I think if you try and push it any further, I mean, you could try and negotiate with them. I mean, there's no reason why you have to accept that first offer. You could see if you could get them to up it a bit. But to be honest, if they start to go shaky on it, I would very quickly accept that, because I think £600 is actually quite generous.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, because to be honest, when you get to the 5-year mark for something like this, you start to very much get into that grey area where, I don't know how often you watch the telly, but if the company said, well, look, we think that you've watched this TV a lot, the TV has had more than a normal amount of use, and therefore you've sped up the normal wear and tear that you would expect on this TV, it could be argued that 5 years could be a reasonable amount of time for the TV to have lasted. So I think if they're prepared to make you an offer of £600 towards the next one, I think that's a good amount of money that they're offering you, and I think that sounds as if they're being very fair to you, to be honest. Okay, does it help just to... I accept that might not necessarily have been what you were wanting me to say, but
I was keen to get your opinion on it, because I know your experience with all these sorts of issues, so
yeah,
I will accept that then. And
I think it's reasonable. I think considering how long you've had the TV for and what your options would be if you refused to accept it. I'm just thinking, I'm fast forwarding in my mind, if you were to go to small claims court and to stand there and argue that the TV hadn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, at which point the judge is going to look at the fact you have had 5 years use of the TV. You just start to get into an area where it's going to be a whole load of hassle. It may well be further cost to you, and I'm still not sure that you'd necessarily come out of it with a higher offer than £600. So there are some times in life where you have to just kind of recognise when the offer's fair, cut your losses and move on. And I would hope, even 2,000 odd quid, that seems like a lot of money to spend on a TV. I mean, my current TV, and I hate to say this because I've always said the bigger your TV, the more common you are. And my current TV, I have to whisper this to you, Vince. I can say this to you because yours is slightly bigger than mine. My current TV, 60 inches. I have become common. But that TV was a really good quality one, and it was good, good technology. It's not up in the £4,000 mark, but I think it cost about £1,200, and it's a very good quality TV. So I think you could maybe lower your expectations. Do you need the Curve?
No. They don't do them anymore, as far as I know.
I was going to say, I think the curved ones are possibly have been superseded by the newest technology. I'm not sure the curved ones ever really caught on that much, did they?
No.
So I would certainly have a little look around, and it may well be that for considerably less than £2,000, you could get a much better TV than actually you had before, which obviously then makes that £600 offer they're giving you even more generous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least it helps to talk it through, Vince. All the best.
Thank you very much for your help.
Good luck with what you decide to get next. For bought what she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It cost her a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
£895 on the bag. And
one handbag?
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth. And full price, the bag would have been 1,250. I've only taken out 3 times. And the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up, and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party sale people because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Well, the simple fact is Samantha doesn't have any contract with the manufacturer of this handbag. The only contract she has is with the company that she purchased the handbag from. And I have to be honest, I was a little concerned when Samantha kind of revealed more and more information as to how she'd bought the handbag. It would appear she'd bought it from one of these pop-up events where a company will descend on a certain venue to sell designer wear, but then the very next day they pack up and they've gone. So that's always a slightly risky way of buying things, because you never know how long those companies are going to be around. You never know whether you're going to be able to go back to them if you have problems in the future. Well, is Samantha about to find this out the hard way or not? Samantha's back on the JVS show. Hello, Samantha.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Samantha. Right, so I had a conversation yesterday with the man that runs this company.
Okay.
Now, he seems like a nice and reasonable chap. He said that the way he operates, they buy old and end-of-season stock from a supplier. He said, not from the manufacturers, but from a supplier. They buy this old end-of-season stock. They then, when they've got all of the stock, they then have one of these pop-up sales in a venue where they sell old end-of-season designer stuff with a discount to people like you.
Yeah.
He said that you brought back the handbag to him this weekend. Now, the slight concern I have is that he said he can't really see what you're talking about. And I know you mentioned that to me when we spoke last time, that he didn't seem to be able to recognise the problem.
Yes.
He said, you know, she's talking about tarnish. He said, I looked very closely. I can't really see what she's talking about. And I said, well, I believe the description she's given me is that on the metal of the bag,
yes,
the metal has got little tiny black dots on it that suggest some kind of tarnish. He said, yeah, I know. He said, but I mean, it is really hard to see. Really, really hard to see. Is it that hard to see, Samantha?
It's really not that hard to see. It's definitely there. My partner can see it. My friends can see it.
Have you got photos of it?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I'd quite like to see those photos, to be honest. What he said was, and he wasn't unreasonable. He said, you know, you brought the handbag back at the weekend. He said, give me a few days. I'm going back to my supplier and they'll have a look at it. And what he actually said was, if they can repair it, they will. Okay. Now, I said, well, okay, but obviously you have to be quite careful when you're talking about repairing it, because, and he was talking about maybe, you know, polishing it out. Well, once you start putting chemicals or anything like that on that metal, you really need to know what you're doing with it, because if not, you can end up taking the surface of the metal off and you can make it even worse. So he said, yeah. He said, no, I know. He said, but to be honest, at the moment, we need the supplier to have a look at it before we can take it any further. Now, he wouldn't be drawn in terms of what he would be prepared to do if they can't repair it. All he said to me was, give me a few days. He said, I will get in touch with the customer by Thursday of this week, and I will have an idea as to how we can try and resolve this. Okay?
Okay.
I did also say to him that actually if he was to give you the receipt, a copy of the receipt that you'd originally had that you've now lost, then of course it may well be possible for you to go back to the manufacturer with that receipt and for them to attend to it, because when you did go back to them, even though they don't have any contract with you, they did say if you had an original proof of purchase receipt, they would be prepared to repair it.
That's correct, yeah.
But obviously you don't have the receipt, which is very unfortunate. So he didn't seem very keen on providing that receipt. He said, no, this is too old now. I wouldn't have a copy of that receipt anymore. That would have gone off to my accountant. It's too long ago. So he certainly didn't seem very keen to resolve the issue by giving you the receipt.
Okay.
Were you aware you were buying this handbag in this kind of way? Did you realise it was just a pop-up event for old or end-of-season stock?
No, it's sort of like it's got very jazzy advertising and all of that, and kind of sucked in, and quite a few people know about it. I didn't know because it's a classic bag, so it isn't like, you know, like one of those sort of like funky one-offs that, you know, would come to an end of stock. It's very much still available at the main place.
That's fine, but then why would it be sold for cheaper than it would cost you if you were to go to the store?
Honestly, I was dazzled and didn't really question it.
Okay. Well, all I would say to everybody listening to the programme is that you do take a bit of a risk. When you buy, you know, sometimes these pop-up shops do occur. You sometimes see them for furniture and, you know, garden furniture. You often see that, don't you? So, pop-up garden furniture sale. That's great. And you may well go along and you may well bag yourself a fantastic bargain that's wonderful. But just be aware, the very nature of a pop-up company that pops up at certain venues does mean that if you have a problem with the product, your ability to take it back and the chances of that company still being around in the future, I would argue, are possibly reduced. So you do need to go into these kinds of things with your eyes open. There's a difference between going into, you know, if you'd gone into a well-established department store that sells handbags, and if you'd purchase, and this is a department store that's been around for years, you pay for the handbag on a credit card. You've then really done as much as you possibly can. If you have a problem with it, then the chances are the department store will still be around in the future. The chances are they'll still care about you as a customer and will want to try and resolve the problem for you. If you go to some pop-up shop somewhere and you have a problem in 3 years' time, that pop-up shop may still be around, they may not. What happens if they're not due to pop up anytime soon? You know, you've got all those added problems. So you might get yourself a bargain, but just be aware there is an extra level of risk you're taking when you buy in that kind of way. Let's hope that this guy is as good as his word. As I say, he did seem like a nice and reasonable chap. Let's hope he's going to get it sorted out. He now knows I'm also interested in this and investigating this. So let's see what he says when he calls you tomorrow. Can you please keep me posted and let me know?
Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant. Okay. All right. Let's just keep everything crossed, Samantha.
Thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate your help.
Okay, all the best. And I hope that advice helps for other people listening to the programme. It's BB. No time for dilly-dallying. I've got Margaret on the line. Hello, Margaret.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Margaret. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, I think this will hopefully be quite a straightforward one for you. What it was, about 2.5 weeks ago, I opened a telephone account for betting on the horses, which, you know, I only sort of do once a week if it's on the television. So,
are you the Margaret I dealt with a pink pig for your garden?
I am, yes.
I thought I recognised your voice.
Yeah.
How is your pink pig? All right.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we all remember Margaret and the pink pig on this programme. Many of my listeners will as well. So what have you been buying now? A betting app?
No, it was a telephone betting account.
Telephone betting app? Why would you do what you like betting, do you?
It's just a little bit of social activity rather than, I don't like going in a betting shop to do it. You know, you've got all the men in there, you know.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, I'd done it previously with another company for some time, but when lockdown came, the company stopped doing it. So I seized the opportunity when this company reopened it. So, excuse me, a different company entirely. But that's not the problem. I opened the account on Saturday 2 weeks ago. Went through sort of various security questions, as you would do. That was fine. As far as I was concerned, everything was sort of up and running and should be normal thereafter. So I placed a bet. £11.50 for the bets that I'd placed.
Can you remember the name of the horse?
A horse is...
Oh, a number.
A horse is...
Right, okay.
But however, so £11.50 came out of my bank. Hang on, John, you got me at a bad moment here. I got a cigarette smoke. Yeah, put the bets on, they took the money, not a problem. So during the week, about midweek, I had a cold call from a man, and he said he was security from the said company, and I said, oh, yes. He said, I'd like you to answer some questions for me. I said, oh, yes. So he said, what was my full name? How much had I spent on a particular day? How much money had I put in the account? And what was the number of my Visa card? So I said, excuse me, I said, I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but how do, I listen to your show avidly. How do I know you are who you say you are?
Well done.
Oh, did you open an account or not? I said, well, you're calling me, so you should know. So I said, look, I don't want to carry on this conversation. If you don't mind, I should phone the company concerned direct and sort it out there for myself.
Well done.
I get more peace of mind.
Gold star for Margaret.
He sort of huffed and puffed, and I thought, well, I'm sorry, you can huff and puff and blow the house down, Anyway, thereafter, so I got to the next Saturday, and I'd sort of put that at the back of my mind, to be honest with you. But however, it quickly came to the front of my mind after trying to put a bet on the following Saturday. But your man wasn't very honest and upfront. He come back and he said, oh, your bank's declined your card. I said, rubbish. I said, I got the money in there. So he said, well, that's what I'm telling you. I said, well, you're telling me, but I don't believe you. Anyway, I phoned the bank up, and they said, no, they hadn't even put in a payment for it because there was nothing pending.
So when you put the original bet on...
I got back to the company.
Sorry, Margaret, but
yes.
when you put the original bet on for £11.50, did you win?
Yeah, I got back 96p.
So,
but, it's the principle that the company have lied to me, and even nobody's deigned to get back to me. So,
hang on a second. So in your account, you've got £11.50 plus winnings of 96p.
Well, I haven't got the £11.50 because that paid for the bet. So all I got back was 96p for a small place.
Right. So you've lost a lot of money.
Well, it's just one of those things. We've all got our things in life, and I get pleasure out of it. Okay. Sometimes I have some good wins.
What's the most you've ever won?
Before lockdown. Oh yes, I had an each way. £1 each way treble last year, and I won £2,500.
You're joking, did you?
Because they came in at very high prices. So, I'm not saying I win all the time because I don't.
No.
But it's enjoyment for me.
Right.
If it loses, I don't sort of get up and bang my head on a wall or something. No. I just put it down to I've enjoyed myself, win or lose.
So what would you like me to do? What can I do to help you with this particular company?
That's the crux of the thing that I'm coming to. I kept phoning up this company and getting them to get security to ring me back or put me through there and then. And they said, well, they couldn't put me through there and then. Their protocol was they would ring me back. So I said, well, that's fine. Now I know. You should have told me this from the get-go, that I should expect a call to clarify security. So anyway, they said, yeah, we'll get somebody to ring you back. And I think I've been trying for the last sort of over a week, and nobody's deigned to do it. So I thought, right, well, we'll do it another way. We'll phone them back up and say, please close my account. oh no, we can't do that. I said, look, you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't not block me, or if I'm asking you to close the account, you're saying you can't do that. So basically, Jonathan, I'm in limbo. I just want to,
So you want to close the account, do you?
Somewhere with them, but then they might throw data protection at you.
Well, they might do, but what I can do is I can just get them to communicate with you then. So you want to close the account?
Well, I'd like to keep it open.
Oh, okay.
But, if their stance is, well, we don't think she is who she says she is because she must have messed us around the first time, we'd rather close the account.
Right.
So it's really their decision, I think, and not mine. Okay. I mean, I'd
so
like to keep it open.
So what you really need is you just need me to get a sensible, grown-up conversation happening between you and this betting company.
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
Fine. All right, well, I can certainly try and do that for you, Margaret. Can you stay on the line, and I'm going to pass you back to my team. We'll get a bit of detail.
Jonathan, thank you.
I'll give them a call for you this afternoon. I'll try and get things sorted out. Jules bought a smart TV for £600 in March 2017. She says that at Christmas, she noticed some rather strange things happening with the screen.
My husband actually did a search on this, and this is a known fault with this particular TV. Basically what it is, however the TV is made, it has these like marble type balls that go over it to sort of magnify the lights, etc. And it is a known fault that over any period of time these things come loose and they drop off, which then leaves this light anomaly sort of thing within the screen.
So did you at that point go back to the retailer where you purchased it from and complain?
I actually tried to go back to the manufacturer, not the retailer.
Why?
Because it was the reason being it was over a year.
Well, I mean, as regular listeners to the programme will know, as I am always banging on about, it's really important to go back to the correct company. And the company concerned is the company that you've purchased the product from in the first place. Now, Jules is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jules.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jules. So, I went off to have a word with the retailer that you purchased the TV from. They are Argos, and their response has been excellent. It's very short, it's very simple, but I think it should put a smile on your face. They say, we have been in touch with Jules and we are arranging for a new TV to be delivered.
It's actually being delivered on Monday.
Wow, fantastic. So it's all been sorted. And just think of all that time you've spent liaising with a manufacturer, when in fact, if you'd just gone back to the retailer, hopefully
it would have been done so easily.
Would have been done so easily. And this is the point. If you know who to speak to, that's a start. And then, of course, also knowing what you're entitled to, so you don't ever end up in a situation where a retailer fobs you off with incorrect information. It's really important. How are you feeling? Are you happy?
Yes, very happy. They've been very good. So, yeah, absolutely happy, over the moon about it.
Brilliant. Okay, well, listen, I'm going to give them this. But I'm reserving a final couple of honks until you tell me that you've got your new TV. Did you say it's Monday they're delivering it?
Yeah, Monday they're delivering it.
Okay, great. Well, shall we talk maybe Tuesday? And fingers crossed everything will have been sorted.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Okay,
No
talk
worries.
very soon.
Take care. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you. Speak
Bye-bye.
next week. It's the
Bye-bye.
JVS show. It's been. Remember, Tony, he was telling me he bought a mattress in March of last year. It was in the sale and he spent just under 250 quid on it. But in August, well, he and his wife noticed an issue with
My
it.
wife's been complaining about the problem when she sits on the side of the bed, but obviously you can't see the split unless you get inside the cover. See, we had a bit of a spill September, and I opened the zip at the end, which you can open to get in, and it literally only opens the end of the mattress, and I got in to put some towels in there to try and mop the spill up, and I noticed then it got a split. It wasn't just a little split, it was about a split about 15 inches, 18 inches long, directly in the middle of the mattress, And I've noticed it's the other side as well now.
Well, the company told him to take a photo of the split and to send them that photo. In order to do that, he had to remove the mattress cover. But when he then spoke to the company, having done all of this that he'd been asked to do, they then said, well, because you've removed the mattress cover, I'm afraid you've now completely voided the warranty. There's nothing we can do to help you. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I promised Tony I would contact the company that he purchased this from. Indeed, I've done that. And as you'll know, if you were listening to the programme last time, things have been looking up considerably. Tony's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Tony. So, as you know, and as many of my listeners know, this was actually from a television shopping channel.
That's right.
That you purchased this mattress, which, to be honest with you, just as an aside, as a bit of information, a bit of advice for other people, I personally would never buy a mattress, which is such a personal item, from a company where I haven't been able to try the mattress first. It's really important that you try a mattress and make sure that it's comfortable before you part with your money, because normally you will find with this kind of item, once you've got it, once you've tried it, if you don't like it, if you don't actually think it's very comfortable, the company will say, well, you've slept on it now. So therefore, for hygiene reasons, we can't take it back, which is a very difficult position to find yourself in. Now, that wasn't the case for you, but I did contact this company and they came back and said, we have been in touch with Tony directly and we have resolved the issue. A full refund for the faulty mattress has been processed, so this should clear in his account in the next 3 to 5 working days. We are always looking at ways to improve our processes, and customer communication will be an ongoing project for the company. I really hope that Tony will allow us another opportunity to restore his faith in our company in the future. Well, when we last spoke, obviously that was great news, but I wanted to retain the final couple of honks for when you had received the money. Tony, I gather your bank balance is looking 250 quid better off.
It is, yes, Jonathan.
Brilliant.
It was there within 24 hours of me talking to you on your show.
Fantastic. So you're back in the black, you've got the money, and how about replacing the mattress? Have you done anything about that yet?
We have been looking. Unfortunately, you have to order these mattresses, so it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks to get. We have found one we're going to go for, and luckily I've kept the old one. I was so gobsmacked that they're giving me money back, I kept it, so because now we're having to wait 6 to 8 weeks for a replacement.
Yes. Well, that is quite normal, particularly if you are getting a mattress that's going to be made for you. Yeah. Obviously, the factory has to produce it for you, so it's quite normal that you would have to wait. And can I ask, are you spending more than 250 quid?
Yes, I am this time.
Good. Okay, well, let's hope that it will be a better quality one. Let's hope that it will last longer. I will thank this particular company very much for giving you all your money back. Have a happy sleep on your new mattress. Send me a photo when you get it, and I hope you and your wife are very well in the future, Tony. All the best to you. He's on the line now. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Jonathan.
I'm resisting every urge to shout your name in Hyacinth Bouquet's voice, just so you know. Tell me all about the problem you're having without naming any company names, please.
Will do. Okay, so we moved into, I suppose you call it our dream home, about 2.5 years ago. And we've always had a lot of books, always enjoyed reading. And we promised ourselves that we would, when we moved into this house, get ourselves a lovely big bookcase to go on the wall, to put all of our books on. Well, when we moved in, we looked around and we couldn't find anything off the shelf, as it were. No pun intended. So we had to go and get it made by a joiner. Now, I had a look around for some local joinery companies and asked a few questions of each of them and found one that I liked because they gave me some good advice, I suppose, which included making sure that the bookcase was made of a nice hardwood and had what they called a diamond hard paint finish on it. They said if we didn't do either of those two things, what we'd end up with was a bookcase that would mark easily. So we chose them, and this was back in, April 2018. and we paid them in the end just under £4,500, which sounds like a lot of money for a piece of furniture, doesn't it? But
well, if it was going to be, if it was custom made and built into your room, is that how it was working then? It was actually built to fit the room?
Built to fit the room, Jonathan, yes, and it was quite big as well.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of lovely quality furniture does not come cheaply, so £4,500. And this was wood that was then painted?
Yeah, it was made out of a special tulip wood, and then it was painted, spray painted to a lovely smooth finish with this special diamond hard paint. Well, that's what was meant to have happened anyway.
Okay. When was this? When did they finish it and actually build the furniture in the room?
The furniture was installed, I think it was September 2018. It was around about then, from memory.
So about 2 years ago?
About 2 years ago, yeah.
Okay, fine. So what's gone on? What's happened?
Well, I suppose it started going a bit wrong when they installed it, and there were a few accidental scratches that they'd made when they installed it, and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, Jonathan, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. And it looked quite obvious. So I got them back in to touch it up again, and they sort of painted a slightly bigger area by hand. And then when that dried, guess what? It wasn't the same shade as the original either. Now, this went on, for quite some time. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand. And each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. So I had a chat to the owner of the company, who, to be fair, all the way through this has been very helpful and polite, and he promised he would get it fixed in various ways, but that they couldn't match the paint colour. They'd have to use some slightly different shade of blue and repaint the whole thing for me in my room. Well, they sent one man in with a compressor sprayer, I suppose you'd call it, a machine anyway, that sprays paint. He gave up halfway through because he said it wasn't very safe to respray it in a room where the windows don't open. I'd probably have some sympathy with him, to be honest. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and he would come back and paint it yet again.
I'm just looking at a photo of this furniture. It's lovely. It's very, very nice looking furniture. And it looks like, is that colour stiff key blue by any chance?
Oh, I think something like that, Jonathan. Yes, your paint knowledge is impressive.
Looks like stiff key blue to me. Very smart. I had a very similar piece of furniture built in my flat. A lot smaller than what you've had built, but I had something built again to fit into an alcove that I had in my flat, and I painted it myself. Afterwards, so that it blended. It was the same colour as the walls on either side, and I used a foam roller for putting the paint on, and it gave a lovely smooth finish. I'm surprised that when they painted it, they were using a brush and not using a roller.
Well, precisely, and it didn't help perhaps that the guy chose to paint it on the hottest day of the year when he said the paint was setting too quickly and it was all going a bit, gloopy, and there were runs and scratches and it looked awful. Anyway, long story short, I got in touch with the company again, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it? And everything went quiet. I've tried to get back in touch with them. I know they're trading, but they've just refused to talk to me anymore. And I'm left still with a thing that is, covered in marks and scratches. And even worse now, Jonathan, because of the amount of paint that's on it now, if I put my books on and take them off, it leaves a mark. If I rest the TV on it and then lift it off, it leaves a mark. And I'm
what
just
do you
worried.
mean? How does it leave a mark?
Well, if you imagine you put a book on this thing and then you pull the book off. Unless you lift it off very carefully in exactly the way you put it on, it leaves a kind of slightly scratched trail, almost slightly white in colour. And if you put a TV on it and lift the TV off, even though it's got rubber feet, it leaves sort of almost indentations, Jonathan, almost like it's sunk into the paint almost.
Well, I mean, it sounds then as if the finish on it is not right. It sounds as if it's not durable. I mean, I would have thought a dark colour would be more forgiving than a light colour. I painted the bookcase that I had built in this alcove with a cupboard space underneath, exactly like yours. I painted it almond white.
Oh, lovely.
Well, it was nice, but you did have to be a bit careful when you moved ornaments around and things like that, because it could leave a mark underneath, kind of black scrape marks underneath, so you had to be quite careful with it. But I would have thought a dark blue colour would be much more forgiving than that. So in order to solve this problem, it sounds really as if the whole thing needs to be rubbed down again, and a proper decorator needs to come and paint it properly with the right kind of paint so that it has a uniform and beautiful finish to it.
That would be wonderful, Jonathan. I think that's exactly what I'd hoped for.
And what's the company that took all your money? What have they had to say about doing that?
Well, as I said, they've been all the way through this. They've been helpful and professional and apologising and explaining what's gone wrong and why it won't happen again. And then they've sent someone else in to do the work. And it's just been as bad. And in my last few months of trying to get in touch with them, they've just ignored me. They've just ignored me completely.
Right. And have you paid them the full amount of money? I presume you did.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think we need to go and have a little word. Tara.
Hello. It's very disappointing. It's a lot of money you've spent there, Richard, and I've had a look at the pictures too, and it doesn't look... It's like the finish you anticipated.
It's a beautiful piece of furniture. I mean, it is a real... Oh, hang on, I've got some more pictures that you've sent in.
You should be able to see some of the marks on those, Jonathan.
Oh, I see, yes, and I can see the brush marks as well. Why would they not... I don't understand why they wouldn't have used a... It's called a gloss roller.
I've used exactly the same thing on my kitchen cupboards, which are also stiff key blue.
Lovely. Oh, are they?
They are, yeah.
You see... It's a very luxury colour, stiff key blue. But the thing is, if you use one of those foam rollers, it gives a lovely smooth finish. You don't see the brush marks. I can't understand why they would ever use a brush on it.
No, but I can also understand why it would be difficult painting it on a very hot day.
Yes.
Not ideal.
No, I mean, it's not...
I'm just wondering, Richard, as well. So when it was first painted and it was spray painted, and then when they came to repair it, they couldn't do it in the area where the bookcase is. Was it kind of given a spray varnish over the top of the initial paint? Is that what the diamond finish means?
Yeah, it was something like that. The guy said to me, that was one of the conversations we had right at the beginning when I chose them. He said, the secret to these things is to put a very hard paint finish on it. And we add a chemical to our paint when we spray it on, which means it's almost like that, like that varnish finish you described. You wouldn't be able to scratch it with your fingernail, even if you tried. And that first coat was definitely like that. It was silky smooth and rock hard. But the subsequent paint that they've used, I don't know whether it doesn't have the chemical in, or I don't really understand, or whether it's just the number of coats they put on. But it was soft as butter.
Right, well, we need to go and have a little word, because it does seem a great shame, having spent all of that money on what looks to be a very beautiful piece of furniture, to have it all scratched and marked and not looking tip-top is very, very disappointing. And what's really disappointing is the fact that you've had to come to my programme, because, you know, the company that built this for you, they obviously are a company that take pride in their work, because it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of furniture. And I'm surprised that they would want you to be anything other than absolutely satisfied with it. Because normally people that do that kind of intricate joinery, they're very proud of their work and they want it to look beautiful. And if it looked a bit ropey, they would feel a sense of having professionally let everyone down. So I'm disappointed that they haven't already resolved this for you. Richard, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK?
Thanks for your help, Jonathan. Hang
on, do you mind if I share those photos a little later on my Twitter?
Please do.
Oh, I think my listeners, having listened to the story, would be very interested to see how that bookcase looks. I'll share that a little later on the official JV. But Kylie was telling me she bought a matching kettle and toaster set in September of last year. It cost her £90. Well, recently the handle on the kettle broke. So she contacted the company that she purchased it from to see if they could help.
I contacted the company at the end of August this year and explained to them what happened. They asked for photographic evidence, which I sent them. They then come back and asked for me to cut the cord on the mains so that obviously I couldn't use it again. I did ask them why they wanted me to do this. I didn't see why I had to do it because it was a faulty kettle anyway, and they basically said that if I wanted a replacement, this is what I had to do. So I cut the cord, sent photographic evidence, and now they're saying they can't find my account details. I sent them my account details, and they've ignored me ever since.
Well, Kylie was obviously very frustrated by all of this. She was having to borrow a friend's kettle in the meantime. It's amazing how you quickly realise that these everyday household appliances become like limbs. And the thought of being without something as simple as a kettle or a toaster, well, it's a real hassle. So it was very, very important that I got in touch with this company and got things sorted out. Have I had any luck? Let's find out, because Kylie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kylie.
Hello.
Hi. Now, first up, just as a bit of advice for you for the future, and I know the method that you purchased this, you went on to an internet auction website.
Yeah.
And you purchased this through a company selling on an internet auction site.
Yeah.
That is always more risky, just so you're aware, than buying from a proper, reputable company, preferably a high street kind of company or somewhere that you can take the product back to if you have a problem.
Yep.
Now, actually, I think that this is going to work out well, but I was extremely concerned when I first saw the details. I thought, oh my God, we're going on a nightmare here. And indeed, to start with, it was difficult getting to speak to anyone. I mean, for example, they don't have a phone number.
No.
To try and communicate with a company that doesn't even have someone on the end of a phone that you can pick up and say, oi, can you get this sorted, please, because this is not on. It's just frustrating.
Yeah.
When I made contact with the company, they then responded to me and started saying, oh, well, you now need to send us a letter. I responded to them and said, I'm not getting involved in all of that. That takes far too long. Just give me an email address for someone at your company that can solve this, please. They did. I emailed this lady. I explained all of the problems that you were having. And I understand a very short time later, you received communication from them. What have they had to say, Kylie?
Did. They basically said that they were really sorry, and due to COVID, they had staff down, and although their sales were really busy, they hadn't had time to reply to everybody, and they were going to send me out a new kettle along with some free canisters.
Canisters?
So, yeah, I suppose that tea, coffee and sugar canisters.
Oh, I see, right.
For the inconvenience, so...
Right. And any idea how long it's going to take before they do send all this stuff out to you, including, most importantly, your new kettle?
Well, she said she was going to put it in the post yesterday, so...
Right. Well, fingers crossed then, by tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe today or tomorrow it will turn up. Oh, well, that will be lovely.
Hopefully.
Well, let's just hope it works. I mean, I'm going to give the company, and I have to be honest, I'm doing this in a slightly hesitant way at the moment, but listen to this. Oof. Just a tiny bit of a tiny honk on my horn. They're not going to get the rest until you've actually got your kettle.
Okay.
The reason I'm being a little bit hesitant is that I can't say wholeheartedly this company grasped your complaint and said, yeah, okay, don't worry, we're so sorry you've had this problem, leave it to us, we'll get it sorted for the customer. I haven't had that kind of response from them.
No.
They seem very reluctant to communicate and to try and resolve this, which is very, very frustrating, and I have to be honest, very disappointing. So,
yeah.
But look, we'll put all of that behind us as long as you get your kettle. So can you please let me know as soon as it turns up, and I will then be able to give them the rest of the horn. Yes, now to Marion. Marion booked an all-inclusive holiday to go to Benidorm. This was for her 60th birthday. She was due to go in March of this year with 3 friends. The total cost of the holiday was £1,880. However, because of the coronavirus pandemic, the holiday company, she says, cancelled the trip. Marion's really unhappy, though, because she's still waiting for her refund.
We've been trying to get the refund since April, and each month they say it would be in my bank by the end of the month, which didn't happen. And the last correspondence we had for them was on the 20th of the 5th of May. The flight company emailed me to say that they'd refunded the money to the company on the 21st of the 8th, so all their flight refund had been returned to them. So I rang the hotel to find out what was holding that up, and they said that they hadn't received any money from the company yet, the holiday company yet, because they don't receive it until 60 days after their holiday, which we didn't have, so the company still had all their money.
Well, as you can imagine, Marion was really unhappy with all of this. She asked if I could go and speak to this company and get her money back. Very simple. Marion's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Marion.
Hello, Jonathan. Thank you very much for your help.
Well, I hope it has helped, because certainly I went off to have a word with this company. They are Teletext Holidays.
Mm-hmm.
They have come back
yesterday morning. They did give me a call and said that...
Okay, hang on a second. Before you tell me what they've said, let me just recap what they've told me.
Yeah, okay.
So they've come back. They say Teletext Holidays has refunded as shown below. They've sent me a whole load of transactions to the card used at the time of booking. Mm-hmm. This will reflect on the card within 3 to 4 working days. The remaining amounts below will be refunded by BACS today, as they cannot refund back to the card at the time of booking, as these were made over a year ago and their system will not allow it. The company, Teletext Holidays, have now called the customer. They've obtained the bank details, so the additional £438 that couldn't be paid to the card will be processed today by BACS. Now, that was on Wednesday that they sent that to me, so I'm hoping what you're going to tell me now is they have been in touch and you've got all your money back.
No, they were in touch with me yesterday, and they told me that I'd have it back within 5 to 7 days, so... There's nothing in my bank yet, but
okay. Well,
I'm hoping by then.
What they would mean is that it may show up in your account in 5 to 7 days. But what they tell me they've done is they've processed the refund yesterday. Yeah. And indeed, I presume you'd made various different payments to them. Would that be right?
That's right, yeah. 4 different instalments we paid, yeah.
Because they've shown me here, so these are all payments that went through yesterday. I mean, there's no explanation from Teletext Holidays as to why they hadn't done this already until I contacted them. But they show here, first payment to the card, £480.67. Next payment, £480. Then there was a payment of £5.62. And then there was £480.66. And then the refunds paid into your bank account, £200, and then another payment of £238.
Now, there's been no refunds in my bank account at all.
Well, it may well take a couple of days before that shows up, because it's gone through a system called BACS. Yeah. And BACS does take a little while sometimes to show up in an account. But they have shown me here, and I've got the reference numbers showing exactly how they had made the payments to you. So I'm confident that money should show up in your account very shortly. What I'm doing while I just talk to you is I'm just adding all those payments up. So it comes to a total of £1,884.95. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, it looks good. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. Thank you very much. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you, because I've just been getting so stressed, you know?
Well, what's so frustrating is that at no point in the response from Teletext have they ever said, we're really sorry that we haven't already paid this money back. I mean, they just seem to have said, well, we've now paid it. So.
Yeah, no explanation as to why they wouldn't answer me.
No. Well.
But anyway, it just shows you how good a job you do, doesn't it?
Well, that's as long as it works. That's the main thing. Now, look, I'm going to give Teletext this. I'm being a little bit tight with my horn today, Marion, I'll be honest with you. But I'm not giving them any more until you tell me, and I'm going to wait to hear from you when you come back to me and say, it's all fine, the money's showing up on my card, it's showing up in the bank account, I'm a happy bunny.
Okay, that's great. I'll be as soon as I do.
Can you let me know, please?
I will, yeah, no problem.
Brilliant. All right, Marion, I'll talk to you very soon. If you are working from home, has it ever occurred to you to inform the providers of your home insurance? With more and more people experiencing changes to their routine, it is absolutely necessary to let insurers know. Or is it? And if we do let our insurers know, are we likely to see an increase in our premium? Well, Helen Saxon is banking editor at moneysavingexpert.com, and Helen joins us now. Hello, Helen.
Good morning.
Do you need to let your insurer know if you're suddenly working from home all the time?
So this actually depends on what your job is and what you're doing from home. So if, like me, you are sat in front of a computer or making phone calls, you don't actually need to let your insurer know about that. They've made a special exception during the coronavirus crisis, and they've said people don't need to let us know if it's just that. However, if your business includes people coming to visit you that you'd usually do at your business premises and you're now doing from home, then you would need to let your home insurer know in case they got injured in your home. And similarly, if you've brought stock home that you'd usually have in your office or warehouse, then again, you will need to let your insurer know that there is potentially valuable stock in your house.
I remember a few years ago dealing with a case that came to my programme that was along these lines. Of course, this was long before coronavirus, but it was a gentleman who'd taken out a regular home insurance policy and had not disclosed to his insurance company that, in effect, he ran his business from home and that his company was registered to his home address. And when he then came to make a claim on the insurance for something completely unrelated to his business, the insurance company did some digging around. They found that there was a limited company in his name registered to that home address. They said, you didn't inform us that you're running a business from that address, so they invalidated the insurance. They wouldn't pay out at all. It was a nightmare. Is that kind of thing more common than we realise?
Yeah, I think it is. I think you have to be, essentially disclose everything that you think of is relevant. Even if you change jobs or more commonly change job status. So, if you've sadly recently been made unemployed, for example, then that's something your insurer is going to want to know about. Similarly with car insurance, because, it actually does affect premiums, randomly enough.
So what should people do if they're listening now thinking, oh, God, I wonder if this does apply to me or not? Do they just need to call their insurer, explain the situation, and hope that their insurer will say, oh, yeah, that's absolutely fine?
Yes. I mean, obviously, if you're just sitting at a laptop or a desktop computer and doing what you'd normally do in an office at home, you absolutely don't need to ring. But, if you are one of the other cases where you've got visitors or you've got stock, then it is actually worth letting them know, just in case you have a situation like the gentleman you mentioned, where you're making a claim for something different. Maybe there's a burst pipe, but actually you haven't disclosed that there's business stock there, for example.
And are you likely to then have to pay more?
It is possible, because there is an increased risk. If you're suddenly got people coming to your home, then you might need to take out public liability insurance to cover you if they get injured. So it is likely there would be an increase in premium because there is a consequent increase in risk.
Okay. Listen, really good talking to you. Thank you for your time. Helen Saxon is the banking editor at moneysavingexpert.com. So in other words, the main headline, if you are working from home, it's a very good idea just to run that past your insurance company to make sure that they are happy and that your property is still insured adequately. If you run a business from home, if you've got a business registered to your home address, it is essential that you make sure the home insurance policy you have covers for properties where a business is run from that address. It's really important. You do not want to find yourself in a situation where you go to make a claim, months down the line, and the insurance company find that technicality in order to be able to invalidate your insurance. And it can also mean that if you have failed to disclose that information to the insurer, they may well make things difficult for you in terms of trying to get insurance with another company as well. So be very open and honest with your insurer. Don't try and cut corners, because they will do digging around on you if you try and make a claim. And finding out if someone runs a business or is working from home is quite easy to do now. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. We purchased a sofa December. Well, it got delivered December last year. Not long after receiving the sofa, it wasn't sort of in great condition. It's a Luther. You know, the company went to quite a reputable company, so we decided.
Hang on a second. Sorry, I don't understand. So you purchased a sofa, but when it turned up, it wasn't in very good condition.
The sofa itself was fine, but it's a corner sofa. It's called a Luther sofa. It's got two electric recliners on each end of it, and they were misshapen, if you will. They weren't completely flat, so when they were sat on the floor.
So it just looked a bit cheap.
Yeah.
Badly made.
And we'd phoned the company up, which had sent one of their engineers, I believe, out, and I watched him try to just bend it back into shape.
How much was the sofa?
£2,750.
Right. Leather or fabric?
Fabric.
Okay. So he tried to bend it back.
To just bend them back, yeah. When he didn't succeed, we also purchased, because at the property that we were in, it was wooden flooring, so we'd purchased Easy Glide, as they called them, to stop you scratching the floor when you obviously clean underneath.
Good idea.
And he just tried, when you'd like sit the sofa up, it would pitch up at the back. So he just tried packing it out with a couple of extra Easy Gliders, and then said to me, you know, phone up in a month. I need to make it look like I've tried repairing it, and then we'll replace it. So
hang on a second. Ring us up in a month?
Yeah. So he wanted me to leave it for a further month.
Well, I hope you didn't do that.
But I waited a week. And I phoned them up and I said, "This is, you know, it's not any better. I'm not happy. I need the bits replacing." To which Dave said, "Oh, no, okay, not a problem. We need to order the parts." Okay, fine. I've waited. Obviously, we've had COVID issue and lockdown, so I've waited all the way through, expecting when things were up and running to hear something from them. I haven't heard a thing, so I had phoned them up because we were also looking to move again. So we've recently moved into a new property. And because I hadn't heard anything, I thought I need to phone them. So, and obviously make them aware that I'm moving, but also find out what's happening with the order. So when I phoned them, they said, "Oh, yeah, okay, it's not a problem. It will be out. We'll have somebody out." And I said, "But, you know, I'm moving." Okay, so
sorry. When was this? I mean, you say you purchased the sofa in December of last year.
Yep. So we phoned them up February, I believe it was, and then we've had lockdown.
Yeah. So more recently, when have you spoken to them?
Well, I've been on the phone quite often with them recently, because August, we knew we were moving towards the end of September, and then in that time the recliner actually broke in the laid out position. It wouldn't recline. It wouldn't lift back up. So I'd phoned them, and I said, you know, we're moving the last week in September. I need someone to come out to not even repair it, just sit it upright. I don't want to start taking it apart myself to avoid any warranty. They said someone will be out the 30th. I said, but I'm moving the weekend before that, so it's too late. I don't want to damage the sofa any more than what it is by trying to get it out of one house into another.
Yeah.
Well, they said that's the earliest I can do. I've managed to get it upright myself just by wiggling the wires in the back of the motor, and the light lit up, because it's got, it's not a cheap. It's USB ports in it. It's quite a higher end sofa, I believe. Anyway, so then
I bet it's not.
No.
I don't mean to be rude, but and I speak as someone. Look, most of the furniture that we can now buy when we go into these shops, most of these sofas that all look terribly smart in the showroom, if you actually saw how that furniture was made, you'd be horrified.
Yeah.
It's the biggest load of old junk, so much of it. It's made with pallet wood, foam. They even use on a lot of these sofas now, to make the curved arm, they used a kind of reinforced cardboard in order to get that curve. So it's complete rubbish inside. And I would imagine that, based on the description you're giving me of this sofa, I would imagine it is very poorly made.
Yeah.
And that's why when it came, it was all kind of out of shape, and then the motor stopped working on it. It's probably, if you looked inside that sofa, you'd probably be horrified.
Yeah, I don't look, to be honest. So I then had a phone call to say an engineer would be out on the 5th, which was Monday.
Right.
Which wasn't a problem. We're in the new property now. They have my address.
So did they come?
Well, come the 5th, I had a phone call to say that they would be half an hour away. Okay, that's great. I'm in. We've taken the day off of work. It's not a problem. 40 minutes flies by, and I get another phone call to say that I'm outside. So I pop outside the front. I said, "Well, you're not."
They've gone to the wrong house, haven't they?
Yep. They went to the original delivery address house.
How far is that away?
It's 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm in Milton Keynes, so you just jump on the A5.
Right.
And then you're off a junction, you're there.
So did he agree to come to the correct address?
No, I got told, I don't have enough time to come to your house now, so you'll have to wait for a phone call. I said,
right,
that's not good enough. I need it sorted now.
Okay, well, I tell you what we can do. It sounds as if what you need from us is to go and have a stern word and just to chivvy them up and to say, can you please just come and get it sorted, get it fixed. What I'm going to do, Arthur, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay? Now, just as the lockdown started, the hinge on Jackie's daughter's laptop broke. That's called timing. Well, this laptop was about a year old at the time, and Jackie was anticipating that with the lockdown on the horizon, she just thought, right, I need to just get this fixed as quickly as possible because my daughter is going to need that laptop. So she didn't take it back to the retailer where she purchased it from. She took it to an independent shop that offers repairs because she thought they'd be able to do it quickly. Well, when she took it in, indeed, they said they would be able to do it quickly, and they said it would cost £25. But then that price went up to £40 quite quickly because they said they'd need to order in a part. Well, it was due to be fixed. Jackie went along to the shop to pick it up.
No one was really touching anything, so I said, can you just open the machine and just show me the hinge and then pop it in this bag and I'll take it away. And as he opened the machine, the whole screen was just completely smashed. I just kept saying, oh my God, you smashed my machine. He just kept saying, well, it must have been bought in like that. And I said, well, of course it wasn't bought in like that. It would say on the repair ticket that I bought in a smashed up machine and I just want a hinge fixed. But he wouldn't have any of this. And he kept saying, this wasn't our fault. You bought it in like this. You owe me £60. And he said, oh no, don't be silly. You owe me £60. And he flicked the switch behind the counter and the shutters were coming down. And I just started to panic, and I was all a bit nervous, and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, despite that horrible experience, Jackie decided to give them another chance to fix it. But every time she does so, they increase the cost of the repair and give her another reason as to why it hasn't been sorted. Well, she's thoroughly fed up of the whole situation, and that's why she's come to me. And I'm not surprised. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, dear. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I saw the company that you'd taken this laptop to, my heart sank, because I have had dealings with them in the past. and it was a most unpleasant experience. When I contacted them to discuss your particular complaint, I got through to a man that I hadn't spoken to before, and I have to be honest, he seemed much politer than the people that I had spoken to previously. He said that he'd only fairly recently taken over the company, and he said that as far as he was concerned, the story that you told me was not accurate. In fact, to be precise, he said, she's lying. I said, well, what are you accusing Jackie of lying about? He said, when she first brought the laptop in, the screen was already broken. But she said to us, don't worry about replacing the screen because the laptop works and my daughter can still use it. That's not the problem. We just want the hinge to be repaired. He said, we did not break the screen. And I said to him, well, I'm sorry, but I find that very hard to believe because surely if the screen was broken, you would have ensured that you recorded that down in writing on the initial receipt that you were giving the customer so that at no point in the future could you be blamed for that damage. It seems completely implausible to me that you would not have made sure that kind of detail, i.e. broken screen, was put in writing. He said, no, it was all agreed at the time. We didn't feel we needed to put it in writing. As far as we're concerned, we didn't break that screen. However, we said that we were going to do it for her. All we've been looking for, he said, is £50. It was always going to be £50. Anyway, the conversation went on and on and on. I said, well, look, I want to talk to you as well about the aggression that Jackie says she's experienced from a member of your staff. And when I explained the situation, he said, oh, yeah, well, that was, and then he named the man. He said, yeah, he doesn't work for me anymore. I said, oh, really? I said, yeah. He said, yeah, he only worked for me for about a month, and I've sacked him because he was aggressive. Well, while he was talking, I was looking at some reviews for his company on the internet. And it's such a shame, Jackie, you didn't do the same before you took the computer in for repair, because you would have seen some of these reports from other customers talking about an aggressive attitude from members of staff there. And this went back 10 months. So I said, well, it's very strange because I'm looking here at reports for your company going back 10 months talking about aggression. Oh, no. He doesn't work for my company anymore. I'm the one that's now dealing with this and I'm not being aggressive. That was kind of the line of argument. In the end, he said, look, I've got 3 customers here that I need to go. He said, I need to go. I said, well, are you going to contact your customer and get this resolved? Yeah, I'm going to contact the customer. Well, you were telling me that somebody did indeed call. And to start with, the conversation was nice, but again, it started to get a bit unpleasant. Just remind everyone of how that conversation went, Jackie.
It did start very pleasantly. The guy introduced himself, and he was very polite, and he gave me his name, and he introduced himself as the man that I had spoken to on the Wednesday before when they were trying to charge me £90 and then dropped it to £70. And that is the same man, and I only recall seeing him that one other time, which was the time he tried to shut me in the shop. So I established that was the same guy, and then very quickly he said, do you want me to do this repair for the £50 that we agreed? And I said, but we've never had an agreement for £50. Yes, we have. That's all I've ever tried to charge you, he was saying. And it kind of went round and round in circles, the same old story. And he said, when you came in last Wednesday, I even gave you a repair ticket for £50. None of this happened. The first time I'd heard the words £50 was when he was on that phone call on Friday after you'd spoken to him. So it was more I was just so disappointed that he just denied everything that had come before. And I thought, you can't argue with someone that just completely fabricates anything they want. So I stopped talking, and he just got himself into an absolute furious rage. Told me that I was a greedy liar and I will go crawling back to him begging for a £50 repair and I can come and get my machine. And he hung up.
He called you a greedy liar?
He said I'm a greedy liar. And this really upsets me because I've told the truth about absolutely everything. You're right, I should have looked at more reviews, and you're right, I should have maybe written more down or taken a photograph of the laptop before I even took it in to be repaired. And hindsight's wonderful, and I hope I never make that mistake again. But now I really don't know what to do.
Well, I called the company again yesterday afternoon after we had that conversation.
Sure.
And I just couldn't believe what happened next. I called the company. I should just point out, I've been trying to get hold of them for a couple of days. The first day that I tried to call, this was on the 6th, so that would have been Tuesday. The phone just rang and rang and rang. Nobody answered. So I phoned yesterday, and the phone rang and rang and rang and rang. Nobody answered. So I gave it about 10 minutes, just in case he was with a customer. And I called back again. The phone rang and rang and rang. And then somebody picked up the phone, and I could hear that the phone had been picked up. So I'm saying, hello, can you hear me? And then the phone was put down.
Right.
I thought that's very odd. So I phoned again, and this time somebody picked up the phone, but it's a different man to the man that I spoke to before. And this man could not have sounded less interested if he tried. He said, right, what's it to do with? So I said, well, can I speak to Mr. So-and-so, who is the manager, and indeed I've checked out, he's the director of the company. Can I speak to him? No, he's not here. Okay. When will he be back? Oh, in about a month. In a month?
Right.
Yeah, he's gone on holiday. He's gone on holiday? Yeah, what's this about? He said. So I said, well, I presume he will have briefed you fully. I said, are you in charge of the shop now? He said, yeah, he's left me in charge of the shop. So I said, right, well, I presume he will have filled you in then on exactly what's going on. My name's Jonathan Vernon Smith. I'm a consumer journalist. I'm calling from the BBC. I'm investigating a complaint from your customer, Jackie. I explained the situation. He said, no, it doesn't. No, he hasn't said anything. So I find this absolutely remarkable that only a couple of days ago I'm having a conversation with this man. I'm explaining to him that I'm investigating this complaint on my programme. I find it remarkable that he's just disappeared on holiday until the end of the month, you say, and he hasn't even briefed you, the person in charge, on what's going on. He said, well, hang on a minute, I've got, if I have a look down here, we've got some notes. Anyway, he started going through these notes, and he's giving me, old information that had absolutely no bearing on the conversation that I'd had with the manager at the end of last week, Jackie. So I was starting to really get quite frustrated. So at that point, I said, right, look, I've had enough of this. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the manager. So can you please give me a telephone number that he's available on wherever he's on holiday, or can you give me his email address? No, I can't do that. I can email him. I said, well, if you've got an email address for him, give me his email address so I can make contact with him and I can continue the conversation that I had not fully concluded the other day. Oh, I can't give you his email address. I'll email him and I'll get him to contact you. Well, here we are. It's now 12:20 on Thursday and I haven't heard anything at all. And unfortunately, this is now starting to feel exactly how it felt last time I had the misfortune of having to deal with this company. An instance that led to me identifying the company on my programme and led to a number of people recognising this company and making contact with me. I have a horrible feeling we are about to get to the same stage with them because I feel the same, and it does feel as if games are being played at the moment. I've been doing this a very long time. I can smell it a mile off, and to be honest with you, Jackie, I'm starting to get quite a whiff.
I don't really know how to proceed. I'm too nervous, to be honest, to go into the shop and collect my goods, but I have this feeling that if I I go in with someone else, I'm just going to be hit with blank wall again of either, just more lies. We don't have it. You've never brought it in. We don't know who you are. I just don't know what I'm going to be confronted with. And I just feel like I'm hitting a brick wall and a dead end now.
At the moment, yes, it does feel like that. There are two options, as I explained to you last time. The two options are that either we find a way of being able to persuade this company that the right thing for them to do is to repair your computer properly and get it back to you for the original agreed price.
Okay.
but I'm concerned as to whether or not they're even going to be able to do that.
I'm concerned that they're even going to admit that they even have it.
The other option would be for you to get the computer back and to have it repaired elsewhere by someone who is able to give you a clear outline of what needs to be done, a full costing, and then you explain to the company that either they pay you back or you will sue them.
Yeah.
Although I have to be honest, I think that's probably going to be fraught with problems as well.
Yeah.
The other option, and I mean, if I had not had the past experience with this company, I would be feeling more optimistic. But when we dealt with them before, we had such a palaver with them. I mean, I've rarely encountered anything like it before. I'm concerned, do they have the computer? Will they give the computer back? Are you going to have further problems in terms of trying to get the computer back? You know, there's the response, and the fact that this man has now apparently gone on holiday and has left his shop in the hands of someone that he hasn't even briefed on the fact that his company is being investigated at the moment by the BBC. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. Who does that? Who goes on holiday knowing that the BBC are investigating your company and doesn't even say, oh, if that bloke from the BBC calls, can you get him to call me? Here's my mobile number. I mean, who does that?
I know, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? I don't know how they're still in business.
Well, I noticed that the company now seems to have two different names that it's trading under. Two different names and two different photographs of shop fronts as well.
Right.
So, you know, all I would say in the meantime, and I sense we are getting to a stage, and I'd really hope that we could try and resolve this without it getting to this stage.
Yeah.
I sense we are getting to the stage where I will yet again be identifying this company on my programme. In the meantime, can I just urge everybody listening, if you need to get a computer repaired, a mobile phone repaired, if you need that kind of service, please, please, please use a good, reputable company that has very good reports online, that has been long established, and if you do a little bit of searching, operates as one company rather than two different companies out of the same address, which should ring alarm bells anyway. If you do a further bit of information about this company, you will see that there was an application to strike them off. There are all kinds of alarm bells that would ring regarding this company. Please make sure before you take a valuable item like a laptop, a computer, a mobile phone in to have it repaired, please make sure you are taking it to a good reputable firm and you're not going to find this kind of problem. As I see it, Jackie, they've got one last chance. I'm going to call them this afternoon as soon as I come off air. Okay. They've got one last chance to deal with this in a reasonable and professional way. If they don't, if I don't feel confident that they're going to deal with this in a professional way, then I am duty-bound to tell everybody which company it is we're dealing with. Okay. Because it's simply unacceptable, the way that they're now starting to deal with this again. And the fact that I presume nobody's tried to make any contact with you in the last 24 hours.
No, they haven't. And I've been a bit nervous as to whether I should take their calls or not until I'd sought advice from you as to how to progress.
No, absolutely. I think you must take their calls. Sure. I understand the experience that you've had before, but what you do not want, and what I don't want, is for at any point for them to suggest that they've tried to make contact with you and tried to resolve it, and you've just ignored them. So that would be terrible if they had evidence that they tried to do that and you were not prepared to talk to them. So I think you must keep the line of communication open.
Okay.
But that line of communication needs to be conducted in a professional way. It's not reasonable to shout at customers or to call them greedy liars. It's not a professional response whatsoever.
No.
And, you know...
Would you advise that I wait until you've had another attempt to talk to them until I make a decision as to whether I'm going to try and get my goods back from them?
I absolutely would, yes. I'd like you to give me until this afternoon. I'm going to try and make contact with them. What I'd like to do is talk to you again tomorrow, and we'll make a decision tomorrow as to how is the best way to proceed.
Okay, that would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Listen, leave it to me. I'll go and have that conversation this afternoon. We'll talk very soon.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much for your help.
Thank you. And if that company are listening to this programme, no more games. The games don't wash with me. Just deal with this situation in a professional way. You're supposed to be a professional company. Behave like it.
Oh, hello there, Jonathan.
Hi, Chris. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Of course, I'll do my best on there for you. Right, okay, so basically, me and my now wife, we were planning obviously getting married earlier in the year, and we did, but because of the COVID pandemic that hit everybody, things like with our planned party and everything obviously couldn't go ahead. So we'd originally booked a venue and a catering company, and with the venue, when it was getting to about March, April time, they contacted us to say because of restrictions on size and everything that they couldn't fulfil that, so they were happy to issue a refund on the money that we'd paid for the venue, which is very good of them. But then we had a bit of a problem with the catering company, where we'd outlined a deposit of £153, and they were then keeping us informed about the pandemic, and, you know, you can postpone your wedding and we can keep the money until then, and it will still rectify as a deposit. But then I went back to them and I said, well, especially at that time, we didn't know how long restrictions were going to last. You know, we're obviously still in them at the moment, and said we'd rather just cancel. And if we could just get the deposit money, and if we look to book in for next year, then we'll do that and we'll consider your company again. And since then, we've had no sort of like confirmation of when money will be paid back. We've had to threaten legal issues with them, and they still keep saying, well, it was just to hold a date. And when I'm being responded saying there's nothing in your contract that would have said anything about COVID-19 or anything going on, and with the government restrictions, they've just turned a blind eye to it. So we're still at this place now where we haven't been able to get our deposit money back.
Okay, right. Let me just go back and ask a few crucial questions. So firstly, when were you due to get married?
24th of July.
Okay. And at that point, the restriction was weddings of maximum 30 people.
That's right. And the catering was booked for 100 people, and the same with the venue.
Okay. Now, you said the venue were happy for you to cancel and to get a full refund. Did you do that?
Yeah, and we did, and that was fine.
Okay. But you also mentioned, you said my now wife, so I presume you did get married.
We did get married, but obviously on a much smaller key, so we had 6 people with us for the wedding. So we carried on with the date, but obviously we couldn't have the sort of the party, I suppose you'd call it, or the after party and everything, so we couldn't have that. So we still got married because we still wanted to, but we didn't obviously have like a gathering or anything.
Right, so there was no need for the caterers. You couldn't have used that deposit that you'd already put down with the caterers for them to provide food for just a much smaller number of people.
No, and that wasn't even a consideration because we couldn't have a venue of any sort at that time. Mm-hmm. So we got married, we had 6 people there, and then we just came back home. So it was a very quiet affair.
Okay, so at what point did you cancel the caterers?
So we contacted them in April when first things were going, and we said, what should we do? Should we cancel? Should we postpone? And they said, well, let us know a little bit nearer the time. So then on the 13th of May, because they weren't picking up their phones, I contacted them by email, saying, in light of the government restrictions, we'd like to cancel this. So it was over 2 months advance notice. And since then, it's just been backwards and forwards in emails with nothing being done.
And what does it say in their terms and conditions regarding their cancellation policy?
Well, when I've got it here, so if any paid deposit in advance and reserving the right to make additional claims to minimise any losses that may result in any said deviation, agreed serving times are subject to change due to circumstances which are beyond our control, e.g. traffic, accidents or breakdown of vehicle. If service can still take place within 2 hours of serving time agreed, then no discount or refund will be given. Outside these times, then an agreement between the 2 parties can be made. If we cannot fulfill this contract due to unforeseen circumstances. No compensation will be given. However, your deposit will be fully refunded. By signing this agreement, you also agree that the description of pitch is accurate, including access to your venue, and that's it.
So just read that last bit where it said, if we have to cancel due to things outside of our control, no compensation will be given, but a full refund of the deposit will be provided.
Yeah, I'll read it out again. Just so
I guess their argument, though, is that would be if they cancelled rather than you cancelled.
Yes. Yeah, that's the way I would read that as well.
Okay.
And with the restrictions and everything, it was out of their hands anyway.
Well, that's the point. So what are they actually saying to you? Are they saying that they feel it's reasonable for them to hold on to the deposit, but they won't come after you for any more money? Or are they saying they will negotiate on giving you a proportion of the deposit back? Or are they, what are they actually, what's their position?
Well, the last position on there was they said, right, okay, if you send over your bank details, we'll try and pay it back as quickly as we can.
Oh, okay.
And I said to them, okay, first of all, I don't really like sending out bank details on email, but when you're saying you'll try and pay it back, can you please confirm whether it will be, what sort of schedule of payment? I appreciate businesses up and down the country are suffering. So I just said, look, there's an actual plan of payment schedule, then what would it be? And then they said, right, if you don't want it, don't worry about it. And it was like, right, okay. So that was the last.
That doesn't sound like a terribly professional response. You're saying that have they put in writing that they will try and repay you the deposit?
Let me have a look. So I've got the last bit before they'd said, forget about it. They'd said, we will try and pay it back as quick as we can.
Okay, fine. Well, I take that then as an acceptance from them that they recognise they should be paying you the money back.
Yeah.
And therefore we would like them to honour what they suggested in that email they were prepared to do. They seemed, when you asked for further clarification on the matter, they seemed to then, become a little bit stroppy. I don't understand why. I mean, I do understand why, because they are also in a very difficult position, I presume, because if you think about it from their perspective, Chris, if they're in the business of catering, I would imagine the virus has had a devastating impact on their business. How much money were they due to make from you for catering for your wedding?
It would have been a total of £765.
Right. But it's, I do understand from their perspective it's frustrating, but I think it's still important to respond in a professional way. And if they say, if they said to you, look, please be understanding, we have taken a terrible financial hit as a result of this virus through no fault of our own. We are struggling financially and therefore are in a position where we accept that as per the contract we owe you the money back, but please be aware, because of cash flow, that's going to take us some time in order to pay you back. If they'd explained it in a reasonable way like that, I presume you would have been very understanding.
Yeah, of course. It's a terrible situation for a lot of businesses at the moment.
Yeah.
And if somebody was a bit more forthright in actually telling it, or even like if it was a payment, even if they said to me like, look, we can only afford something like £10 a month or something, if it was something in writing to that effect, we would have accepted on there. But the fact that it was very loose when it was sent across, and then it was almost like it got their back up when I was questioning them how to do it. That's where we're at the moment.
Okay, well, what I would like to do, Tara, can I please pass Chris back to you? Can we get some detail? Let's go and have a word with this company and see what they are prepared to do and what's the most reasonable way to ask them to do it.
Okay, yes, absolutely. A very difficult situation for all involved. We're getting a lot of this sort of similar thing, aren't we?
Yeah, it is. And I can understand it from their perspective. But it is, even though I know very often tempers are running a bit high, but it's still really important for a company to make sure that they're responding in a really professional way, even if they feel that people are asking for more than they can deliver at that time. It's important to make sure, particularly when you're responding in email form, to make sure that you're rising above it and maintaining that professional edge if you want to have a business going forward. And I presume they do. Did you do your homework regarding this catering company before? Did they come well recommended?
Yeah, they have very good reviews and everything on there. So we're having a look. We had a bit of price constraints and everything. We were looking around and they seemed very good and reasonable. So we were very excited and everything, obviously, before the whole world went into lockdown. It was something that we were looking forward to.
Yeah, okay.
And Chris, if you could send us a copy of that last correspondence that you had with them, that would be really useful.
Absolutely. Right, okay. Chris, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back and we'll see what we can do for you, okay?
All right.
Simon lives in a one-bedroom flat. The flats are owned and managed by a housing association. He says the trees in this particular development are so overgrown that it's having a huge effect on light coming into people's homes.
We've had some tenants who, after doing some complaining themselves and have had no response from the housing association, took the matters into their own hands and actually climbed the trees and cut some branches off themselves so they could get some light into their houses. And that's why I contacted the housing association myself and spoke to them, and I told them the situation. Their attitude was that the tenants were vandalising the trees, and I had to put them right on that. We had a housing officer come out within a week, had a look, took some photographs. Now, this was in June. It's going to get done, he says, but we don't know when. So they committed to saying that there is a problem in the area. However, I have rung them 10 times since the beginning of June, and I've said to them, what's going on? When is it going to get done? Let me tell you something. I get more light in the winter than I do in the summer.
Because the leaves are off the trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, as you can imagine, all Simon really wants is for this housing association that ultimately owns the land and owns the trees to take adequate responsibility for them. And anyone that has trees in their garden, on their land, will know it's very important to manage those trees. You can't just let them get bigger and bigger and bigger, particularly if they start to infringe upon the enjoyment of people's properties. It's just not acceptable. Simon's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I'm absolutely marvellous, thank you, Simon. And I'm very hopeful that you've got some good news, because I know Tara went off to have a word with the Housing Association. And if my memory serves me correctly, Tara, were we not expecting this Housing Association to be paying Simon a visit either yesterday or today?
Yeah, I'm hoping that they have been, Simon. So what can you tell us?
Well, they have not started work.
Right.
Okay.
And if I remember rightly, last week they told you that the delay had been because they were waiting for the local council to give them permission to cut the trees.
That is true. I have the statement in front of me. They said there has been a slight delay in scheduling an appointment because we were seeking information from the local authority on whether permissions were required to carry out the works. Having received confirmation from the local authority that we do not require permission to cut the trees back, we have now scheduled the works for a provisional start date in early October for a specialist to address the issue. So they had clarified that point, yes.
Right, okay. So yesterday, a representative from the Housing Association knocked my door and said, work will not be starting now because we are waiting for permission from the local council to cut the trees.
Have these trees got preservation orders on them then?
Well, some of them have, yes. I don't know which ones have and which ones haven't. But what I find interesting is that they said they had already sought permission from the local council.
Yeah, and found that they did not require it.
And found they did not require it. Now they're telling me they do require it.
Okay, do you know what? I think now might be a nice time for us to just jump straight back into this. Can we just get back in touch with the Housing Association, explain the conversation that Simon had with them yesterday, and just say we're getting a little bit confused here because we thought you could just go ahead and do the work necessary. Now there seems to be a bit of a delay, and that seems a bit strange.
Now, I've already anticipated this while we were just speaking to Simon then, so my fingers have already been tapping on the old keyboard.
Brilliant.
All right.
Okay, lovely. Right, Simon, leave it with us. We'll just go and chase them up this afternoon for you. We'll talk to you very soon. Now, Richard came to me. He was telling me he bought a 3-piece leather suite with 2 chairs back in 2017. It cost him £2,250. At the time, he also paid £300 for a 5-year extended insurance policy for accidental damage. Well, 6 months after getting the furniture, he said the piping along the front of one of the sofas had started to crack. It was looking dreadful. The company came out, they had a look, they said, yeah, that's a manufacturing fault. It was sorted out for him, but in early 2019, the other sofa started to show exactly the same problem. The company again said that they would resolve it, but they said that how they would be able to resolve it would be for him to choose a new suite. And this new suite, unfortunately for Richard, cost a bit more money. Well, Richard said the new suite is fine. He's got it, he likes it, he's happy with it. What he's not happy about is the fact that it would appear the company have cancelled his insurance policy that he paid for.
The new suite was delivered in mid-July 2019. And on the 30th of July, I received an email from the insurance company to tell me that my policy was cancelled. And if I wasn't happy with that, I should take it up with the retailer. They had the audacity to claim against it, and therefore it invalidated the policy without my permission or knowledge.
What, the retailer claimed on the accidental damage policy?
Yes, because it got him off the hook. He didn't then have to go back to the manufacturer and say, look, this was defective material, you need to do this, you need to do that. He just claimed on the policy. It was a very soft option.
Now, I have been off to have a word with this furniture company, and it would be fair to say they have a completely different recollection of events. Richard's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Right. Now, let's just run through, because they do seem to have, and they say they've written to you to explain from their perspective their side of the story. They say, when we replaced the furniture, Richard requested that we cancel the extended warranty. The full purchase price of the warranty that we cancelled was then offset against the higher cost of the replacement furniture, reducing the balance owed for the customer. We have written to Richard setting out the full breakdown of the replacement order.
Okay.
So they're saying that you asked them to cancel the policy and then to use the money back that they got for the policy to reduce the amount of money that you then had to pay for the second replacement furniture.
Okay, the second part of what they said is quite right. When I look back and analyse the figures, they have in fact refunded the value of the insurance policy. The thing that set me off on the wrong track is when I first went back to the showroom to say, look, this has happened, can someone explain what's going on and why? They said to me, oh, don't worry about it, your new policy will be winging its way to you as we speak. That sent me off on completely the wrong track. In fact, they had deducted the value of the policy and therefore they were within their rights to cancel it. So to some degree, my mistake, to some degree, their mistake. The thing that you'll notice that's totally absent from that letter is the fact that they totally ignored me, and there's no mention of that, not an apology, not sorry we didn't respond to your email, sorry we didn't give you the right information when we came to the store. So 50-50. My view, I should have analysed it more carefully. But they shouldn't have sent me off in the wrong direction expecting a replacement insurance policy. There wasn't ever going to be one. What should have happened is it should have cost me £1,100 to get the better suite rather than £800, because the previous thing included a policy and the new one obviously doesn't.
But so you were not aware of the fact that the new one was not going to have this accidental insurance running alongside it?
But it wasn't ever mentioned when I was in store. If I'd have analysed the two different sales documents, then I could have seen that if I'd have been heading in that direction. But I wasn't. I was heading off looking for a new insurance policy. That's what I was expecting following the conversation.
Well,
they're right in what they say.
Yeah, but I mean, let's just hope that you don't then have an accident with this furniture in the future, because otherwise, you're not going to have the accidental cover to be able to repair or replace the furniture, are you?
No, I'm going to have a look at my household contents insurance, whether it's on there or not. I don't know. I have no real experience of that type of claim. I've never claimed on a household policy, although I've always had one. There's a possibility it's covered that way. Having said that, there's only my wife and myself here. We're not crashing around in the lounge. They're very well made, the new ones. They're a pretty famous brand, and very happy with them, to be honest.
Okay, good.
Just keep my fingers crossed that there's never an issue.
Yeah. Well, at least I guess we've got to the bottom of it, and we've established that it wasn't as you'd suspected, that the company had used that insurance policy to make a claim to lesser the amount of money that they then had to put towards sorting this problem that you'd had out by them selling a product that had a manufacturing defect. I mean, it would appear that's not the case, and they didn't claim on that insurance policy.
I don't know if they did or not, but it didn't. If they did, it didn't affect me.
Well, no, and the fact that I think the problem is, did the initial conversation, did that take place verbally? You know, when they say the customer asked us to cancel the extended warranty.
I never did that. It never came into the conversation. They just sort of went off, did the paperwork, came back, said, sign here for the new suite and we'll order it.
Yeah. So how do they prove that you asked them to cancel it? How do you prove that you didn't? I mean, it was all a verbal thing.
Yeah, it was. And they would simply say, well, we've refunded it anyway, so what's your problem?
Yeah, and I think that is what they're saying. And you mentioned earlier that it was frustrating they don't seem to be apologetic. They're not apologetic because as far as they're concerned, they don't think they've done anything wrong. And they think their email to me is simply clarification of the situation rather than an acknowledgement that they've mucked up.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd have just had a word with me, somebody in the showroom went to the showroom 3 times to try and sort it out. I sent 4 emails to 2 different email addresses, not a single response. If anyone had just come back and said, look, we've refunded, just check the paperwork, you'll see we've refunded the policy. Yeah. And I would have done that, and that would have been the end of it 2 years ago.
Listen, we must leave it there, but at least we got to the bottom of what's gone on. At least you know that you've got your money back for that insurance policy. Richard, we'll leave it there. Any other problems, you know where I am. Time for me to deal with your consumer problems. Speaking of which, Linda's on the line. Hello, Linda.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Linda. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. We'll see what we can do for you.
It wasn't going to be a problem. I was just responding yesterday to a lady who said that the schools should be shut down. That was very important. And that reminded me of the fact that my granddaughter of 13 we're keeping her off school because we're worried about the facilities there. They actually went to Czechoslovakia in the middle of the lockdown to see the father. And they stayed there for 6 to 8 weeks. Unfortunately, during this time, he caught corona very badly. The children weren't living with him. They were living at the grandma's house. So they stayed there, and they stayed there for another fortnight, so they were clear. They came home.
Sorry to stop you there, Linda. I understand this all makes sense to you. I've never heard your story before, so I'm going to need you to go back a little bit. I need to try and get my head around what's going on. So you're calling regarding your granddaughter who went to Slovakia in the summer to see her father who lives in Slovakia, and while she was there, he caught coronavirus.
Yes, he did. And the children were still there and for another fortnight. And then they came home, and they eventually were going to go back to school. Now, my little grandson is 10, and we were happy for him to go back to his school because we felt that it was safe there. They had a lot of precautions. It's a smaller school, obviously. He went back and there'd been no problems. But with my 13-year-old granddaughter, we weren't happy with what was going on there. We had to call into the school and pick up a uniform.
Okay, hang on a second. So does your granddaughter live with you?
Well, they've stayed with me since March. They've been staying with me with my daughter.
Oh, okay.
The four of us.
I see. Right. Okay. So she went to Slovakia to see her father. He caught coronavirus. Then they came back, and then when the school term started in September,
the grandson went back.
But your granddaughter didn't.
She didn't because we were scared.
What are you scared of?
We were scared of the fact that it's a school of 1,200 pupils. They did send out a letter saying that if pupils wanted to wear masks, we had to have a doctor's letter. My daughter has had pneumonia. I'm 75, and I'm looking after an extremely ill gentleman who's just been diagnosed with prostate cancer. He's got ME, he's bedridden, and of course he's very, very vulnerable.
Is that your husband?
No, I'm a carer.
Oh.
And I look after him, and he's very vulnerable. And if he gets the slightest, that's it, he's gone.
Okay.
So we have to be very careful.
So your granddaughter, when she started school, when you weighed up all of the various risk factors, the fact that your daughter has got health problems, you are of a certain age, you're a carer looking for a very vulnerable person, you were concerned about your granddaughter going to that school because you were worried as to whether or not she would be safe.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So what's the problem? What can I do to help you, Linda?
Well, every day my daughter has been phoning in to try and set up a meeting with the school, and they haven't answered. And then the day before yesterday, she had a call from one of the teachers, and they said if she didn't go in the next day, they would prosecute. So
has your daughter not explained to the school the reason that she's keeping her daughter at home?
Oh, yes. But this verbally, I'm going to do a letter at the weekend and put it all in writing. I mean, we're just scared. We don't have a big family. It's only the four of us, 5 of us with my other daughter. If anything happened to us, those kids would be lost. And we're vulnerable, and we're terrified. We've seen what it can do. I mean, my son-in-law is a cage fighter. He's a very fit man. And I saw a photograph of him, and he was just wasted away. And we are absolutely terrified.
Of catching the virus?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had thought that schools, certainly the vibe that I got was that schools were going to be taking a sympathetic view to people based on their own circumstances who, for whatever reason, are worried about their children going back to school. I thought schools were going to take a kind of sympathetic approach, but it sounds to me, from what you're saying, as if your granddaughter's school are coming down on you all like a ton of bricks, and they're saying either you sent her to school or we're going to prosecute you.
This is how we feel. I just feel that they're just being too strict on her and more worried about the numbers at the school and the actual school children. I mean, I wondered if it would help if I went to... Is there an education ombudsman that we could contact?
Well, regarding your granddaughter's school, has your daughter actually had a conversation with the school to explain in a calm and reasonable way the concerns, and has the school agreed at any point to accommodate your granddaughter in terms of education at home? Have they given her any work to do while she's not there?
No, they haven't, because I'm not au fait with a computer, and my computer isn't that good. But we are willing, and I think the father would help to try and get her at home tutored during this time. We will do anything to keep her safe. I mean, and that, of course.
I mean, the thing is, so would you agree then, for the last month or so since the schools went back, your granddaughter has not actually been getting any kind of education?
No, she hasn't. No,
right.
She hasn't. No.
And how does she feel about that?
Unfortunately, she's not too bothered. She's going through a phase at the moment, but she's in secondary school now, and it's all changed. But we will help her catch up. We will get a one-to-one for her. But I just think it's very unfair of the school to. She's a single parent, my daughter. She's very upset about everything, and she's heading for a breakdown the way she's going. And we've got nobody else to help us in the family, you see. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I absolutely understand the predicament you're in. I mean, the reality is your granddaughter needs an education.
Yes.
She's 13. It's a really important age, and she needs to, her life... Her life is going to be affected if she doesn't get a good education, and that's why it's so important.
Yeah,
so somehow that has to be facilitated. Is there anything the school could do that would make you feel more confident about her going to school and coming home? Or do you just feel the whole idea of her being around all those other children on a daily basis and then coming home to your family at the end of the day, it puts you at too great a risk?
I think it does. I mean, they're talking about bubbles, but I've seen children walking home from school, and they're not socially distancing. They're hugging each other and walking along, and they're young people. They forget. They don't realise how important this is, and I just feel that if she goes to school, we're going to be so worried about her. We are going to have to. I think we're going to have to set up home tutoring or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, but educating a child at home is a lot of work. It's really hard. And if you talk to parents who do it, there are some fantastic parents who do homeschool their children, but it is a full-time job. And it involves a certain skill set. And I don't know, is in your family, you say there's just the four of you. I mean, would you say that someone in your family has the time and the effort to be able to put into making sure your granddaughter has a good quality home education?
Well, we would get, obviously, I don't feel qualified to do it, although there's a lot of help online for people, I believe. But we would get in a private tutor, and I'm sure her father would be willing to pay for it.
Right.
I'm sure he would, yeah.
He earns a reasonable amount as a cage fighter, does he?
Absolutely.
Gosh, what a job.
I know.
Was he a cage fighter when your daughter met him?
Yes, yeah. Wow. He's been doing that since he was about 9, and he's very well known in Czech. Yeah.
Is he?
Yes.
Right. And in terms of how is he now? You say this virus for a man who was fit and healthy completely wiped him out. How is he now?
Yeah. Well, he's better. He's talking about another fight in 17 weeks. But of course, sometimes this virus can come back. And he tends to be very tough and overlooks sort of things that go wrong with his body. He just works through it. But I'd be very surprised if he fights in 17 weeks. Yeah.
Are they even allowed to do cage fighting? I mean, you can't exactly socially distance doing cage fighting, can you?
I know. I mean, I think these things are set up with the proviso that they can be cancelled at short notice, really. But do you think I'm going to write to the school anyway, just to sort of set everything down my way?
What would you like? What can I do to help you? Because I completely get, Linda, that you're in a difficult position, and I absolutely respect the fact that you're reaching out for some help, and I want to be able to help you in the best possible way. And I'm sure many of my listeners, who maybe actually are much better qualified than I am with children who go to school, might have some ideas. But what do you need? What help do you need?
I don't know that there's anything you can do, really. I just wondered if there was somebody that I could appeal to. I mean, as I said before, is there an education ombudsman that I could get in touch with?
Well, surely that would be the local authority.
Yes, probably.
So surely you would go and speak to the local authority covering your area, and you would explain the situation, and you would see what they can suggest in terms of whether there is anywhere else that your daughter could go. I mean, if your daughter could go to a school where there were very few pupils,
Yes,
or if she was to be given kind of
if we felt that she was safe there, but they're in bubbles apparently, and I think they stay in the classroom all day long.
Yeah.
In the same classroom.
What happens? What happens if she was to wear a mask all day? Would that give you the confidence to send her to school or not?
Well, I think they can now, but because I said previously, they said if you wanted your child to wear a mask, you had to give a doctor's letter.
That's just stupid. In the middle of a pandemic, for any school, we dealt with a case like this going back a few weeks ago, and it's just a stupid attitude for schools to have taken. They should be embracing children who want to protect their families and who feel that wearing a face mask is the best way of doing that. They shouldn't be trying to make them feel that wearing the face mask is not something they can do. If they were, if they allow children to wear a face mask, that still doesn't give you the confidence to send your granddaughter back.
No, it doesn't. There is another school that we're considering, and they might be completely different, but we've just lost confidence in this school. The fact that they didn't bother to return her calls, and when they did come back, they were totally against her and making her feel very vulnerable by saying that they were going to prosecute her if she didn't come back. I mean, they weren't listening to our worries. They just said, we want her back. Don't send her back. We're going to go to we're going to prosecute, which is rubbish because it would take far too long. And I think they would probably shut the schools before long anyway. I think it'll come to that.
Well, I think that's going to be the absolute last resort. I think the government is absolutely determined to keep schools open for as long as humanly possible. I think I'm going to put this out there to my listeners. I wonder whether anybody listening to this programme who has experience of home educating children can point us in the right direction as to how you might get a bit of advice in terms of what you can do. I presume the best port of call, my gut feeling is the best port of call to start with is to go to the local authority and to explain the situation, to say you're looking for advice because you're not sure what to do. The schools seem to be treating you in a heavy-handed way, and they don't seem to be recognising the very genuine concerns that the family has for sending your granddaughter into that school. Can they offer any alternative ideas? I think really just a little bit of advice would be a good idea. Tara, before you take that call that you were just about to take.
I was just about to, and I think it might be someone with a little bit of advice for us.
Well, I was going to say, can we just get a bit more detail from Linda off air? Let's see what advice comes in from listeners. And Linda, we may well get you back a little later on in the programme. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine, yeah.
Just a couple of things. You did mention going to the local authority. It depends if they're an academy or not, because they have a different complaint procedure.
It's an academy.
It is an academy.
Okay.
Well, that would probably mean the local authority may not necessarily be able to give the same kind of help.
So in that instance, you would go to them and find out what their complaints procedure is. They will direct you to it, and then you go through that part of it.
But is it a complaint at this stage that you really want, or is it just advice in terms of what options are open to you as a family?
Yeah, just advice at the moment, just to consider what we've got, what options we've got.
I mean, I still think maybe going to the local authority, because there will be other schools that are in your local area that may well be local authority run, and it may well be that the local authority can give you some advice in terms of maybe moving your granddaughter's school. I don't know.
And I suppose really you're going to look at secondary schools, most of which have large numbers, and if that's one of your biggest concerns, Linda, you're not necessarily going to. I mean that's not as big as they can get. So there are schools in our area that have got 2,000 plus young people in them. But also, if she's 13, what year is she in at the moment? Is she in year 9 or 10? Because by the time they're in year 10,
she's in the first year.
I thought you said she was 13.
Yeah, if she's 13.
She's been there 1 year at the academy.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But if they're in year 10, for example, they've started their GCSE courses. Lots of schools start them now in year 9. So it is really important that she gets back on track with her learning.
Look, let's see what we can find out. Linda, if we can get some advice for you a little later on, if any of my listeners are able to help, we'll give you a call back, okay? So now, Jeanette has a 13-year-old dog, a Jack Russell French Bulldog cross called T-Bone. As far as Jeanette was aware, he was in good health. That was until the Easter weekend this year. On the evening of Good Friday, T-Bone appeared to be in a lot of pain. And by the next day, he'd kind of collapsed. So Jeanette, so worried, took him to the vet. The vet examined him and thought he might have a problem in his neck. It could possibly be a tumour. The vet just wasn't sure. Well, Jeanette was given the option of either putting him to sleep there and then, taking him home with painkillers, or paying for tests over the weekend to try and find out what was wrong. Well, Jeanette decided to leave him at the vet's and signed paperwork saying she'd pay costs of up to £2,100. She had to pay £800 as a deposit. Well, to her surprise, the vet called her a few hours later to say they'd done blood tests and x-rays and they couldn't find anything wrong with T-Bone at all. Well, as you can imagine, Jeanette was absolutely delighted. She went along to the vet's to pick him up, only to discover she had a huge bill to pay.
They brought him out and discharged him with painkillers. The total bill came to £1,144. And I'd paid the £800 deposit, so I had to pay the difference when I took him away. I did query it. I sent an email giving an update and said, please could you check the bill over again because I find it very, very expensive. And the vet replied saying that was quite normal and I've been charged correctly. So since then, T-Bone's had problem with his teeth. He broke his tooth chewing his bone. So I went to another local vet and had a quote for that, and their general anaesthetic cost was only £65, which is almost £200 cheaper. And their price for 2 x-rays was £100, which is also £200 cheaper.
Well, Jeanette just really feels as if she's been overcharged for the treatment that T-Bone had while he was with this particular vet. I've been off to have a word with them. What have they had to say for themselves? Let's find out, because Jeanette's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jeanette.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I have a horrible feeling this whole sorry saga really is going to be an enormous lesson for everyone listening to the programme to learn. Because I've been off to speak to your particular vet. Now, your vets they're part of a chain, a company that have a number of branches. They've come back with this response. It doesn't really answer very much, but they say, firstly, you asked about the transparency of our charges. We can confirm that it is our policy to provide our clients with a full estimate of the potential treatment ahead of any treatment being undertaken. They go on to say you also asked about the amount that Jeanette was charged. Unfortunately, due to client confidentiality, we are not able to discuss the matter further with you. However, we would be very happy to contact the customer to discuss her concerns and to get this matter investigated. If you could kindly pass this message on to the customer and ask her to contact us directly, or to confirm that she's happy for us to contact her using the details we have on her account. They go on to say, we would also like to stress that we take all complaints very seriously and we have a formal complaints process in place. However, this would need to be managed directly with our client, they say. So most of that is not really terribly helpful in terms of addressing your individual issue, apart from the first bit, where they say that they are very transparent and they provide a full estimate of the potential treatment. Did you receive a full estimate when you first took T-Bone in and left him there?
Yes, I did. That was the estimate that they'd given me, the £2,100. So at that stage, I was in a very distraught state, and I have to admit that I didn't read it properly. I just signed it.
Yeah.
And I wasn't in any position at that point to look at it and say, oh, well, I find your sedations are a bit expensive. I'm going to take T-Bone to another vet, because he was in such a dire situation. So I didn't read it. I just signed it. And,
No, and this is the point that I really would like to just stress to everybody listening to the programme. If you go and buy let me try and think of if you go and buy a Ford Fiesta, you can go in and you can pay, I don't know, £10,000, £12,000 for a brand new Ford Fiesta. If you go into a Rolls-Royce dealership and you try and buy a Rolls-Royce, obviously it will cost a lot more. It's it's legal for both companies to sell those cars at completely different prices, and it's down to the customer to decide how much they want to pay and which brand they wish to go with based on their pocket. The point I'm trying to make is there is a huge amount of discrepancy between different vets in terms of what they charge. There is no kind of universal price that all vets charge. One vet may be very reasonably priced, another vet may well be very expensive. I know this particular vet because you've sent me the paperwork, and he seems to be suggesting that he's a very well qualified vet and therefore, he's fully at liberty to charge higher prices because he's such a good vet. Well, okay, that may well be. And indeed, he is within his rights to charge, as long as he's transparent with the cost. The problem is that when you register yourself with a vet, and I completely understand the position you're in. I mean, I'm sure that you, like most of us, when you first got T-Bone, you looked around, you spoke to friends, you found out whose vet they used. Oh, are they good? Oh, yeah, they're really good. You go along, you register your vet, you never think about how much they're going to charge you. But in fact, there could be a huge discrepancy, and the veterinary company that you have used, I've certainly spoken to friends of mine before who also have taken their pets to this particular company, and they also have been quite amazed by how much they've had to pay for procedures that they've had done elsewhere that have been considerably cheaper. So I guess what I'm getting to, if they have been transparent with you at the outset in terms of what they were going to charge, and I completely understand at the point you were worried, you were upset, the last thing on your mind was pouring through small print. But if they've done that, then I'm afraid from a legal perspective, they've covered their back. And just because another vet would charge, say, £65 for sedation, and yet you've ended up paying, hang on a second, how much was the sedation that you ended up paying? It was £263.59, I think.
That's it, yes.
X-rays, you were charged, I mean, this is just a huge amount of money. You were charged for 2 X-rays, £327.78.
Yeah.
Now, you say that you've kind of got a price from other vets, and they charge about 60 quid for the first X-ray and then £40 for any subsequent X-rays per X-ray. The hospitalisation charge, in fact, the price that you've got down here seems quite reasonable. 25 quid you were told that you'd have to pay at another vet, but this particular veterinary surgery charged you £82.42.
Yeah.
So they are an expensive vet to go to, it would appear. But have they done anything wrong in charging you that? If they were transparent with the costs from the outset, then I'm afraid no, they have not.
Mm.
This is the problem. So in terms of how you can go forward from here, I mean, you can certainly go through their complaints procedure. However, I suspect what they will say to you, they will come back and they will say, well, we're sorry that you felt you'd been misled, and we're sorry that you felt that things were not clear, but we've now looked at the paperwork and it's very clear that you were given a full breakdown of exactly how much you were likely to have to pay. And I think they're unlikely to do anything more than that, to be honest.
Yeah, because I knew it was expensive, but I just thought he was having an expensive treatment, that he was having an up-to-date, revolutionary examination. I didn't realise that it was because it was so overpriced that I was paying too much.
My advice to anybody listening to the programme is to contact when they first register their pet with a veterinary surgery, ask for a breakdown of the typical charges. So, for example, how much do they charge for an anaesthetic for that particular pet? How much do they charge for hospitalisation? How much do they charge for the annual vaccine? If you ask those questions of a number of vets, you can get an idea as to what their charging structure is likely to be, and whether they are a cheap vet, a reasonably priced vet, or a very expensive vet. And you can take that into account when you make the decision as to where to register your pet. I mean, it's, to be honest, it's too late for you, Jeanette, but I would imagine that absolutely would be a key decider now for who you decide to use as your vet.
Yes, that has actually been my first question is how much do you charge for a sedation?
Yeah. Well,
and two other local vets have both quoted me £65, the same price. So
yeah. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing for you to do. Very often, the independent vets will be more reasonably priced, in my experience, than the companies. I remember years ago, I used to have a vet. They were an independent veterinary surgery, and they were then taken over by a company. And when I went back with my cat at the time, I couldn't believe how much they put the price up. Everything had just gone up. And when I looked into it, this particular company, they do charge a lot more. So I moved my veterinary surgery. I moved to another company because and in fact, I'm absolutely delighted that I did because firstly, I love my vet. She's wonderful. She's absolutely brilliant. And she charges what I consider to be a fair price. She's not cheap, but she's certainly not a rip-off. And I've never gone there feeling as if I've been absolutely, done, as sometimes you can when you go to a vet. So I think there's important lessons to learn. What are you going to do? I mean, do you want to take this further and do a formal complaint with them?
Yes, I think so. Why not? We've gone this far.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's certainly worth doing. But I need to manage your expectations. Do I think this company is suddenly going to say, "Oh, we're so sorry. Yes, we're going to give you loads of money back"? No, I don't. I think they are very likely to look into it. And if indeed what you were charged was what was written on the paperwork at the time, I think they're very likely to say, look, you've been charged what we told you you'd be charged, end of story.
Yeah, that's it. It's just in those situations, people don't have time to read the small print. So your advice is very valid. I think that people need to check these prices before it becomes like a life and death situation.
Yeah.
I signed those papers in a life and death situation for my dog.
And look, there's a veterinary surgery. Of course, we all form a relationship with our vets. And when you find a really good vet, I mean, they're like gold dust, aren't they? When you find a vet that you trust and they're good, they're really intelligent, they're really caring, and you trust their advice, and that's so important. But don't ever forget that veterinary surgeries, they're companies, they're private companies. And in the same way that one kitchen company may well charge £10,000 more than another kitchen company, it's the same with a veterinary surgery. You'll get some that are really expensive and some that aren't. And don't be afraid to ask for the pricing structure and to avoid having the shock of your life when all of a sudden you're told to pay the most enormous amount of money. Jeanette, what I will do then is I'll respond to them and say that you are absolutely happy for them to contact you and you would like to now start the ball rolling in terms of making a formal complaint. And you may well have heard of an ombudsman or an ombudsman scheme. The ombudsman can help you to resolve disputes between yourself, the customer, and a company that is signed up to a scheme in certain industries. But what are ombudsmen? Who are they? And how can you use them? And how much power do they actually wield? Well, Helen Dewdney is from The Complaining Cow. She's a consumer expert, journalist and author. Hello to you, Helen.
Hi.
Did you come up with that name, The Complaining Cow, yourself?
I didn't, actually. When I started the blog, I asked some friends on a Facebook group, just my friends, and for a title. And I got a couple and I put it out to vote, and that's what won.
Wow. And you're quite happy to consider yourself a complaining cow, are you?
Yes, I think so.
Well, why not?
It's been for long enough now.
So what is an ombudsman? I mean, is it an individual or is it a group of people that can assist you?
Well, an ombudsman is an alternative dispute resolution, so it's an ADR provider, and they arbitrate in cases where a business and you are in dispute, and the ombudsman adjudicates and makes a decision, which is binding on the trader, but not necessarily the consumer, who's free to go to court or to reject the decision. It depends on how big the ombudsman sort of is. Usually there's more than one. There's a chief ombudsman, and then there might be a deputy, and there might be other people who help make the decisions. But ultimately, it's the chief ombudsman, but there will be other ombudsmen in the organisation, if you see what I mean. It's not a single person.
Who decides who the ombudsmen are? Because how do you know that they're truly independent of the company that you're having the dispute with?
Well, that's an interesting one, and it's sort of a bit of a myth, really, that people think because the traders are paying that the ombudsman is always going to see in favour of the trader, and that's not accurate, because the trader actually pays a yearly fee and also has to pay by case. So it's not actually in the interest of the trader for a case to go to an ombudsman. So, and also if you look at their annual reports and that, you'll usually find that actually it can be 60-40% in a year seeing in the consumer favour or the trader's favour, and that changes by year depending on cases. So it's not actually the case that they will always see in favour of the trader, because the ombudsman is completely independent.
And they have to be independent by law.
Absolutely, that's what they're doing. They have to do it now. If you get into the whole regulatory system, that's when it does get complicated, because you have the regulated areas and the non-regulated areas. So that is when it does become more complicated. So things like energy, finance, and communications, they all have an ombudsman that's in a regulated area. So if you provide energy or you provide broadband, you have to be a member of an ombudsman, whereas in the non-regulated area you don't have to be, and they are overseen by the CTSI and the CAA for airlines. So that can be different in standards. So you may have an alternative dispute resolution provider that isn't an ombudsman, so approved to make decisions, but they have less of a standard, if you like, in their processes than an ombudsman. An ombudsman, if you like, is the gold star of ADR.
And in terms of you using one as a customer, when you're in a dispute with a company and they're refusing to see things from your perspective, and you really feel that you are in the right, do you have to pay to use the ombudsman scheme, or is it only the company that has to pay?
It's only the company that pays, so it's free. You've got nothing to lose by going to an ombudsman.
Apart from time and effort, potentially.
Yes, but obviously if you've already invested a lot of time and effort, then you might as well go all the way.
So you put in your kind of dispute with the ombudsman. They then do, in my experience, take some time before they investigate. And when they then come back to you, they obviously either find in your favour, at which point they will then say to the company that you're having the dispute with, you've not treated this person very well, you need to do X, Y, or Z. If they don't find in your favour, if they side with the trader, you say that you are still in a position then to take things down the legal route instead.
Absolutely, you can do that. And how long it takes, it can depend on the caseload of the ombudsman. It might take a little bit longer at the moment for obvious reasons. So it can, if it's very complicated and they have to come back to you for more information, it may take longer. But no, you don't have to agree to the decision. You can also appeal with the ombudsman if more evidence comes to light. You might want to give the ombudsman some more information, so they might change. But they might also sort of negotiate something that actually it's a 50-50, or that that you don't get all that you want. So it's not necessarily a win or lose. It could also be a compromise. And
if an ombudsman has found against you as a customer, is that then likely to be a problem if you take things to court? Is the company likely to say, look, this customer's so unreasonable, and they even took us to the ombudsman. The ombudsman sided with us as well. Will it work against you?
Not necessarily. I mean, it very, very rarely happens, very rarely. But they would, because they could only sort of give the same evidence. So you would have to weigh up yourself as to whether you think a judge, a magistrate would look at their evidence and your evidence, and do you think they would make the same decision because they would be looking at the same evidence?
Well, it's very interesting, and it's certainly something that from time to time on this programme, some of my listeners do indeed decide to do, and a service that some of my consumers decide to use with varying degrees of success. But at least now we all understand what an ombudsman actually is. Listen, really good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Okay.
Courtney was telling me in February of this year, her mum booked a package holiday for them all to go to New York. Well, Courtney was going with her parents. A £550 deposit was paid. They were so excited. But of course, coronavirus then struck. And the Foreign Office advice was not to go to New York. That advice still remains, sadly. So the holiday company got in touch with them.
On the 22nd of July, my mum got an email stating that her holiday could no longer go ahead, so she could either get a full refund or have a voucher for the deposit amount. After filling out the form, she then got an email a bit of time after to say that she was being charged an amendment fee plus a cancellation fee, so actually she was only getting £100 and something back.
So Courtney really was very confused, because not only did the holiday company seem to think that they were entitled to deduct some of the money from the deposit, even though they were the ones cancelling things. Courtney came to my programme because she said, we just can't get them to pay anything. We keep chasing them. We're not getting anything out of them at all. Courtney's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Courtney.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Courtney. Now, I know Tara's been speaking to the holiday company concerned. Virgin Holidays, aren't they, Tara?
That is correct, yes.
And what's the response we've had from Virgin Holidays so far?
Well, it was an explanation as to what had happened during coronavirus and what they were doing to try and reimburse customers, and the options that different customers had been given if a holiday had been cancelled. For example, they could rebook, have a voucher or get a refund. And obviously we know that Courtney's mum opted for the refund. And then they talked about the progress that they were making as well for processing each new Virgin Holidays cash refund, and how, you know, customers could expect different durations of time. And for Courtney's mum, they were looking, because they cancelled before August, the process was going to take about 120 days. And I know that you talked about at the time that seems an incredibly long time.
Seems a very long time, yeah.
And there are a couple of other issues, really. The idea of repaying in instalments, and also, as you said, what about a full refund? Because that's what Courtney's mum had originally been promised in an email that she'd received. So one of the things that we needed to check, and of course they're a member of the Association of British Travel Agents, so I've invited Sean Tipton onto the programme to just give his assessment of what we've heard.
Sean, good afternoon to you.
Hi, Jonathan.
Sean Tipton from ABTA, the Travel Association, and as regular listeners will know, I'm always talking about how important it is when you're booking a package holiday to always book with an ABTA member, because they then have your arbitration scheme should they need it. Now, Sean, let's just talk about the basics of this. Yeah. Firstly, my understanding of this, if Virgin Holidays are the one that cancelled the holiday because of the virus, then Courtney's family are due a full refund of what they've paid, are they not?
They are, yes. That's something I believe that Tara's discussing with Virgin Holidays. But yeah, it's certainly our view that if a tour operator cancels, it's not their fault, obviously, but that's not really the point. If they cancel the trip, then yeah, you're entitled to 100% refund. It's as simple as that. So
all this talk about admin fees and things like that, they're going to deduct. That's not acceptable.
I don't think I should be doing that, really. As I said, I'm curious to see what they say on that, because yeah, I can understand that companies, and we really do know they're struggling and they're having really tough times. And one of the reasons these claims are taking so long, Jonathan, is the simple fact that it's the sheer scale of the problem. And secondly, most companies just to save costs, because they haven't got much choice, because they've got very little money coming in. There's very few people who are booking, understandably, at the moment. They've either put large numbers of staff on furlough or being made them redundant. So you can imagine the situation there. Many people wanting their money back, quite rightly, they're entitled to it, but not too many staff processing the claim. So that's why it's taking so long. So apologies to anybody who's been waiting. Well, that's the reason why. But
is it reasonable, though? I mean, is it reasonable? 120 days does seem like a very long time. Is it acceptable, as far as ABTA is concerned, for one of your members to take that long to pay people back?
It's difficult for us to say to them, you must refund the money within X period of time, because we know the difficulties they're having. And if you look at the EU, who actually, they put in place the package travel regulations which govern the sale of package holidays, they did actually say when all this started that people would, unfortunately, it was going to take much longer to refund than they would normally envisage. Actually, the law says it has to be come back within 14 days, but the people who wrote that law said this is just not going to be possible. So I know it's difficult, but what we have said to our members is that they should refund as soon as they possibly can. So, but again, I'm sorry to be paying Jonathan, we can't then say that must be within X period of time. So what we also said, though, and this is definitely the case, there were a few who actually said, we're not going to give you the money back at all. And we took action against and said, look, you can't do that. If people want the money back, they are entitled. Not many, to be fair, but a few did. We made sure they'd stopped saying that and did issue refunds as soon as they could. But anyway, it's not ideal, Jonathan, but I would still be curious about the issue about the deductions. That shouldn't be being made. I mean, it is 100% refund. I can understand companies, looking at their own costs, but the fact remains customers are entitled to that money.
The holiday companies, I guess there'll be some people listening who are a bit surprised that they have not got insurance to cover themselves against this kind of eventuality, and they're expected to repay the money out of their own coffers.
Yeah, well, it's totally unprecedented, Jonathan. I don't think there even would be any kind of insurance for something like this, because I'm having dealt with, remember the ash cloud all those years ago, when we had a similar situation, but on a much smaller scale. Nobody was insured for that, because you have to actually have things that people can predict that you're insured for. And I think something like a global pandemic, I very much doubt if that insurance is in place, so we don't. And certainly there wasn't for the volcano, for example, because it never happened before. Certainly not on that scale. So I think, Jonathan, it's probably uninsurable because it's an unforeseeable event.
I've been dealing with another holiday company that's not a member of ABTA, and they've been refunding the customer in instalments. Would that be acceptable to ABTA where Virgin Holidays are concerned?
Can I say the reason why I think that's been happening? Because the problem for tour operators has been this. They don't just keep the money. They pay it out to airlines and to hotels, etc. So in many cases, the airlines were taking really ridiculous amounts of time to pay the tour operators back. So what they were doing is if they got the money back from the hotel, and they'd been pretty good, to be fair, most of these hotels, they would say, look, we can give you that money back now rather than just waiting for the airline to refund and giving it all back. I think that makes sense, doesn't it? Because that's better for the consumer. They're not waiting quite so long for all their money to come back. But apart from that, no. If that's not the situation, then it really should be coming back as a full amount rather than bit by bit.
Obviously, Virgin Holidays have suggested to us that it's 120 days that they feel Courtney's mum needs to wait to get the money back. If that money does not come back within 120 days, is this something that she could take to ABTA arbitration?
Definitely. I think what we're doing at the moment, Jonathan, we're just basically, we also have apart from the arbitration scheme, we have members, we have actually a customer support team who will deal directly with the member rather than you having to pay out for arbitration. We'll talk to them direct, say, look, you really need to refund this money. So I think do it that way rather than having to go to arbitration. She can, but I don't think that would be necessary. We can just get involved in a more personal way ourselves, which we do a lot actually, rather than always saying you have to go to arbitration. Arbitration is really there for an intractable problem where both the customer and the member just won't agree on something. Okay, fine. But we do, as I said, that conciliation service is actually a lot quicker, and we do that on a fairly regular basis. So that's what I would say. So contact customer support, they'll help.
Sean, always good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time and for your advice today. There's Sean Tipton from ABTA, the Travel Association. So, Tara, I think now we've heard that, and I know that you've already raised this issue with Virgin Holidays. I think now we know from Sean that ABTA would expect them as a member to provide a full refund without any deductions for admin costs, confirmation that it will be the full cost, and an idea as to exactly when Courtney's mum can actually expect to see that money back in her account. I think that's what we need to now get from Virgin.
Well, I'm hoping for an email along those lines today. I know that they were aware that ABTA was going to come on today, and they were keen to provide us with something, so I expect to get it, and I think they are working towards that.
Great stuff. Okay, Courtney, we're getting there. We will get there, but it looks as if it may well take a little more time.
No problem. Thank you for your help anyway.
Okay, all the very best. And look, ladies and gentlemen, if you are regular listeners to this programme, you will have heard me banging on about this so many times. The reason I do it is because I want you to have the best protection you possibly can. If you book a package holiday, you are covered by, as Sean was talking about, the legislation there that covers package holiday trips, which means if the holiday in the event of coronavirus has to be cancelled because it's impossible for the holiday to go ahead because, for example, of the government restricting people on going to a certain country, that company has to give you your money back, a full refund. That's what the law says regarding package holidays. If you book a holiday in individual parts, so for example, you book your own flights, you book your own hotel, then you're not entitled to the same. So my advice is always book a package holiday where you possibly can, and as you've just heard, if you book it with a company that is a member of ABTA, you have that extra level of protection. You have the ABTA arbitration scheme. And if you find that their member is not prepared to do what they need to do, you can go to ABTA and say, can you help me out, please? Because one of your members is not treating me right. And ABTA will take on that fight for you, and they will speak to their member, and if necessary, will demand that their member gives you what you're entitled to. So that's my advice today. If you take one thing from the programme today, book package holidays and make sure that the company you're booking with is a member of a... Now, just as the lockdown started, the hinge on Jackie's daughter's laptop broke. Talk about timing. Well, the laptop was about a year old, and Jackie was anticipating that with the lockdown on the horizon, she thought, I just need to get this fixed as quickly as possible because my daughter needs to have the laptop if she's going to be home from school. So she didn't take it back to the retailer. Instead, she took it to a local shop that offers computer repairs. Well, when she first took it in, they said, yeah, that's fine, we can fix the hinge for you. That'll be £25. But then they contacted her to say that in fact it was going to go up to £40 because they'd need to order in a part. Well, she was prepared for that. When she went in to collect the laptop, though, thinking it had been fixed, well, she was in for quite a surprise.
No one was really touching anything, so I said, can you just open the machine and just show me the hinge and then pop it in this bag and I'll take it away. And as he opened the machine, the whole screen was just completely smashed. I just kept saying, oh my God, you smashed my machine. He just kept saying, well, it must have been bought in like that. And I said, well, of course it wasn't bought in like that. It would say on the repair ticket that I bought in a smashed up machine and I just want a hinge fixed. But he wouldn't have any of this. And he kept saying, this wasn't our fault. You bought it in like this. You owe me £60. And he said, oh no, don't be silly. You owe me £60. And he flicked the switch behind the counter and the shutters were coming down, and I just started to panic, and I was all a bit nervous, and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, as you can imagine, a horrible experience. Despite all of this, Jackie decided to give them another chance to fix it. But every time she communicates with them, they give her either another story as to why they haven't fixed the laptop, or they start saying, we want even more money out of you. She's really unhappy. When I saw the company that she dealt with, I'll be honest with you, my heart sank because I've dealt with this company in the past and it wasn't the most enjoyable of experiences, to be honest with you. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Jackie. This just goes from bad to worse, really. So when I contacted the man who runs the company, and he, to be fair to him, he wasn't aggressive with me on the phone. He was polite. A little bit distracted towards the end of the conversation because I think he had customers that had come into the shop and he wanted to break away from the phone call to me and serve them. But what he was saying from the outset was that as far as he was concerned, the story you told me was not accurate. In fact, he said, to quote, she is lying. He said, when you brought the laptop in, the screen was already broken. But he said... She said, oh, don't worry about that because the laptop still works even with a broken screen. We're not worried about that. We just want the hinge to be fixed. Well, my theory with that is that it's not very believable because on the paperwork, surely if a customer brings in a computer with a smashed screen, for your own protection as a company, you would want to make sure that you have recorded that on the paperwork from the outset. Because the last thing you would want is for a customer to then come back and to accuse you of having broken it. Now, it wasn't put on the original paperwork, So therefore, I think it's very unbelievable that in fact this laptop already had a broken screen when it was first taken to them. The man said to me, as I say, he was trying to get off the phone to me, and he said, look, if she pays the original amount of £50, we can talk about this, we can get it fixed. He said, look, I'll call her. Well, he did call you, Jackie. The call didn't go very well, did it?
No, it was a really unpleasant experience.
He again was reiterating the fact that it was £50 that apparently you'd agreed to. You said, look, no, at no time has anyone agreed to £50. I've got in on the writing here, in writing from you, £25 for the initial repair. You then called me up and said that the additional part was going to cost £15. That does not make £50.
And the thing is, I know that there's really not very much difference between £40 and £50. It was the fact that during this phone call last Friday, he then went on to say, he was the one that was also saying to me that you have lied about everything and I have never tried to charge you any more money than £50. So this really upset me because it just wasn't true. And I actually stopped talking to him during this phone call because I thought you're just making anything up that you want.
So we're still not quite sure what actually he is prepared to do, if anything. He still has your laptop.
Well, right at the end of the call finished with him shouting at me, telling me, you can come and get your smashed up machine. And then he put the phone down. So that was last Friday, and I haven't been into the shop. This was really quite an unsettling phone call, and I didn't feel confident going into the shop. And I wanted to let you guys know, and I know we've spoken since, and you have tried to have further contact with them.
Well, yes. What happened after that was I tried to call him back, and to start with, the phone rang and rang and rang, so that wasn't very successful. Then the following day, it rang and rang, and then somebody picked up the phone, and I could hear that the phone had been answered, but nobody was speaking. And I'm saying, hello, can you hear me? At which point the phone went down. So I phoned back again. This time a man answered the phone. I could tell from his voice he was different. And he said, oh, no, the manager's gone on holiday. I said, well, okay. Is there another number I can contact him on? No. Well, I presume that who is in charge then? Who's he left in charge? Me, he said. I said, fine, okay. Well, I presume then the manager has fully briefed you on the complaint that I'm investigating. My name's Jonathan Vernon Smith. I'm a consumer journalist calling from the BBC. We're investigating this customer complaint regarding so-and-so. I presume he's fully briefed you if you are now being left to deal with this. And he said, no, he hasn't briefed me. Well, by this point, I'll be honest with you, Jackie, I was starting to get quite irritated because who in their right mind does that? Who, if you're running a company and you get the BBC calling you up to say, we're investigating you on a consumer programme regarding a customer complaint, goes off on holiday, doesn't give any telephone number for the journalist to contact you on, doesn't brief the person who's left running the shop, who does that?
I think people that feel they have no sense of accountability for what they do.
Well, it's most odd response. Now, he told me that he was going to get the manager, he was going to pass on to the manager that I'd been in touch, and he was going to get him to make contact. I have not had any further contact from him. I've been trying to phone the shop. I was trying the shop yesterday, tried it again this morning before I came on air. The phone is just ringing and ringing and ringing. I did phone another branch of this particular shop because he does have another branch elsewhere. I spoke to a man there yesterday afternoon, and I didn't tell him who I was. I just simply said, can I speak to Mr. So-and-so? And he said, you can't because he's on holiday. So I'm fairly confident that indeed this man has gone on holiday and has left the country, but we don't know how long he's gone for, and at the moment I can't make contact with him. However, I understand you've had an email, or certainly you've had some kind of development from your end. He has another branch of this particular shop, and I phoned that other branch, and I spoke to the member of staff there. They didn't know who I was, and I asked to speak to this man, and indeed he confirmed that I couldn't because he was on holiday. and he didn't seem to have any idea when he was on holiday but it's for some time. The other man in the other shop, the one that Jackie says they tried to lock her in, he told me that he's away until at least the end of the month. So he's gone somewhere fairly far. Now, in the meantime, I've been trying to make contact with that shop again unsuccessfully, but I came into work this morning to find an email from Jackie, and Jackie, I understand you have discovered something absolutely fascinating. Tell everyone what happened in the last 24 hours.
Well, really, the last thing I knew was that they told me to go and collect my machine. And then I thought, well, I'm going to go on my Microsoft family account. And I didn't realise that the account has a device tracker. And although it doesn't have a huge amount of information on it, what it does tell me is that the last time my daughter's laptop was located before the battery went to nil was at a marketplace in Mumbai, India.
So it looks as if this man has taken your laptop to India, and it was last plugged in and turned on and then turned off again at a market. I'm just looking at here. Yes, Mumbai Bazaar.
Yes, Mumbai Null Bazaar.
Mumbai Null Bazaar. Have you looked up where Mumbai Null Bazaar is?
I have, yes. It's just a marketplace in Mumbai, India.
Right.
I mean, this is all I can tell you. Obviously, they haven't told me this. I haven't been into the shop to see if I can take possession of the laptop. When I was in the shop last Wednesday, I asked to see it, and he told me I couldn't. And I don't know, I didn't even realise that I had device tracking with my account subscription. But it's there, and any laptops that we've ever had are there, and my daughter's laptop is there.
Now, I mean, I presume, and I want to put this out there to my listeners who know about computers and know about this kind of ability that you're using. It's through Google, is it?
No, it's on my
Microsoft.
family Microsoft account.
That's right. So it's through Microsoft, and it shows the location of the item in terms of Find My Device.
Yes. It doesn't have an activity log. It just has that piece of information.
And it says here, and I'm looking at it here, 0% battery,
yes.
Last found near Mumbai Null Bazaar in Maharashtra.
Yes, I didn't want to try and pronounce that, but yes, that's exactly what it says.
Well, I'm fascinated to know whether people listening to the programme who know about this Microsoft ability to track a product, whether that means that it must be in India, or is there any way it might just be showing as if it's in India when it's not in India? I don't know is the honest answer. I mean, I would have thought, looking at this information you've given me, it looks as if this man who's gone on holiday must have gone to India and has taken your laptop with him to some market stall.
It does seem to imply that, doesn't it? But I don't have any proof of that apart from this tracking address.
Well, it's very strange. It is very strange. As I mentioned earlier, I've been trying to contact the shop. Yesterday, and indeed this morning, the phone just rings and rings and rings. There's no answer phone. There's no ability to be able to make contact any other way. The phone number is the only way. I'm just wondering, this weekend, and I completely understand that the last thing you want to do is to be made to feel in any way intimidated. But is there any way this weekend, with somebody else, I would suggest you don't go on your own, but is there any chance you can stick your head round the shop and just say, hello, can I just confirm, is my laptop ready for collection? Because I'd be interested to know whether A, the shop is open, and B, whether they confirm that the laptop is there or not.
Yes, I do intend to go and do that. I wanted to let you know what I'd found, because I'm just suspecting that I'm not going to come away with my goods, and I'm just going to be fobbed off with some nonsense story.
I have a horrible feeling, and I mean, I guess, look, let's try and be positive. Let's try and be positive, but maybe what's happened, he realises the laptop's broken, he realises it needs to be fixed, and he's going to India anyway, so he's taken the laptop with him because he knows someone in India who can fix this laptop screen perfectly, and he will then return from India at the end of his holiday at the end of the month, and he'll call you up and he'll say, your laptop's ready for collection, you'll go in and the laptop will be absolutely tickety-boo and you'll be delighted.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
That would be wonderful. But something just makes me feel it might not be that straightforward.
No, I doubt it. I just doubt it very much. I don't think I'll be seeing it again.
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, he can't just disappear with the laptop and never return it. I mean, that would be absolutely outrageous. But certainly at the moment, it does look as if the last place that was accessed was in Mumbai. So...
And the last thing they said to me directly was that I could come and collect it, and that was a week ago. So they've not said to me that they are doing anything to try and fix it. He was very, very adamant on the phone that you will be coming to collect your smashed-up machine.
Hang on, there's a text in here from Denise. Says, Jonathan, if you use Norton Secure VPN, it generates an IP address which can show you as being anywhere in the world to disguise your actual address and location. I think, though, unlikely if this laptop is not supposedly in use. Thank you. Have you, just out of interest, you haven't got anything particularly sensitive on that laptop, have you?
Well, I don't think so. I really can't remember. It's been so long now, but it's only ever been my daughter's laptop. So she would probably have only had an email address, and because it was a touch-screen machine, she used it for sort of artwork, so she would have saved some documents. She didn't really have any other subscriptions. There were no payment devices linked to the machine, so I don't think so. And we haven't had any suspicious activity. I have logged onto her emails and changed passwords since, and there is nothing questionable that's come through on it.
Okay. Well, look, what I will continue to do, I will continue to try and make contact with the shop. Although, to be honest with you, frustratingly, I suspect I'm not going to be able to get very much information because the man in the shop certainly tells me that although he's been left in charge, he hasn't been briefed on this complaint, which is really frustrating. But I think if we could just get some idea as to whether the laptop is there or not, that would be ideal. So could I catch up with you on Monday just to see how things have gone this weekend, if you're planning on sticking your head round the door?
Yes, that would be great, yes.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can see what I can get out of them.
All I would say to you is don't put yourself in any position that you feel uncomfortable with, based on the experience you've had in the past. Hang on 1 second. Mark in Bedford wants to have his say on this. Hello, Mark.
Hello, mate. Afternoon. Yeah, I think it's probably a VPN, if I'm honest, because basically kids, they tend to download any sort of browser and anything that's free nowadays. And like that lady was saying, there's loads of browsers out there now which come with a free VPN. So as soon as you turn the machine on, as soon as you go to browse anything, then pretty much it's going to come up and give you a fake IP. There's no GPS tracker in the laptop, so there's no satellite signal to say it's definitely where it is. So the only way the tracking would work, I would imagine, is through the IP address. And everyone's using VPNs now. So what does
VPN stand for?
Virtual Private Network. So in effect, all it does is just route all your traffic through another server somewhere, so that if anybody, say like the FBI or anybody is trying to like hack your internet connection, they think you're in a different country. So people use it to get around, kids use it to get around Netflix restrictions, YouTube restrictions, and all stuff like that. It's quite common now, and I think everybody should have a VPN. You're mad if you don't have one, if I'm honest. If you go online, you can buy a router with a pre-installed VPN, so it means everything that you do on your home internet goes through another server, so then nothing's tracked, it's just a great level of security. It's the best thing you can do, really.
Okay, but could it also be that the laptop has indeed been taken to Mumbai?
Of course it could. Yeah, I mean, there's not beyond the realms of possibilities. I mean, the guy, let's face it, if he takes it to India, it's going to cost him, £2 to have the screen fixed? And if he's going there already on holiday, then he's probably taken a load with him to get done. That might be how he runs his business. he probably goes over there and gets a load of spare parts and brings them back. I mean, who knows? That's only speculation. But what I'm saying is, based on that tracking information that you've got, I wouldn't look too far into it right now. If you can't get the laptop back when you go to the shop, then that alarm bells would start ringing for me. But at that point, that's when you turn around and say, okay, now I can go down that road. But everyone's using VPNs now. They come bundled in loads of different things. There's loads of free ones. You wouldn't necessarily have a subscription. And, like I say, if you haven't got a VPN, get one.
Okay, listen, really good talking to you, Mark. Thank you very much indeed. Jackie, it's intriguing, isn't it? Absolutely intriguing.
It is. And I've got to say, I'm not really sure what I understand this VPN to be, and I don't think my daughter will, but I'm certainly going to go away and Google it and try and make myself understand it.
Yeah, quite. Okay, Jackie, listen, we'll catch up on Monday. I'll keep trying to contact him this afternoon, and we'll talk very soon. It's BBC Three Counties Radio for beds, hearts and bucks. If you have a consumer problem, 08081 008800.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
It's fascinating, that case, isn't it? Absolutely fascinating. I have, as I suggested to Jackie yesterday, I have a sneaky feeling, unfortunately, we're going to end up getting to a position where I'm going to be identifying that company on the programme. I'd really hoped, when the guy said to me that he's taken over the business now, and that things have changed, I'd really hoped that by giving them an opportunity to prove that was the case, we'd all be very, very nicely surprised. But unfortunately, it doesn't look very good so far, does it? Anyway, Rob came to me. Do you remember Rob? He was telling me all about this pergola that he bought in June of this year. Now, he said that it was described as an aluminium pergola, and he bought it from a garden centre online. It cost almost £400. But a month later, he noticed the poles on the pergola were rusting. Well, he thought that's a bit odd for aluminium. It shouldn't be rusting, so he got in touch with the company. He said the company took some time to get back to him. But when they did get back to him, Rob was surprised to discover the poles actually were not made of aluminium at all.
On the 5th of August, I just got an email saying, we've had a reply from our supplier, the poles are steel, sorry about that. And that was their response. So they've offered to replace one of the poles and to give me some spray paint to spray the others. They have said that the poles are just water rust and can be rubbed off, whatever water rust is. I don't know what they're talking about with that. And I asked for all 5 poles. They've then come back and said they'll offer me some paint and runners, plural, rather than just one. So I've said, okay, yeah, I'll have all 5. And that was middle of September. I've had nothing since.
Now, of course, Rob feels really unhappy with this. He feels as if he's bought something that was not as described. Although I have to be honest, the description of this product, I think, may well have changed since Rob ordered it. Rob's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Rob.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello. When was the last time you went onto the company's website and actually clicked on the link for this product, just out of interest?
Probably around the time we bought it.
Right, and not since then?
No.
Okay. Do you have a screenshot showing how it was before?
I don't, unfortunately, no. I did do a bit of digging and found that the same brand of product is advertised on other websites as aluminium, but no longer on this website as aluminium.
No.
It just says metal framed.
Well, yeah, it has a little bit more information than that. So it describes itself as... I'm just looking here. Styled as an arbour, this gazebo features a sturdy metal frame and is finished with a high-quality powder coat. It will be the perfect addition to your garden. And it goes on, it says, heavy-duty UV-stabilised polyester roof canopy, perfect for keeping you shaded on those beautiful sunny days. Retractable canopy, supplied flat-packed, easy self-assembly, and then it gives the dimensions of it. £389.99. Although, incidentally, it says that at the moment that product is not available to order.
Yes.
So I don't know whether they have potentially had other complaints about it, which is why they have described it in a different way. I don't know whether... Is there a chance, and I'm not trying to catch you out here, but is there a chance that you might have seen the product advertised as aluminium on another website and just, when you saw it a bit cheaper on this company's website, assumed it must be the same product?
Yeah, potentially. potentially, yeah.
I mean, the long and short of it is I contacted them and I understand they've been straight in touch with you and there's now a new offer on the table. What are they suggesting they're going to do now?
They've offered to replace all 5 of the poles.
Right. Great. And you've got that in writing?
Yeah, they emailed saying they would send some parts out, but didn't clarify what it was. So we replied asking for clarification, and they said that all 5 poles will be sent out.
And when you get the 5 poles, I mean, I presume they are going to be identical to the other poles that you've already got. So how are you going to stop them rusting?
I don't know yet. Some sort of weatherproof paint, potentially. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have a closer look at the old ones when I take the old ones off and see if I can think what has caused them to rust and if I can prevent the new ones from doing that.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, rusty metal it doesn't really look very smart, does it? And when you see... I've seen the type of pergola we're talking about here. You know, this is not something that's supposed to be all rustic and old. It looks as if it's quite modern. So therefore, if you had on the black poles that hold the whole thing up, if you've got rust all coming down it, then you'll have black and orange, and I would imagine it looks a right old mess.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're going to have to... I don't know. I mean, are they powder coated as they've suggested in the description?
The frame is powder coated. The poles are not. But I can tell.
Right.
But the whole structure, the main frame is powder coated, yes, but it doesn't appear that the poles are. They look like they've just been painted rather than powder coated.
And the main actual bits that are powder coated, they're not rusting?
No, absolutely fine.
Well, it would be fascinating, won't it, to see whether... Will the new replacement poles, will they now be powder-coated as well, or will they be exactly the same? In which case, I guess you're going to have to use some kind of... I mean, I don't want to name the brand of it, but you will know there is a certain paint that is there for metal...
Yes.
That has all kinds of stuff in the paint itself that stops rust forming.
Yes,
so
definitely, yeah.
That's probably what you're going to have to do and try and match it with the same colour as the rest of it.
Yes, well, luckily it's black, so hopefully it won't be too difficult to
yeah,
to
but it will need to be some kind of matte effect, won't it? Because you don't want it all shiny in comparison with the rest. Okay, well, look, let's wait and see what happens when you get those new parts. Can you please keep me posted, and we'll take it from there?
Yes, of course I will.
Brilliant. Okay, listen, Rob, I'm going to give the company just... Oh, that'll do. They'll get the rest as soon as everything's